Good morning. The committee will now come to order. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to honor the life and memory of Charlie Kirk. Many of us on this committee knew Charlie, and we admired his courageous example of open debate and advocacy he showed to our country's next generation. Charlie not only modeled how to engage in the public square, he modeled faith and family values. To spend time with him or attend a campus event or watch one of his videos was to know his abiding faith in his Savior. The boldness of Charlie's faith helped him to point the way for an entire generation. Charlie Kirk is gone too soon. His wife, Erica, and two small children will remain in our prayers. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge two of our valued colleagues who recently announced that they would be departing Congress at the end of next year. Danny Davis and Mr. Dwight Evans. Representative Davis has been a consistent voice for America's most vulnerable for decades. Children, the poor, and the sick. He was a gracious host for one of our field hearings last year in Chicago, in his district, in a homeless shelter. Congressman Evans leaves behind a long legacy of fighting for the people of Philadelphia. Block by block, he's been representing the folks back home, and we will all miss you both in your service on this committee. We still have some time, but we definitely will miss you. I'd love to yield to the ranking member, Mr. Neal, for any comments.
Thank you, Chairman. Beginning with the notion that I think we all share, and that is that political violence has become a cancer on our society. It has no place in our democracy, and is the obligation of leaders to dial back some of the rhetoric and to ensure that this is not treated as a partisan issue. We may all hold strong and passionate views, but our disagreements should be settled through dialogue, debate, and the ballot box, not through violence. The American people deserve leaders who set an example of civility and respect to safeguard our institutions and indeed their neighbors. We honor the lives lost and commit ourselves to building a better tomorrow grounded in mutual respect for one another, our laws, and the democratic ideals that should unite us. In addition, we have two esteemed members of the committee who have announced their plans for next steps. First, Worker and Family Support Subcommittee Ranking Member Danny Davis has been a friend, a partner, and a true force for good in the Congress for these decades. No one has fought harder for kids, families, or for the people of Chicago's West Side than our esteemed colleague. We're going to miss his wisdom, his laugh, and I will miss that perfect voice. Grateful for the legacy he leaves on this committee and indeed in our lives. Second, of course, Congressman Dwight Evans, who has been a dedicated public servant for more than 45 years. His deep record of achievement from the Pennsylvania House allowed him to hit the ground running on health care, hospital access, economic renewal, and more. Both of these leaders have brought a passion and moral compass that we all should choose to emulate. I look forward to continue working with all of them during the course of this Congress and wish them the best in their future challenges and indeed endeavors. And with that, I yield back my time.
Thank you. Turning to today's markup, the bills before us reflect the numerous opportunities that the Ways and Means Committee has to work together to improve the lives of fellow Americans. To start, we will consider 4 healthcare bills. The first, the Nancy Gardner Sewell Medicare Multi-Cancer Early Detection Screenings Coverage Act from Representatives Arrington and Sewell honors the life of Mrs. Sewell's late mother by providing multi-cancer early detection screenings for seniors. Over the next 10 years, the U.S. government is projected to spend close to $1 trillion treating cancer. 75% of that will be spent on late-stage cancer. If we can detect and treat cancer earlier, we can not only help Americans live longer, but also bring down the cost of fighting this disease. Next, we will consider 2 bills introduced by Health Subcommittee Chairman Mr. Buchanan, the Hospital Inpatient Services Modernization Act, also led by Congressman Evans, continues the successful hospital at home program for another 5 years. Hospital care provided at home cuts mortality rates, reduces the risk of falls and infections, and it lowers recovery times. When we had a hearing on this topic, a woodworker from rural North Carolina credited his complete medical recovery to this program. More Americans need the same opportunity to receive hospital care in the comfort of their home. The Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, co-led with Representative Panetta, helps medical providers use technology when reporting patient quality measures. Digital reporting generally helps medical providers save time caring for patients and reduces administrative burden and cost. However, not all providers have the back office technology needed for digital reporting. These rules must change so providers like small and rural providers lacking digital technology aren't unfairly penalized. This bill clarifies the quality measure reporting process and creates a pilot program to test better ways to incorporate technology in this process moving forward. Our last healthcare bill will give seniors access to new breakthrough medical devices sooner. These devices are FDA certified as being both safe and offering better treatments for serious diseases than currently available alternatives. Unfortunately, Medicare is slow to cover these new technologies for seniors. Patients can wait up to 5 years to use these devices after they have been deemed safe and effective. This bill from Representatives Moore and Del Bene, the Ensuring Patient Access to Critical Breakthrough Products Act, gives seniors faster access to breakthrough products by providing an immediate 4 years of Medicare coverage. Again, getting the latest technology breakthroughs in the hands of America's seniors will result in better outcomes, healthier lives, and lower cost. Our next two bills protect taxpayers from government abuse. The first, introduced by Representatives Moran and Sewell, strengthens taxpayer rights in judicial proceedings before the tax court. The second continues the committee's work to refocus the IRS on serving taxpayers. Last year, the IRS changed the rules so that it has never been easier for the agency to charge excessive or arbitrary penalties. Now, agents are permitted to both obtain their supervisor's approval for penalties at any point in the process and from virtually anyone above them, not just their immediate supervisor. This has resulted in sign-off on penalties after they have already been levied on taxpayers. This bill from Congressman Grothman provides fair treatment to taxpayers at the IRS by effectively repealing this anti-taxpayer rule. Last on the agenda are 3 Social Security bills that help Americans maximize their benefits and fight identity theft. Representatives Smucker and Byers Claiming Age Clarity Act better informs seniors of the consequences of claiming Social Security benefits at different ages. We will also consider the Social Security Protection Act from Congressman Smucker and the Improving Social Security Service to Victims of Identity Theft Act from Congressman Kustoff. Both bills protect Americans, especially children, from the harm of identity theft, and both policies passed this committee last Congress with total support. The bills we are considering today are common sense, bipartisan ideas. I understand there are many issues in front of Congress at the moment that are hotly debated on both sides of the aisle, and I urge this committee to remain focused on the bills in front of us today, which protect patients, seniors, and taxpayers. All of these are bipartisan, and all help the American public and folks we were elected to serve. I'm now pleased to recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. In the last few months, we've seen what is likely the most destructive, blatant attack on health care in America's history. Our Republican colleagues have amassed absolute power over all three branches of government and have wielded it with a reckless disregard for the well-being of the people and our public health. From the big ugly law, which strips away health care from 15 million Americans, to a Secretary of Health who puts conspiracy theories ahead of science, I wonder if those of us of a certain age would recall what a lung machine was like for those who did not have a polio vaccine. To go backward on that front alone should be enough to call for his dismissal. The rejection of science, being hell-bent on the idea that you can strip health care from 15 million Americans through legislation that just a few weeks ago, as offered in this committee, was described as the big, beautiful bill. So big and so beautiful, they're now trying to figure out how to change the name of it because it polls with a 31% approval rating with the American people. In addition, it's particularly rich for our colleagues on the Republican side to talk about bringing new cures to patients. In just 8 months, they have decimated science and innovation. The setbacks in cancer research are unbelievable that could be entertained at this time in our history. Thousands of staff at the NIH and the FDA have been eliminated. CBO confirms that cuts to NIH and FDA will result in 53 fewer prescription drugs coming to market. That's 53 fewer new cares being available to patients. Millions of dollars of research funding that has been underway for years has been pulled. Those are not serious actions from this party, and I know my colleagues on the other side, most of them don't even believe this. This controlled, that has wreaked chaos and havoc upon the essential basic services that Americans should rely on under the heading of the big, beautiful bill. 15 million Americans, I repeat, will lose health care. They're determined that it is now acceptable to sacrifice the basic needs of our neighbors so that the wealthiest among us can get even bigger tax breaks. Meanwhile, we're still waiting for proof of concept on trickle-down economics. What we have seen is that families are left bankrupt after a trip to an emergency room. Parents are forced to choose between groceries and prescriptions. Prices keep going up. People left without access to any care at all, as hospitals across the country are sure to close because of that legislation. These are the folks that people on the Republican side are willing to sacrifice to keep favor with this White House. Let's be clear. The record is clear. There are no progress that is being made, and they are attempting to rewrite it today. They've declared war on our health, on government, and in fact, many people. And for what? To make it harder to access these services, harder to qualify, harder to pay for? That's the cycle of this governance. Gut a program, make it harder to use, drive up frustration, then point to the damage as justification for deeper cuts. And then always at 7:30 during the evening from the White House, a declaration of victory. Republicans have contributed to this problem, and it's on them to fix it. Enough with the tiny tweaks in search of cover. Prices are up, unemployment is rising, the markings of the economy are failing the people who need the help the most. We should be focused on that work and reversing the cuts that took place from the big, quote, ugly bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank you. Our first order of business is H.R. 842, the Nancy Gardner Sewell Medicare Multi-Cancer Early Detection Screening Coverage Act. The legislation before us should be familiar to the members of this committee. We successfully approved this legislation last Congress with unanimous support. Unfortunately, the legislation was not brought before the full House of Representatives for consideration last Congress. However, thanks to the tireless advocacy on the part of our colleagues, Representatives Arrington and Sewell, whose late mother this bill is named after, we have another opportunity here to advance bipartisan policy that saves lives. By expanding seniors' access to multi-cancer early detection screening tests, this legislation builds a bridge to a future where our nation's seniors can catch and treat this devastating disease before it progresses. The survival rate for cancers that are diagnosed early is nearly 90%. And early detection leads to better outcomes and lower costs to the Medicare program. Access to multi-cancer early detection screenings will be particularly beneficial to those seniors living in rural communities where the rate of cancer mortality is 30% higher than those in urban settings. As chairman of the House Budget Committee, Representative Arrington is always looking out for the American taxpayer. With Medicare projected to spend an estimated $1 trillion on cancer care over the next decade, finding a way to reduce cost is critical. And we know that early detection of cancer not only results in 4 times better outcomes for the patients, but also leads to 7 times lower healthcare costs in the long run. I commend the sponsors of this legislation, as well as those with us here today that are advocating in the blue shirts in the crowd. We welcome you to the Ways and Means Committee, and we appreciate your advocacy for such an important cause. And I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal, and for the kind words you spoke of in the effort to make this bill become law and save lives and improve the quality of lives of the millions of people who've been affected by this insidious disease. But let me give credit where credit's due. It's the tireless champions and warriors in the blue shirts out there and all across this great country who've been fighting the war against cancer for many years, long before I showed up here in Washington. God bless you all for your great efforts. Mr. Chairman, we enjoy on the substance and merit of this bill, not because of me or Terry, but we enjoy the most popular or the most broad support from members of Congress, 300 co-sponsors in the House, 60 in the Senate, and again, over 500 organizations, again, some of whom are here today. This bill is about early stage diagnostic, early stage diagnosis, and we named it obviously after my colleague and our friend Terry Sewell's mother, Nancy Gardner Sewell, and I think that is more than appropriate. Ms. Sewell was a devoted educator, respected civic leader, a tireless advocate herself for children. She dedicated her life to promoting childhood literacy, inspiring young people to engage in local government and uplifting the promise of the next generation. But we know her greatest legacy is right here in this room and in the good, kind, and courageous leader who we call our friend Terry Sewell. So Terry, it's an honor to work with you and alongside of you on this awesome project and great cause. Your mother passed away at 81. I think yesterday was her heavenly birthday. Just read a scripture verse in Revelation about heaven, said no more tears, no more pain, no more mourning. And so I look forward to meeting your mother one day. But in the meantime, let's fight. Let's go. And let's push this over the goal line here. People know the stats, 20 million people impacted by cancer currently. 2 million people are expected to be diagnosed with cancer this year. I'm the budget chairman, so this is most importantly affecting people's lives and the quality of lives and their families and friends, but it has a disastrous effect on our fiscal affairs. In Medicare, $1 trillion has been spent on late-stage cancer over the last 10 years. 75 cents on the dollar is spent on late-stage cancer. 70% of cancer deaths occur with patients who did not get proper screening. But when they do, they have 4 times better chance of surviving, and we get a 7x reduction in cost. One estimate at the University of Michigan says that preventive cancer screenings have saved the U.S. cumulative $6.5 trillion over the last 25 years. So it makes cents for all the reasons that we've discussed. Our legislation gives CMS the authority to cover multi-cancer early detection tests that have been approved by the FDA and demonstrate clinical benefits for patients. It ensures our nation's seniors have access to groundbreaking innovation that will transform the way we treat, diagnose, and prevent the spread of cancer. This is the triple threat that we're always looking for, that oftentimes only innovation allows. And that is to improve access, outcomes, and bend the curve on the cost of health care. If we win this war, and we will, on cancer, and defeat this common enemy, we can do it, but we'll only do it if we unleash the power of innovation. That's exactly what this bill does. Again, Terry, it's an honor. We urge our colleagues to support H.R. 842 again, but we urge you to support it with such a big push that we get it across the transom to the Senate and on the President's desk, and make it the reality of life in this country and hope for cancer patients all across the United States. I yield.
I now recognize Ranking Member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to Chairman Arrington and to Ms. Sewell for their sponsorship of this legislation. I spent 3 days in Alabama with Terry and her mom a few years ago, and I knew the earnestness with which she approached this measure, and with that, I'd like to yield my time to her.
I want to thank the ranking member for yielding his time. My colleagues, cancer affects everyone. Today's markup represents a result of dedicated work towards one common goal, providing a coverage pathway for innovative cancer screening. This markup is of the utmost importance given the impact that cancer continues to have on our closest colleagues. A late-stage cancer diagnosis stole our nation's champion and our dear Ways and Means colleague, John Lewis. Cancer diagnosis in the latter stage also took the life of Speaker Mike Johnson's 63-year-old father just 3 days before he was sworn in. Last Congress, our colleague Sheila Jackson Lee shared her diagnosis of pancreatic cancer before her death. And this Congress, we have already lost 3 colleagues to cancer. Congressman Sylvester Turner, Raul Grijalva, and Gerald Conley to the battle of cancer. Cancer indeed knows no bounds. It can and does affect everyone. This fight against cancer is personal to me. A late-stage diagnostic of pancreatic cancer took the life of my mother. I want to thank my colleague, Jody Arrington, for being a champion of this bill and for surprising me last Congress by naming this bill after my mom. My mom, Nancy Gardner Sewell, who was she? She was a devout Christian, a pastor's kid who lived her life of faith and hope. An exemplary educator and librarian, media specialist, she served in the Selma public school system for 36 years, where she shaped minds, uplifted our children, and as a librarian, she was a strong advocate of reading and literacy and a champion for Reading is Fundamental, RIF. She brought that program not only to the state of Alabama in 1973, but she also extended her efforts in Mississippi and Tennessee as well. It is a program that through a mobile unit delivers books to needy kids all throughout the southeastern region. And that program still exists today. It still provides kids in Selma, Dallas County, and Alabama's rural Black Belt with books. Nancy Gardner Sewell was a trailblazing civic leader. She became the first African-American woman ever elected to the Selma City Council, and she stood as a role model for so many women in politics. I can truly say that I get to walk the halls of Congress and represent my home district as Alabama's first Black Congresswoman because my mother forged that trail. Her favorite saying was, "Bloom where you're planted. You can make a difference right where you are." And she made a big difference in the lives of so many of the people that she touched. My mom, though, represents only one of millions of people who have lost their battle to cancer. And my personal story represents one of millions of loved ones who have had to endure such a horrible loss. It is our duty to do whatever we can to rid this nation of the scourge of cancer by giving coverage and access to as many people as we can to the latest and greatest diagnostic testing. Therefore, I hope that you all will join Jody and I in supporting H.R. 842, the Nancy Gardner Sewell Medicare Multi-Cancer Early Detection Screening Coverage Act. Currently, as Jody said, this bill has overwhelming bipartisan support in both chambers. Over 300 co-sponsors in the House, and as of today, 62 sponsors in the Senate. I am also overwhelmed by the support this bill has earned from cancer advocacy groups such as the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, the Prevent Cancer Foundation, the National Minority Quality Forum, the Association of Community Cancer Centers, and so many other groups, over 600 advocacy groups and counting. I know that in the audience, in their blue shirts, are the people who are here for the annual fly-in for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. If you stand, we'll give you another round of applause. It is because of your tireless commitment that we are here today. Again, I want to say thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record the 2025 letter of support from the Prevent Cancer Foundation, listing nationwide every organization that has signed on to this legislation.
Without
and
objection.
Supports it. Like so many Americans, my mother received her diagnosis late. The pancreatic cancer had already spread, and 8 weeks after diagnosis, we lost her. New cancer screening tools have the potential to change this. Multi-cancer early detection test can screen over a dozen cancers with one vial of blood. This means that we can catch cancer in their early stage, giving patients their best chance at beating this disease. This year, more than 600,000 Americans will die from cancer. This number could easily be reduced with early detection tools. For Congress, this means ensuring that Americans have access to the most effective tool to help combat this disease. Medicare laws do not currently provide for timely coverage of these technologies, but we can make a difference right here today by passing this bill. We must promote steps to create a pathway for coverage and access for early detection. IMSTED bill will do this, this IMSTED bill will do this, but like so many similar pieces of legislation we must pass, we must do everything we can to defeat cancer. In closing, my mother believed in community. She believed that knowledge mattered. She believed that no one should be left behind, and she strove to build bridges and tear down walls of injustice. Her life's work was about service, public service, about caring, about making sure that people had what they needed to flourish. I say to you, my colleagues, let's unanimously pass this bill one more time, and let us be tireless in our efforts until we get this bill passed in the Senate and on the desk of the President and signed into law. With that, I yield back the balance of my time, and again, I say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell. You definitely followed your mother's advice, and you bloomed where you were planted. So, pretty amazing. Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 842, the Nancy Gardner Sewell Medicare Multi-Cancer Early Detection Screening Coverage Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Patrick Dumas, Staff Director of the Subcommittee on Health, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal. H.R. 842, the Nancy Gardner Sewell Medicare Multi-Cancer Early Detection Screening Coverage Act, contains 2 sections. Section 1 provides for the short title of the bill. Section 2 amends Section 1861 of the Social Security Act to create a new coverage category under Medicare for multi-cancer early detection screening tests. The amendment in the nature of a substitute amends the eligibility criteria of the coverage. This concludes the technical walkthrough, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. DeMoss, in the legislation, are we agnostic? Because my understanding, the current real breakthroughs are sequencing. You know, a cancer cell throws off a dead DNA strip. You know, this isn't old school titer type tests. Is there anything in the legislation that will impair the movement towards the sequencing style of tests? They're expensive, but they really are the future.
Thank you for the question. The legislation does specifically allow for coverage of genomic sequencing blood or blood product tests.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, right now those are expensive. They're going to crash in price, but the benefit of that is it will see, if we get the sensitivities up, it sees everything. And that's actually the miracle future, because we got 7 years and the Medicare trust fund is empty. In the next 7 years, we go from 1 trillion to 2 trillion is our spend in Medicare. Does this give us the chance to do the morality of the good economics of we cure people sooner because we saw it sooner, and also get the benefits of that, both society and the cost? So with that,
Will the gentleman yield?
of course.
Yeah. So this particular screening testing and this bill doesn't limit future innovation and creation. Instead, it complements the existing screens that we currently have. And I have to tell you that this bill was a replica of the colon cancer screening coverage test, which, as we all know, once colon cancer screening was available and available widely through Medicare, the cost of the innovation went down, and in fact, it encouraged others to get into this space.
And now it's
now we can go to CVS and get Cologuard.
Yep.
So the whole hope and dream is that we create a pathway to testing and screening now, but we promote the innovation that will generate future and save lives. And as you know, many of the work that's led to getting us here was actually funded through NIH and the National Science Foundation, all of which come from public funds. So we, the public, should benefit from these innovations. Thank you, and I yield back to you.
And actually, a couple of the university labs, and actually remarkably private labs, have created some of the new breakthroughs on the dramatically faster sequencers. And I don't mean to geek out, but it is the revolution that's going to change our lives. And with that, I yield back.
Are there additional technical questions? Seeing none, we'll move to strike the last word. Are there any members that wish to strike the last word? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and colleagues, for this important time here as we address some very important issues. Certainly, I want to associate myself with the comments made toward Ms. Sewell and your mother. I appreciate this opportunity to reflect on many important things to us. I'm glad the committee is taking this up. As screening technologies have advanced in recent years, it's become abundantly clear that we can save lives and taxpayer dollars at the same time by encouraging earlier screenings for and more successful treatments of many common cancers. almost none of us can say that we haven't had a close family member or friend affected by cancer. Just in this calendar year, 2025, the National Cancer Institute estimates 2 million people will be diagnosed with cancer. With that number in mind, I want to take a moment to point out how early diagnosis and positive outcomes also require access to treatment, whether that be surgery, chemotherapy, radiation, or some combination of these. And certainly to keep in mind new technologies that do exist on the horizon. In my district in Nebraska, we've been fortunate to see investments in cancer treatment in rural areas which have never had this kind of access to specialist services before. I'm proud to say the University of Nebraska's new cancer center in Kearney, for example, in my district represents another crucial infrastructure expansion, building out the chain from screening to diagnosis to treatment and hopefully a cure. But at the end of the day, we need the entire diagnostic and treatment process to be accessible. Both successful screening and cost-effective testing are products of economies of scale, and making sure our seniors have access to this new form of testing under Medicare will encourage wider adoption and ultimately lower per person and overall treatment costs. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation we are considering. I hope all of my colleagues on this committee will vote to advance this important priority for our seniors. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is good to see so many terrific advocates here in support of this bill, including my fellow Austinite, Nicole Wright. I have long co-sponsored this legislation because it is important to assure that nearly half of Americans who are expected to develop cancer benefit from early detection and life-saving treatment. Going to the Cancer Society Relay for Life in many parts of Texas, I have, however, been particularly moved by those who are survivors of cancer, and have noted that there is one very big factor in the ability to survive cancer that always comes up that you don't need to see an oncologist to learn about, and that is whether you have health insurance. And the data is so strong, ranging from 30 to 60% chance of dying if you do not have health insurance. I think of the woman who came to see my daughter at a public health clinic and who had waited too long, and she was not able to provide her the hope that all of us have for overcoming this dread disease. And so as we consider this legislation this morning, as important as it is important to note how many Americans will not be able to take full advantage of it because they are losing their access to health insurance under the legislation Republicans have approved this year. 15 million Americans. Think about the impact on those lives. Think about those who may be getting treated for cancer today and who suddenly find themselves without access to their physician, to their oncologist, to the other health care they need. And then the other very great concern going on at the same time that Americans are being denied access to health insurance is what is happening to medical research. Anyone who is concerned about the war on cancer, I would direct to the cover story in the New York Times Magazine this past Sunday. Its subtitle was, "6 months of wreckage ended a 50-year war on cancer," exposing the damage being done when Donald Trump suddenly interrupted clinical trials and other studies and research to give us new cures, new hope in the war on cancer, to see that destroyed in a mindless rejection of research not only for cancer but for Alzheimer's and a wide range of other diseases. Today, I think that Americans who go out to buy a pound of coffee or a pound of ground beef or maybe just a cup of coffee or hamburger, they see the results of the failed Trump Republican policies and they feel it in their pocketbook as prices go up and up and up. But I think if they consider the harm done by these policies, it's nothing compared to what lies ahead in the next couple of months with reference to health insurance. Because under the terms of the Republican legislation, the failure to extend, really to take away the necessary tax credits for people who turn to the marketplace to get their access to a family physician, premiums are set to go up by an astounding 75%. That's the increased cost that Americans who are relying on a marketplace health insurance plan will face when they go out in November to get that plan. A huge increase, an unnecessary increase, solely as a result of the decision made in this committee and throughout the Republican-controlled Congress to refuse to extend, to take away the credits that are there to make health insurance affordable. And in my state of Texas, we will see almost 2 million people lose their coverage because of this huge increase in the premiums, the coverage they need for cancer and for just ordinary treatment and care of their families to avoid disease and to be able to go to work in a healthy condition. In addition to those Texans who lose their coverage, everyone on their health insurance policy is going to see premium increases as a result of these policies. An additional 15, in Texas actually it's 3 million Texans will lose their coverage who rely on Medicaid, another vital service. So while I'm pleased we can make this progress today, if we're looking at the overall need to address the problem of cancer that afflicts so many of us that we've heard about today, we need to be concerned with the research budget and we need to be concerned with insurance access, and those are not being addressed today. They are critical to our future for health care in this country, and I yield back.
Mr. Arrington.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make it brief. From the American Cancer Society, from A to Z, an organization by the name of Zero Prostate Cancer, there are 586 organizations striving with us for this very purpose today, and I just want to make sure that they're recognized, and for the record, I submit this to you.
Without objection.
I yield.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this markup today. And I want to both thank and congratulate Ms. Sewell and Mr. Arrington for their good work on this very, very important bill. And I know your mom's smiling down on you, and as she should. Healthcare is one of the top issues that I hear about when I'm home in my district meeting with my constituents. And one of my constituents is here today, one of the blue shirt warriors, Jazzy from Davis, California, is in the audience today. And where is he? Stand up, Jazzy. Jazzy has a pretty powerful story to tell. He's 18 years old and he's a cancer survivor. Jazzy's a former athlete who spent his high school years not on the field nor in the pool, but in bed and in the hospital. In between relearning to walk, graduating from high school, and getting accepted to UCLA, Jazzy also finds time to be an advocate for cancer research. The same research that our colleague Mr. Doggett pointed out was ripped away from incredible universities across the country who were doing great work looking for cures for cancer. Jazzy talked about the need for better treatments in cancer research when we met. And Mr. Chairman, you know, I'm very proud to have voted for the Affordable Care Act, which ensures people with pre-existing conditions, just like Jazzy, could never be denied health care because of the cancer diagnosis that he received. And I was proud to support President Biden's call for a cancer research moonshot. And it's because cancer affects everyone in this room, and everyone across every one of our districts, either ourselves personally, a family member, a friend, or a constituent. And like everyone on this side of the dais, I fought like hell to oppose the big ugly bill, which sadly is now the big ugly law, which is kicking 15 million Americans off their health care. It's going to close hospitals. It's going to make it harder for people to get care. And I know that we'll all fight on this side of the aisle to overturn the devastating funding freezes and the politicalization of the NIH and the CDC healthcare research grants. Jazzy's an 18-year-old, and he told me that his treatment was the same treatment given to patients 20 years before he was born. Our healthcare system, ladies and gentlemen, is going in the wrong direction. We need to reverse the big ugly law's healthcare cuts, stop the interference at the NIH, and fully commit to the cancer research that will finally bring a cure. I'm glad the committee is considering the Nancy Gardner-Sewell bill today. It's important, it'll go a long way, but we've got much longer way to go. We need to restore the cancer research cuts. We need to fix the underlying healthcare system, and we need to keep facilities open to ensure that people have the coverage that they need and will be able to get the treatments that they need. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do move to strike the last word. Coming from a rural state, it is extremely difficult for some patients to even get to the doctor. Between the long distances and the unforgiving terrain, a lot of patients simply don't think the trip is really worth the while to the doctor. They just go, I'm okay, I'll be all right. That's why rural America is so affected by high rates of chronic diseases. Many patients don't keep up with their health enough to realize that they're sick until it's too late. Early screenings for all diseases, but specifically for cancer, are absolutely life-saving for rural patients. Catching cancer early ensures patients are in control of their own health and can properly plan for a routine check-in with their physician or oncologist. This bill is a much-needed step in providing coverage for multi-cancer early detection screening, and I look forward to its passage through committee. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me thank you and Ranking Member Neal for your kind remarks relative to my service on this committee. It's been fun. It will continue to be fun for another year and a half. So I thank both you gentlemen very much. I want to commend Representatives Sewell and Arrington for their steadfast work on health care, and especially cancer prevention and treatment. Over the years, I've had 5 staff members who have succumbed to cancer, as well as many family members. So all of us directly know and have had experiences with cancer. We know that early screening and detection are lifesavers, and to have them added to the Medicare benefits package will go a long way towards saving lives and making life more meaningful for individuals who experience it. But just as we are experiencing changes in healthcare and we are enhancing cancer treatment and prevention, making it better and making it more hopeful that individuals can and will survive. I also hope we will add in our minds the idea of restoring some of the Medicaid cuts that we have experienced, and especially research monies to continue to research illness and come up with modalities and treatments that would do better. And so I commend again my colleagues. Just happens that Terry's mother and my wife have the same maiden names. And so it's a great bill. I support it, and I yield back.
Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend Representative Sewell and Arrington for bringing this forward. This is a tremendous step. I've diagnosed patients with cancer for 35 years, and every time I walk into a patient's room and they are riddled with cancer, there's just always a gut punch. Why didn't we catch this earlier? Why couldn't we have done something better? Because oftentimes, less today, this is the beginning of the end for those individuals. I've actually now been a 2-time survivor of 2 different types of tumors myself, and early detection is the reason I'm here, such to people's resistance. Regardless, I do have some questions, and I think it's important that we understand this. With any test, We have things called false positives, where people are told that they may have something when they really don't. So, Patrick, I just want to question, are we giving the FDA any directives as to what parameters will be used for particular tests?
The coverage for this test is dependent upon FDA clearance and approval.
Right.
So all of FDA's parameters would apply to any tests being covered under this.
So we're not saying anything to the FDA about covering them. We're just basically urging them that they look at these types of things, correct?
This legislation would provide Medicare coverage for any early detection screening test that is FDA approved, which has rigorous standards of approval.
Okay, all right. I always have that small caveat because I think this will do obviously much more good than harm. We just don't want people to be harmed if they're finding things unnecessarily. Sadly enough, now in the age of CAT scans where everybody gets one when they come in the emergency department or people can go buy from their CAT scans, we pick up things that are clinically irrelevant and people end up harmed. And this is actually where good tests really lower that number tremendously. So I applaud our authors for putting forth this legislation. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Today's markup represents a pivotal moment in the fight against cancer within our country. Not only does this markup come one day after my mother's birthday, but this week we are blessed to have so many representatives who have flown in for the Leadership Summit for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. What a symbolic moment this week represents for the fight against cancer. For many of us, like myself, who have a personal story related to cancer, Multi-Cancer Early Detection Screening Coverage Act provides an opportunity to catch cancer early when it is less deadly. When it comes to cancer, we know that early detection is our best protection, and that's exactly what our bill is all about. It's about ensuring that those who are most at risk can catch cancer early and stop it before it spreads. Not only would our bill save lives, but it's also fiscally sound. By catching cancer early, we can reduce the tens of billions of dollars that we spend treating late-stage cancer diagnosis in America. It is in the spirit of turning my pain into passion following the death of my mom that I immersed myself in finding out about the most promising research efforts, the top scientists and doctors in oncology, and I educated myself on leading trials in innovation and early detection. Until now, early detection tools have been limited, but thanks to cutting-edge advancements, new blood-based cancer screenings are emerging with the promise of catching cancer earlier so that we can treat it before it spreads. This bill provides a coverage pathway for Medicare beneficiaries to have access to these MCED technologies. Starting in 2029, Medicare beneficiaries 50 to 65 can receive one early detection test a year until the United States Preventative Task Force issues recommendations. Each year, the upper age limitation will increase by 1 year. So while this is narrowly focused now, partly to reduce the cost, at the sunrise, access to these tests will increase each year. The median age for cancer diagnosis in America is 66, so this legislation provides access to a key demographic of patients. Make no mistake about it, this legislation will save lives. That is why this bill currently enjoys bipartisan support. Over 300 House members and 62 senators are in support, as well as over 600 endorsing organizations. I would like to pause and acknowledge a constituent of mine, Miss Kimberly Alexander, whose sister, Valencia, I believe may be in the audience. Kimberly was a dedicated patient advocate for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, who lost her battle to lung cancer last year. I met Kimberly last year, right here in this committee room, during the last annual fly-in. Kimberly was here to advocate advocate before us so that we could pass this bill out of committee. Sadly, over the time last year, she lost her life to lung cancer. It is her courage, compassion, and dedication that is at the heart of the mission of the Cancer Advocacy Network. So I want to let all of us know that what we do in this committee room is important. It's important not only to our blue shirt warriors who are here, but to the families that they represent as well. Kimberly serves as an example of a patient who would have greatly benefited from life-saving early detection measures. Last year, she wrote a powerful note to me, and I want to share her words with this committee today. Quote, "I am a 9-year survivor," she said, "but I still go every 6 weeks for immunotherapy for maintenance. I've been through chemotherapy twice, radiation twice, oral therapy twice, and now immunotherapy. I wholeheartedly believe all of these treatments would have been avoided if they caught my cancer early. Please do something about it." End quote. I believe no family should have to experience the sting of advanced cancer diagnostic. So we in this committee have an opportunity to do something about it, as Kimberly asked. Let's unanimously pass this bill out of committee. Let's support its efforts as it goes over to the Senate, and let's get it on the desk of the President to be signed into law. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and I want to both thank and congratulate our colleagues, Ms. Sewell, Mr. Arrington, and all of the others who have worked on this bill. It is so important. And Ms. Sewell, I echo all of the words of the gentleman from Texas that only a gentleman from Texas could so eloquently state. I know your mom is so proud of you today, and I'm glad to see you wearing the same colors she was wearing in that beautiful photo. And Mr. Chairman, there are so many personal cancer stories in this Congress and across the country, and I know everybody here, all the advocates, had their stories as well. My predecessor here, Mr. Chairman, was my big brother Mike. We lost him to cancer in 2020 due to a late cancer diagnosis. He was not just my brother, he was my best friend, my role model, and a very, very dedicated public servant. And I really want to urge all of my colleagues not just to support this bill in committee, not just to support it on the floor, but to make sure that we all do our part to get this fully across the finish line and onto the President's desk for signature. We must accomplish this mission, not just for the stories that so many represent here today, but for the countless people across America who are fighting this disease. As has been mentioned, this bill will ensure Medicare coverage for multi-cancer early detection tests. Early detection is the key to survival. As Dr. Murphy had just indicated, research shows that early detection through preventative screenings is 1,000% the best way, the best pathway to beating cancer. It's been our family story as well. And I encourage my colleagues, I urge them to support this proactive, forward-thinking legislation to spare families like ours, like Terry's, and like so many across America from the pain of losing a loved one far too soon. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will be brief. I, like so many others, have experienced the benefits of early detection in cancer, and I'm living with cancer today as I speak. I want to say that the thing that I appreciate about this bill, the observations that have already been made, and I just want to double down on them and associate myself with them, that this bill saves money for government. Certainly, fighting cancer at those last stages is very expensive and a loss to our American economy when early detection would have prevented some of the costly treatments. And it saves lives. It saves lives to have early detection. There's nothing more painful than the natural state of death being interrupted by a death too soon that could have been prevented with early detection. And I just want to double down on the notion that this reduces disparities in rural areas and communities of color. I just want to lift up one example. I remember a period of time, my sister, who had been a flight attendant, seems like every week she was losing one of her friends to breast cancer. And I thought, is there some sort of genetic marker or something with Black women who seem to be succumbing to cancer? And it always was that these were people who had been in a layoff situation with the airline, didn't have health care, and didn't get the early detection, and really died within weeks of their diagnosis. And so I think that I have seen close up and personal how disparities among people of color occur with the inability to get an early treatment and diagnosis. And so with that, I would yield the rest of my time to Ms. Sewell if she wants it.
I just wanted to say that I know that your fight against breast cancer is ongoing, but I think I speak for the whole committee, are behind you, supportive of you, love you, and know that you will beat this. I want to say to the rest of my colleagues, thank you so much for sharing your constituent stories, your own personal stories about cancer. Let's get this done. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for bringing this legislation before the committee today, and obviously want to acknowledge the tremendous work from Congresswoman Sewell and Chairman Arrington. And let me also acknowledge all of the blue shirts and the army of blue shirts that have been on Capitol Hill. I met with my group from Illinois yesterday. Just thank you for your commitment and dedication for raising awareness on this issue and what you've done here on Capitol Hill and across the country to continue to raise awareness. Cancer is a disease that does not discriminate, as we've heard this morning from many of our speakers. It affects every community, every family. Most disturbing of all, many cancers are detected only once symptoms appear, often long past the point where treatments are most effective. Early detection saves lives. It improves outcomes. It lessens suffering, and it can reduce long-term costs for patients and for our healthcare system. As was said earlier, it saves money in the long run. For our constituents in Illinois, across the Midwest, and nationwide, this bill holds particular promise. Seniors in rural communities, in underserved urban neighborhoods, and on fixed incomes often have less access to advanced healthcare technologies. By ensuring that MCEDs are covered under Medicare, once appropriately vetted, we close gaps in detection that too often lead to late-stage diagnosis, higher costs, and tragic outcomes. Moreover, this legislation honors the memory of Nancy Gardner Sewell, whose life and loss remind us how cruel and indiscriminate cancer can be. And there's been many stories shared here today, and hopefully this legislation will lead to a lot less of those stories happening across the country. I applaud my Ways and Means colleagues for taking a strong look at common sense solutions that will help deliver high quality, patient-centered, innovative care. And that's what this legislation does. In closing, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Let us give our seniors the best chance at detecting cancer early. Let us reaffirm our commitment to innovation in healthcare that works for everyone. And I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Byer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word. And I, too, would like to thank all my colleagues for their efforts to expand access to early cancer screening, especially Congresswoman Sewell, Congressman Arrington. I know this is a deeply personal issue for all of us here, the majority of American families who've been directly affected by cancer. I lost my mother, my sister. I've been deeply interested in improving diagnosis for some time. More than 1 million Americans have a misdiagnosis every year that results in death or disability. There's a bill out there that we work on together to help with that. This is a good bill. But yesterday, the Annals of Internal Medicine released a systemic review of the very class of screening tests under consideration today. The conclusion, and I quote, "No controlled studies are completed that report benefits of screening with multi-cancer detection tests. Evidence was just insufficient to evaluate harms and accuracy. Accuracy varies by test and study design, period. And this variance is why it's essential that this bill includes the provision regarding the United States Preventive Services Task Force. It's very important because the Preventive Services Task Force ensures that the Medicare beneficiaries get access to the best and the most accurate tests for them. So the access to these tests helps rather than harms a Medicare patient's cancer diagnosis journey. But look, I'm deeply worried that the task force won't be able to validate and support access to the multi-detection cancer tests if it doesn't exist. The entire Department of Health and Human Services reportedly has developed plans to fire the entire Preventive Services Task Force. And this would leave a huge hole in the long-term plan laid out by this legislation. This bill shows that there's clear bipartisan recognition that the task force is the body best equipped to understand these tests and issue recommendations on how they should be used. So I look forward to working with my friends and colleagues to ensure a smooth path forward to deliver the benefits promised by this important bill, and thank my colleagues for their leadership. Yield back.
Are there additional members that wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, we will move to amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 842 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 842 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? Yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? Yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? Yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? Yes. Dr. Murphy?
Yes.
Dr. Murphy? Yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? Yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe? Yes.
Miller time.
Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? Yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach? Yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? Yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? Yes. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis? Yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? Yes. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom? Yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller? Yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? Yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? Yes. Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett?
Yes.
Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell?
In memory of Nancy Gardner Sewell, yes.
Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Snyder? Mr. Snyder? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Swazi. Chairman Smith?
Yes. How is Mr. Swazi recorded?
Mr. Swazi is not recorded. Mr. Swazi, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 43 and the noes are 0.
There being 43 yeses and 0 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 842 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 842 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. I want to thank you all for joining us again today. I especially want to thank a constituent from God's country, a friend of mine, Ms. Holly Littner, who is a cancer survivor. She has been a friend for more than 15 years, so it's a pleasure to see you out there. Our next order of business is H.R. 4313, the Hospital and Patient Services Modernization Act, introduced by the Vice Chair of the Ways and Means Committee, Representative Buchanan, and our colleagues, Representative Evans. Often the highest quality of care a patient can receive comes not in a hospital, but in their home. Care administered in the home comes with a lower cost and a built-in level of comfort and convenience that cannot be provided in the clinical setting. This legislation would extend the hospital at home program, a unique model of care delivery, for another 5 years. As a chairman of the Ways and Means Health Subcommittee, with roughly 200,000 seniors living in his district and 23 hospitals in the state of Florida participating in the hospital at home program, Representative Buchanan, working with Representative Evans, is building a strong bipartisan and bicameral consensus around this important policy, and I encourage this committee to follow their lead. I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, for his opening statement.
Thank you. And Terry, I'd like to also thank you for your leadership. I lost my mother in a short period of time, in the same scenario. So thank you, God bless you, and we appreciate you having your fans here and the team here today. I'd like to thank Chairman Smith for moving forward with my legislation allowing hospitals to treat Medicare patients who need inpatient care safely in their home. During the pandemic, CMS established a hospital at home waiver to provide hospitals with the flexibility to care for patients from the comfort of their home and convenience of their home. The hospital at home program has been very successful. A recent report from CMS showed allowing patients to be treated in a more familiar environment accelerates recovery time, lowers mortality rates, and reduces the risk of infections and falls. Without congressional action, the temporary waiver authority will be waived at the end of September. I'm thrilled to say that my bill would extend the success of the program, hospital at home program, for an additional 5 years and require a vigorous study to make sure that we're moving clearly in the right direction. An extension of this program would ensure more than 200 hospitals in 34 states, including 23 hospitals in Florida, can continue to provide quality care to the patients at home. More than 140 leading healthcare organizations, including hospitals, health systems, provider groups, and patients, have submitted letters of support for this important piece of legislation. Mr. Chairman, I ask to enter the letters into the record.
Without objection.
I want to thank Mr. Smucker and Mr. Evans for their leadership and working together, for their bipartisan leadership on this important bill. Also, it's budget neutral, which I was excited about. I look forward to advancing hospital at homes through the committee and ultimately to the President's desk. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me yield to our very distinguished colleague, one of the authors of this legislation, Mr. Evans from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank you and the ranking member for the comments you made. I greatly appreciate being on this committee. So again, I want to thank you for that. I'm happy to be co-leading this bill with Chairman Buchanan and Congressman Smucker. I'm happy at home, the hospital program providing hospital-level services in the safety and comfort of people's homes. This type of treatment creates positive patient interactions with our healthcare system, improves healthcare outcomes, and saves hospital money. For example, the Philadelphia area Redeemer Health Hospital program includes frequent visits from nurses and doctors, home delivery meals, and services. Even more hospitals in my district, more interest in implementing the hospital home program. 5-year extension provides stability for hospitals, allowing them to invest in the program. This is critical, especially as hospitals are facing difficult changes to create healthcare's funding. This bill includes comprehensive reviews so we can learn from the good work being done and make improvements in the program. I look forward to the hospitals at home program, increasing innovation, reaching many more seniors and Medicaid beneficiaries. Again, I'd like to thank particularly the members and the ranking members for the recognition. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 4313, the Hospital and Patient Services Modernization Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of an amendment. I will now turn to Patrick Dumas, Staff Director of the Subcommittee on Health, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal. H.R. 4313, the Hospital Inpatient Services Modernization Act, contains 3 sections. Section 1 provides for the short title of the bill. Section 2 amends Section 1866G of the Social Security Act to extend the Acute Hospital at Home initiative through fiscal year 2030. Section 3 also amends Section 1866G of the Social Security Act to provide for a study on the Hospital at Home initiative to better inform outcomes and effectiveness of the initiative. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes a technical correction to the bill. This concludes the technical walkthrough, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. Moore.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just have a brief question. Is there any funding in this bill or recommendations toward funding associated with it?
This bill does not contain any funding, but as Mr. Buchanan noted, it does not have a significant CBO scoring effect.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Are there additional technical questions? Dr. Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick, real quick question, because we've seen a problem with fee-for-service Medicare being discharged to SNFs versus they're not having to go through the nonsense of pre-authorization, through the absolute abyss, morass, and insanity for Medicare Advantage of being discharged. Is there any delineation between the fee-for-service for Medicare Advantage in this?
There's no delineation between fee-for-service or Medicare Advantage. The initiative allows for participating hospitals to treat patients at home, and their coverage would be covered by fee-for-service, and as coverage standards go, any beneficiaries that are covered by Medicare Advantage the MA plans would have to cover this for them as well.
All right, so we're assuming that Medicare Advantage plans would still go through their pre-authorization for discharge for this, just like they do for a SNF. Is that the assumption?
The assumption is that discharge or transfer requirements would likely be treated the same whether this patient is being treated in a hospital or in their home.
Okay, thank you.
Are there additional technical questions in the amendment of the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, we'll move to strike the last word. Are there members that wish to strike the last word? Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you bringing this bill up for consideration. I want to thank Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Evans for their leadership. I was pleased to be able to co-sponsor this bill. This is a really important bill for my community and for patients in my community. I've seen firsthand patients who were able to receive treatment in the comfort and convenience of their homes rather than in a facility, which is what they preferred, and I think they received better care as a result of being able to do it in their homes. Over 31,000 patients received acute level care in their homes as of October 2024. And then besides, this is what consumers, patients want, the studies show that hospital systems achieve savings of 19% on those patients because they required a shorter average length of stay and used fewer unnecessary services. Certainly a number of hospitals in my district have used this waiver, the hospital at home waiver, with really great results. For example, one system with a hospital in my community has accepted more than 800 patients across all of their facilities, freeing up more than 1,500 hospital bed days and saving, in their estimation, approximately $1.1 million. So I really think this is a great program. We should be encouraging more programs like this, which allow medical providers to innovate and care for their patients with better quality care that decreases costs over the long run. And of course, at the end of this month, if we do not extend this, the hospital-at-home waiver will expire. But taking action this week would prevent that. So by extending the waiver for 5 years, it would give hospitals the certainty that they need to be able to continue to build out programs like this and continue to serve their patients in a holistic way. So again, thanks to Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Evans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this up. I really encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Del Bene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I think it's great that we're here today working in a bipartisan way on bills to improve our healthcare system and continue to lead the way in developing cutting-edge medical research. But I can't help but notice the irony that we're doing so after Republicans made the biggest cut to Americans' health care in history. These bills we're going to consider have strong bipartisan support, but the impact they're going to have will almost be totally eclipsed by the 15 million Americans who are going to have their Medicaid and ACA health coverage taken away because of Trump's mega bill. That's not to mention how the administration is systematically dismantling our public health infrastructure, withholding funding from life-saving medical research, and actively spreading misinformation about vaccines that keep our communities healthy. I sat in this hearing room along with many of you through the night as my Republican colleagues rejected amendment after amendment that Democrats offered to improve the health of Americans and lower their health care bills. One of those amendments was to extend the Enhanced Affordable Care Act premium tax credits that are set to expire at the end of the year. Republicans voted against that amendment. The expiration of these credits will result in an enormous premium price hike on millions of Americans. In my home state of Washington, people who receive the subsidies are going to pay 65% more next year for their monthly insurance premiums if Congress doesn't continue these enhanced subsidies. That skyrocketing price increase is going to force 80,000 Washingtonians off of their health care coverage. Remember the kinds of people who get Affordable Care Act coverage: small business owners, part-time and gig workers, and younger Americans. I was with a small business owner from my district last week talking about the importance of these subsidies. She talked about having exchange coverage allowed her to focus on growing her successful business. She has a family and a business partner. She wants to stay healthy and for her family and business partner to stay healthy. But if these subsidies expire, her premiums are going to double and she'll have to dip into her retirement just to afford her monthly payments. These are the kinds of people who will be hurt if we allow this to happen. And if you think this is about saving money, you're completely wrong. There's a massive cost to everyone when people lose access to care like this. ER rooms fill up with uncompensated care. Facilities close, and everyone else pays the bill. When people can get preventative and primary care, we save money and lives across the country. So while these bills we're discussing today are important, this markup is missing the mark. I'm disappointed the Republican majority is so at ease letting their constituents' health care coverage become unaffordable. I'm going to keep pushing to extend them and make them permanent. Those subsidies are critically important. Thank you, and I yield back.
Are there additional members that wish to strike the last word? Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Premiums rose every year under Democrat control. Even with these subsidies in place, the average Obamacare premiums are up 80% since 2014. While Obamacare premiums are projected to increase by 15 to 20% next year, only 4% is due to the expiration of expanded subsidies. By the way, that my colleagues across the aisle said were for COVID relief and only did for 2 years. The remaining increase is due to rising health care costs fueled by hospital consolidation and chronic disease. Extending these COVID-era subsidies costs more than $400 billion and benefit wealthy families making as much as $600,000 per year. Republicans are supporting patients directly, expanding HSAs for more workers so they can save for care tax-free and investing $50 billion for rural providers and communities as part of the working family tax cuts. I yield back.
Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu.
I move to strike the last word. It is hypocritical to talk about improving health care and saving money when Republicans have just cost Americans the greatest devastation to health care in our nation's history. In fact, today's markup is happening in the middle of the greatest attack on working families in a generation. Right now, long-term unemployment is at its highest point since the pandemic, and the American people are paying more for just about everything due to Trump's reckless tariffs. The price of coffee is up 22%. Gas prices are up over 13%, and the price of eggs is up 11%. And although 2/3 of the cost of these tariffs is falling directly on American families, Republicans voted this week to lock in these disastrous tariffs for 6 more months. And the pain doesn't stop there. It was just 2 months ago when Trump and Republicans enacted the largest cut to health care in history, slashing $1.5 trillion from our health care system. Their big, ugly bill decimates Medicaid and guts the Affordable Care Act, leaving 15 million Americans without coverage. At the same time, Republicans are taking food out of the mouths of the poor to feed the rich, handing out $5 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthiest, but doing it on the backs of working-class families who will be worse off because of this awful bill. And now, Republicans are choosing to drag us to the brink of a government shutdown instead of working with Democrats to stop the looming healthcare crisis. By refusing to extend the ACA tax credits that keep coverage affordable for 22 million Americans, Republicans are guaranteeing double-digit premium hikes starting January 1st. Families will pay more, and cancer patients will be priced out of life-saving treatment, and hospitals will be forced to shoulder the costs. And at the Social Security Administration, the Trump administration has cut thousands of staff at the agency, resulting in a customer service crisis that is threatening the monthly benefits that millions of Americans rely on. And most recently, a shocking whistleblower report came out about how DOJ uploaded all our Social Security data to an unsecured cloud server, jeopardizing the privacy and security of every single American. Yet, my Republican colleagues have done nothing to exercise any oversight over these destructive actions. So let's be absolutely clear. As we mark up these bills today, President Trump and Republicans are waging an all-out attack on the economic security of the American people. Instead of siding with billionaires and slashing the programs millions rely on, I urge my Republican colleagues to join Democrats in fighting to lower costs, protect and expand health care coverage, preserve Medicare and Social Security, and build an economy that actually works for working people. I yield back.
Are there additional members that wish to strike the last word? Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And let me say, I spend a lot of time correcting my grandchildren, making sure that when someone asks you how you feel, you tell them you're feeling well. You don't say, I'm feeling good. But this is a feel-good moment here to be passing unanimously legislation for breakthrough cures. But I tell you, it's a bittersweet moment for me. Because what we have done here today is undermining everything that we could possibly, it's true. Here, right now, we're discussing Hospital Inpatient Services Modernization Act. And everybody knows that being able to stay at home is a very, very good health method. But the very policy that allows people to stay at home is Medicaid. And we've cut trillions of dollars out of Medicaid. So it just feels good to be passing this today. We passed unanimously the Nancy Gardner Sewell Act. And yet we've cut NIH funding so that these invention of these great breakthrough research projects can't be done. And yes, just yesterday, I had a personal story come to my office about an African-American constituent who had tried for months to get into a clinical trial, and her access was limited because, of course, it was DEI, and so that trial had been canceled. I just want to point out that there are diseases that are particular to races, like sickle cell anemia or the BRCA1 or 2 genetic mutation for Jewish women for breast cancer. You know, men are the ones that are afflicted by hemophilia, and it's legitimate to have research on specific demographic groups. It's just stupid that we have eliminated these grants. You've hobbled the institutions like the CDC and FDA funding and staff. And as my colleagues have mentioned, the health care premiums are going up because we have not, in our wisdom, with the one beautiful, ugly, bountiful billionaire bill, did not continue the Affordable Care Act premiums. In my state, I've been told by health care insurers that our premiums are going to go up by a minimum of 75%. And in Wisconsin, there are over 270,000 people who benefited from these advanced premium credits, the ACA, and they're gone. I can tell you, when you're insured, that's how you get access to breakthrough treatments. But if you don't have any health care, you're probably not going to go to the doctor. You'd be like so many friends that I mentioned earlier that found out, that went to the hospital once they became symptomatic and they were dead within weeks. No, we cut health care to 17 million people, and now here we're feeling good about legislation that will have absolutely no funding or research to back it up. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your indulgence, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I beg my friends on the left side, could you guys at least coordinate your lies? Because it's 17, then it was 15, then one it was 11, just so we have common math. And no, I'm not yielding.
Will you yield,
No,
Mr. Swigert?
I will not. Let me finish.
The real number is 0.
Chairman, let me finish. Hey, you guys are the ones who keep making up numbers. Second of all, for those of us who actually are fixated, I am a huge fan of research, but we also cannot seem to have, scientific journals can't keep up with the fake papers, Wall Street Journal. Hundreds of suspicious journals flagged AI tools. Nature, I'm sure all of you, like I, have a subscription to Nature and read it. The fact of the matter is we're being flooded by fake journals, which actually is a real problem if you're doing generative AI and it's mining it. And I wish we could actually have conversations. I'm a big fan of National Foundation for Research. I've helped those things, but I could never get them to actually start to do the discipline of the amount of fake peer review that the peer reviews are fake. The second thing, actually third thing here, is how do I culturally help our brothers and sisters on this committee stop thinking that financing is health care? Work with me on this. ACA is a finance bill. Who gets subsidized, who pays? Our Republican alternative was a finance bill, a little better actuarial distribution, but a finance bill. Medicare for All is a finance bill. The first bill we passed here has a cost, and yet if you actually model it out, it may save money. The morality of cures, instead of what this committee so often has done in the past, is the financing of maintaining people's misery. It's a revolutionary, and it's not Republican or Democrat, it's just understanding some of the science. In my state of Arizona, the amount of fraud in my Medicaid system, we had a $2.8 billion sober living home fraud where they exploited Native Americans. We just had, I think, and I'm still tracking the story, 500,000 of fraud that was sent overseas. The ability, this morning we met with a wearable company that actually their technology is getting almost good enough it could prescribe. Are you going to help me do the AI prescribe bill where we can actually crash the price of health care? I beg of you, and this is for anyone listening, Medicare goes from $1 trillion to $2 trillion in the next 7 years is our spend. In 7 years, the trust fund is empty. Stop having a finance discussion and start having the morality discussion of how do we make our brothers and sisters healthier? If Milken a few years ago did a major study, it said obesity, and I know we're not supposed to ever use that word, is 47% of US healthcare. Now here's a crazy thought. Maybe we could actually have a love conversation. January 1st, Ozempic goes off patent in Canada. Florida's allowed to re-import, Colorado's allowed to re-import. What would happen if this $33 billion of additional subsidies for insurance companies is what you're asking for? You took a portion of that money and said, we're not going to subsidize insurance companies. We're going to help our morbidly, because we know multi-chronic in Medicare, Indian Health Services, and so many things is the predominant cost. What would happen if we actually did something to help our brothers and sisters actually be healthier with this money instead of the subsidies to insurance companies, where how much of the money ends up on the insurance company's books instead of taking, and look, I represent one of the wealthier districts in America. I have people who are in the few $100,000 a year income who are getting 4,000, 5,000 subsidies. Was that really the Democrats' vision when they set up the insurance subsidy system in the ACA? Is that really what you want? Is this an insurance subsidy system? Instead of, we're going to find a way to actually lower the cost and broaden the access to health care. And we're not doing that. We're too busy talking around each other because our political consultants have given us our talking points. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and I'm always happy when my colleague speaks because I do enjoy listening to him, et cetera, talking about lies and especially talking about morality. I have to ask, though, and speaking of numbers and lies, et cetera, how many employees at Social Security are there that are been hired by Doge? How many are in Doge currently? I'm sure all of you know because you pay such great attention to detail. And let me ask, how many times has Doge come before this committee, speaking of morality, to testify? So here we have a group of people that are unvetted, unaccountable, and who have never come before this committee, even though we've asked, even though we sent resolutions of inquiry, but because Elon Musk and President Trump have decided that they're going to operate outside of the Congress, and there's no moral backbone on this side of the aisle to say, no, we're a co-equal branch of government, and they should be here in front of us, and they should testify, so that if we're so concerned about getting to the truth and adhering to the numbers, then why aren't they here? Are they above the law? Is that the morality we're talking about? That we have a group of people that are above the law, who are excused from coming before Congress and having to testify upon the impact of over 300 million fellow Americans? That's the issue here. Don't go on about this stuff about facts and figures and then claim that we want morality when the very people that are making the decisions are not the United States Congress. It's the President of the United States and DOJ. And they were never accountable to anyone. They've never been vetted, and they've never been in front of this committee. That's the truth. It's great that we were able to have a dinner the other night. And I thank the chairman. I think it's a noble gesture that when we're able to sit down together and communicate and talk. I think it's also a noble gesture to start this hearing off talking about a tragedy that happened with another assassination. But it is an abomination, and it is more than hypocritical to have hearings, especially today, on health care when we're taking it away from 16 million fellow Americans and taking food out of the mouths of children and the disabled. How can that possibly be fair to give billionaires more of a tax cut? These are the things, and the group that should be in front of us. And if there is all this fraud and abuse that they've uncovered, well, my God, don't you think they would be in front of us and the American people so that they could see in public, well, where is this fraud and truth? Where are the numbers that would allow my colleague to say, oh, yes, now we have the facts and figures and numbers in front of us? The fact is that they're not here. The fact is that what they're out to do, and all of you know it, is to privatize Social Security. They're out to do that because they're dissembling the Social Security Administration from within. 7,000 people laid off, phone services cut, can't get any information, long lines, and now, in the spirit of bipartisanship, you want us to rubber stamp what DOJ is doing? That's absolutely unfair and wrong. I yield back.
I would like to remind all members of the committee, let's try to be courteous to each other and to please refrain from any personal attacks whenever you're in your 5 minutes. Mr. Kelly.
Anyone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's nice when we get together and talk about all these bipartisan bills. So turning down the temperature a little bit, I'm going to give my time to Mr. Smucker. We did have a wonderful dinner the other night, and when we were all together and not on a dais, we talk about how much we want to work with each other. It's just unfortunate when things like this are being televised that we make it an issue of making sure we get our time to whatever it is we need to do. The country's been through an awful lot the last couple of days, and as much as we agree that it was a horrible event, it's just a matter that it'd be much better if we could carry it not just from our private offices and from our dinners together into when we're actually sitting at the dais and talking to each other about things that are critical to the American people. Mr. Smucker, you have the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I I appreciate Mr. Larson's fervor, but it does not change the fact that Mr. Schweikert is correct. We are hearing lies from the other side about the bill that we passed. And I'll quote. Ms. Moore said, we cut trillions of dollars out of Medicaid. Exact quote. Ms. Delbeni, I think it was, said we've decimated Medicaid in the bill. She said this bill decimates Medicaid. Both are absolutely false. Let's look at the figures. This year, this fiscal year, the federal government is spending over $650 billion in reimbursements to states for their Medicaid costs, $650 billion. That number will increase next year and will increase every year over the next 10 years by more than the rate of inflation. You cannot look at this bill and say that we are cutting trillions of dollars in Medicaid. It's an outright lie. Other charges that were made. Ms. Delbeni said this bill was the greatest attack on working families in a generation. Are you kidding me? The greatest attack on working families in a generation. Now, we don't even need to talk about how working families were impacted during the Biden years with the inflation. And you talk about inflation over there and you do it with a straight face after seeing the inflation that we saw during the Biden administration. Remember this, the core of this bill was a tax cut at all levels. So working families, who you said it's the greatest attack on working families, we are ensuring that their taxes stay at the levels they are today rather than a large increase in taxes. That's more money in their pockets. Maybe your working families don't think that's important, but in my district they sure do. And I think if you would talk to your families, you would think that you would find they think it's important there as well. So again, complete lie about the bill. Greatest attack on working families in a generation. Another lie. Someone said this guts ACA. Guts ACA? Are you kidding me? You know what it does on ACA? It ensures that people are following the proper enrollment procedures and that states are implementing the proper enrollment procedures so that they're truly qualified for ACA. That's all this bill does on ACA. So don't tell me that this bill guts the ACA. That has nothing to do with the discussion we're going to have about continuing some of the higher levels that were put in place with COVID. That's true. We'll have that discussion. But the bill we passed does not come close to gutting ACA. So I can't just sit here and listen to these lies. They're false. Any American who looks at the figures will see that they're false. It's easy to see that. I'm proud of what we did for working families. I'm proud for what we did to ensure the Medicaid, that Medicaid can be sustainable for future generations, because you also, here's another lie you've all put forward. You said 15 million, 16 million, 17 million people will lose their Medicaid, and Dave's right. Get your facts, get your lies straight, because CBO has said none of that. You know what CBO has said? CBO has said people who are losing their Medicaid first, they're people who maybe were double enrolled. We're ensuring that in this bill, again, that the enrollment procedures are being put, are in place, and that we're doing that twice a year. Who can be against that? We should want to be sure that everyone who relies on these government programs is eligible for those benefits. You're arguing against that. So Dr. Oz came before this committee and said that they've already found millions of people who were double enrolled. You don't care about that? And that's some of the millions of people that CBO supposedly saying is going to lose coverage. Non-citizens, maybe you all want to have non-citizens covered, but my constituents don't. They don't want their taxpayer dollars to be used for people who are here illegally. We may disagree on that. And we should expect a very large number of the American people believe that if you can work, you should. And if you're going to access taxpayer dollars and you can do your part, then you should. So asking them to work 80 hours a week, you kidding me? My constituents love it, and every one of your constituents should love it as well. Thank you for, I'm sorry if I went over time, but thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to join the conversation and share how, not how I see the numbers, these are from others. And I'll just pick Mr. Smucker. This is from the Hospital Health System Association of Pennsylvania. Not my words, their words. And it's estimated that 34% of rural hospitals in Pennsylvania are at risk of closing. And context that matters, quote, the analysis comes alongside a federal reconciliation bill that destabilizes hospitals and the communities that rely on them. Again, not my words, this is your hospital association in Pennsylvania. And it wasn't one side of the aisle saying that, making up numbers that the one big bad bill was going to cut Medicaid. It was the Congressional Budget Office who said it would cut, and early estimates were as high as 17,000. So to my colleague from Arizona, the reason the numbers have moved is because we've heard different numbers. But as of August 27th, CBO is estimating that upwards of 15 million people are going to lose their insurance because of this bill. 10 million, according to CBO, because of cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Another 4.2 million because of the failure of Congress to address premium tax credits. The reasons are clear. Congress took steps in the one big bad bill to make it harder for Americans to get health insurance, harder to access the care they need, harder for people with pre-existing conditions, harder for people to afford it. According to the Kaiser or KFF, their analysis in Arizona, and again, these aren't my numbers, I'm not saying this, this is KFF who did a study, 420,000 additional uninsured people in Arizona, a 5% increase because of the one big bad bill. And that's 290,000 losing their Medicaid coverage, another 120,000 losing coverage or access through the ACA, and 12,000 because of the cuts, $500 billion of cuts to Medicare because of actions taken in the one big bill, all while raising the country's debt by $4 trillion. We talk about taking steps to be fiscally responsible. This committee has as much responsibility to focus on the fiscal responsibility, fiscal health of this nation. We should be working together on this and talking about the real numbers that are in this bill. So I look at a family, and Mr. Smucker, you and I are close in age. I look at a family who is 5, maybe 10 years away from retirement, making $80,000 a year, making ends meet, but certainly not getting rich. And because of the cuts to Medicaid, because of the failure of what we're doing, what Congress is failing to extend the premium tax credits, that family is looking at an $18,000 increase in their health insurance. We can do better than this. These are not made-up numbers. These are numbers from people who are objectively looking at the consequences of the one big bad bill. I yield back.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate this opportunity that it's designed to have an exchange on a way forward with some good pieces of legislation that both sides have worked on. I appreciate this immensely, especially a hospital at home. Thank you to Mr. Buchanan for taking up this issue. Knowing that care at home, and when you can stay home, you can oftentimes get a better outcome. I myself am also working on skilled nursing at home on a similar concept of being able to keep folks at home and deliver better results, not just for taxpayers, but for the patients themselves. You know, it's interesting, if we actually used data of health outcomes, I wonder how much policy, how different policies would look, and we can yell and scream about various things that frustrate us, or we can have an exchange here focusing on the future, focusing on new technologies, focusing on the fact that we want the American people to be healthier. And, my colleagues are frustrated. I get it with, the concern about perhaps a number of Americans being harmed financially from some bad policies formed at the federal level. I would hope that we could work together to fix those policies, and instead of just throwing more and more and more money at it, as my colleague Mr. Schweikert pointed out, that ends up reaching a place that doesn't result in better outcomes health-wise. In fact, it encourages even higher cost insurance. We can do better. The American people expect us to do better. They deserve that we give them better policies out of Washington rather than this scenario of throwing money at a problem. I think we can all agree that there's a problem that exists, and that's high-cost health insurance. I'll refrain from some other comments I'd like to make, but the fact of the matter is, let's work together for solutions that actually help people, that removes barriers to care. I'm concerned that we have barriers to care that exist in many places across healthcare, and that new technologies will come about, if they aren't already available, or new approaches that parochial interests stand in the way of. And block that here and there. So let's do what the American people want us to do, and that's find solutions to the problems we know exist because they deserve that. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I just want to focus on how the Republican majority wants the public to forget that they just passed Trump's one big, beautiful bill. To an extent that they went to the White House a few short weeks ago, trying to come up with a strategy to rebrand it, because the American people know that they're getting ripped off in that bill. They know it. And it polls so poorly that they're all running from it. So I'm glad to see that they're doubling down and saying, nope, we love that bill, we're for that bill, we're glad we gave tax breaks to the richest Americans and the largest corporations at the expense of working class people. I'm glad that they're saying that, because that's what they believe and that's what they actually did. And yes, they cut Medicaid by almost $1 trillion, impacting up to 15 million Americans. And that will limit access to working class people to seek cancer screenings, to make sure it's detected early, that makes sure that they actually have a fighting chance against that disease. Because we know that the longer somebody waits to get screened and diagnosed means a later stage of cancer, probably stage 4, that impacts their survival rate, that most likely will mean a death sentence to millions of Americans. Medicaid is that lifeline. So yes, when you actually cut Medicaid, you hurt people that need to get treatment. My dad got diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in 2005. He was diagnosed late. He was stage 4. He was going to a community clinic, which was better than nothing. But in the end, they gave him a death sentence of 3 months. He was diagnosed in January and passed on April 1st in 2005. So that's what's going on when you cut Medicaid. Real life consequences for real people. And who, of course, Donald Trump's billionaire cabinet is not going to notice, because they don't have to worry about that. They can probably buy a hospital if they wanted to, buy the best physicians, buy the best surgeons. So this is what we're talking about. We know that Medicaid expansion saved lives. We know that it helped people get access. We know that it gave them a fighting chance. So to try to say otherwise is just BS. It's just not accurate. And that's what we're going to keep talking about it. Because we know that just because you pass one bill one day doesn't mean that you can ignore it the next day and say, you know what, damn the consequences. Because it's going to have a detrimental effect on people. We're going to keep talking about it. because it is about life and death. It is about that it's going to devastate families. So Republicans should join Democrats, bring up our bills to restore Medicaid, tax billionaires to pay for it, and lower the cost of living for all Americans once and for all. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Horsford.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. First, I want to thank my colleague and dear friend, Congresswoman Sewell, for her work on advancing the Nancy Gardner Sewell Medicare Multi-Cancer Early Detection Screening Coverage Act and the other bills that are being considered. I'm thrilled to work with her to help advance this bill, and I wish that we could just be focusing on the benefits that this bill would provide. But unfortunately, at the same time that we're advancing this bill, the Trump-Vance administration has taken office. The Senate Health Committee now estimates that the National Institute of Health has lost $2.7 billion in research grants during the first 3 months of this year, and their grant rejections have more than doubled. These are cuts that have direct impact on our ability to find those groundbreaking cures to cancer that we were just on the cusp of funding. And I know that there are many of us on this committee that really would like to find the opportunity to reverse these ill-conceived cuts. But my larger question is really, what are we doing in this moment? What exactly are we even doing here in this committee today? We have 5 legislative days, 5, before Republicans who control the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives shut down the federal government. Why? Because they refuse to come to the table and negotiate for lower costs for everyday Americans, something that they claim they want to do, but in fact, their policies are doing the exact opposite. They're making it harder and more expensive for Americans, and we're asking them to come to the table and to reverse those policies. Let me repeat, Republicans hold the power, and they are still walking us straight into a shutdown. And yet, if you looked at today's agenda, you would have no clue that we are standing on the edge of chaos. You would have no idea that 20 million Americans are at risk of losing critical help paying for their health insurance. You would have no idea that Republicans just passed the largest tax giveaway in history, helping millions to the handing millions to the ultra wealthy and corporations while working people get left with the bill. You would have no idea that political appointees, the so-called Doge Bros, just exposed the personal data of 300 million Americans, putting Social Security at the center of a national data breach. So I'll ask again, what exactly are we doing here today? Can I tell you what you are not doing in this committee room today? You are not fighting to lower the cost for families in America. You are not working to expand health care coverage for those who need it the most. You are not protecting people's data. You are not advancing policies to cap out-of-pocket costs for prescription drugs or to invest in mental health and substance abuse disorder. You are not working to advance investments in community health centers or to end the medical debt as a barrier to health care. You are not working to protect or expand reproductive health care access. You are not working to reform PBM practices or to preserve and expand telehealth flexibilities. You are not working to advance sickle cell disease prevention or treatment. These are measures that affect our healthcare system, just like the cuts to Medicare and Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act that are included in your big ugly bill. And you are not meeting the moment. 5 days. That's what we have left. 5 days before millions of people feel the pain of your inaction. 5 days before Republicans walk us into another crisis entirely of their own doing. The clock is ticking. 5 days. Let's get serious about the work of the American people, and let's put health care at the center of that work. I yield back.
Mr. Swazi.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal, I want to applaud the both of you for putting before us today 9 bills that I think will garner tremendous bipartisan support. I plan to vote for each of these bills today. But the number one issue, if you poll the American people, what are the most important issues facing our country, they say it's affordability. Included in the top 5 issues are health care, and health care affordability is a major problem. It's been a major problem for a long time. And the expiration of the premium tax credits at the end of this month are going to cause an increase in people's health insurance premiums. My good friend Kevin Hearn just pointed out that the rates will go up because of this. He said it's a small percentage, but he admits the fact that the rates are in fact going to be going up in part because of the expiration of the premium tax credits. We got a serious problem with health care costs in our country, and it's going to get worse. I was just met with the president of a major insurance company just literally within the past hour. I said, listen, you guys are perceived as the bad guys, a lot of bad stuff going on with people's health insurance premiums and rates, and we've got to try and figure out a comprehensive solution to this, but you're seen as being a big part of the problem. And he pointed out that letting the premium tax credits expire will cause an increase in the rates, and people are going to be hearing about that on November 1st. So we really have to act quickly on this to address it. Now, this may not be the answer that is satisfactory for the Republicans in the long term, but in the short term, we should be trying to stop this pain from being delivered to the American people. And if we extend the premium tax credits, there's currently a bipartisan bill to extend them for a year. I'd like to see it longer than a year. There are some people that are going to be advocating very strongly to be permanent. I doubt that we'll get the Republicans to agree to that, but I wish they would. But let's buy some time for us to actually do the real work necessary to reduce health insurance premiums, health insurance cost, health care cost in the United States of America, reiterating all the different things that Mr. Horsford just talked about. Everything from the PBMs and what's happening with them and them gaming the system. The prescription drugs, the president says we should negotiate the prescription drug prices. We did that under the Biden administration for a limited number of drugs. We should do it for a lot more drugs. Let's work together to figure out how to really make America healthy and try and do preventative things to address the problems of smoking and drugs and alcohol and food additives that are unhealthy for you, and exercise and obesity. Let's work together on those things. Let's work together to try and address the real drivers of healthcare costs that are happening in our country, where we spend 75% of the healthcare dollars in the last 6 months of people's lives. Let's deal with long-term care insurance for people, but let's work together to try and get to a place where we can really address the real problems that the American people face, which if you ask them, they will say affordability and health care are in the top issues that they face. So let's take the cue from today's meeting, where we just saw a vote of 43-0, that we work together on a very important issue, but there are bigger issues that affect people every single day that we can work together. We came to this body because we want to make the world a better place to live in. The Democrats want that. The Republicans want that. People run for office because they want to make the world a better place. They want to help people. And it's not going to happen if all we do is yell and scream at each other. Let's work together. Let's find common ground, and let's figure out how to take on the tough fights that exist out there with some very powerful interests to try and reduce the health care costs of the American people, to make them healthier and to make their lives better. We can do it. There's such amazing talent on both sides of the aisle up on this dais. But as it stands right now, because of the refusal to work together on the big, tough issues, People are going to see a tremendous burden in their lives get even worse because their health insurance premiums are going up, and they're going to be notified of it on November 1st. And less people are going to buy insurance, and when they don't buy their insurance because they can't afford it, then that's going to cause the prices to go up even more. So this is a no-brainer. Let's work together, extend the health insurance premium tax credits, buy some time, and let's sit down together and work together in this committee to solve this problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Doggett is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With an estimated 15 million Americans on the brink of losing all access to health care, with millions of our country members experiencing enormous insurance price spikes, and communities dreading the looming closure of hospital and physician practices, our Republican colleagues, in lockstep with President Trump, are leading us toward a true health care crisis, a crisis in which we end up with as many Americans denied access to health care as existed before the Affordable Health Care Act was ever adopted. The Affordable Health Care Act that these Republicans tried in this committee and elsewhere over 60 times to repeal. And so now they are repealing it for some Americans and leaving it barely hanging on for others. This crisis is preventable, like so many of the healthcare complications that will result in increased emergency room visits when people are denied health care and forced to wait until the last possible moment to seek help that's more expensive and likely to be less successful. Who are we talking about? Diabetics that are forced to ration or forego insulin. High blood pressure going untreated until someone has a stroke or a heart attack. A cancer diagnosis that is received too late to put a stop to the cancer. This does not have to become the reality of 15 million Americans, but if these Republicans continue to refuse to reach a reasonable negotiation on our future of health care, that's exactly what will happen. And there are already some of the nation's leading experts that have analyzed what will be the true cost of this Republican catastrophe. University of Pennsylvania researchers have told us, and their estimate is that 51,000 American lives will be lost every year as a result of this cutback, this 15 million Americans that are denied access to health care. This does not even include the lives that are lost by the way Trump has slashed research without regard, in a mindless way, without regard to the impact, closing clinical trials of treatments that might save someone from a death from cancer or other dread disease. The investment that has been cut in medical research, just like the investment that has been cut in access to a family physician, is deadly for Americans, 51,000 per year. And so today we gather here as Republicans attempt to cover with a bipartisan gloss on the very partisan, the very deadly action that they have taken this year. Sure, it's fine to approve all of these bipartisan bills that will, in some cases, provide modest relief, in some cases, provide only marginal relief. But it does not go to the core issue of access. It does not go to the core issue of slashing medical research that is so vital to our hope to overcome dread diseases. It does not go to those issues because Republicans needed those cuts to medical research, to healthcare access, to help pay for Elon Musk and the billionaire class to get even more tax breaks. That was their trade-off. They had a choice to make, and they chose to go with their billionaire backers instead of to go with the millions of Americans who will suffer directly and some of whom will die as a result of their action. For Texans, Medicaid is a lifeline for 3 million children, for 2/3 of nursing home residents, and nearly 1 million adults with complex disabilities. These are the vulnerable individuals that Republicans have abandoned. They were put on the chopping block so a few billionaire donors could store yet another tax break. Under the big, ugly bill, burdensome reporting requirements rushed through in about a year's time will result in fully qualified individuals losing their access to a family physician. Deep funding cuts to safety net hospitals will result in closures and communities losing the only place where someone can receive care. Now Republicans are planning to take away coverage from 1.7 million Texans, almost 2 million, as they eliminate the tax credits, as they take them away from Texas families. This open enrollment for marketplace plans begins in just another 6 weeks, and the notices are going out now about those premium spikes that will discourage some families from even applying. So much is at stake here, so much more than any of the bills being considered today, because we need to protect the health care of our fellow American citizens, and it's not being done in any of the bills that occur today when it comes to access and medical research. I yield back.
Mr. Thompson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Ms. Moore.
Ms. Moore.
Thank you for yielding, Mr. Thompson. And, you know, I'm sure that the clips of Mr. Schweikert kind of calling me a liar have gone viral by now. And so I do feel that it's incumbent upon me to lower the temperature of this discussion a little bit. I'll start off by acknowledging Mr. Smucker's observation that I said that trillions of dollars were cut from Medicaid, and that should not have been plural, but it was over $1 trillion that was cut in Medicaid. I also want to acknowledge that I did utter earlier CBO reports of 17 million people being kicked off health care because of the One Big Beautiful Bill. And I should have acknowledged, as Mr. Schweikert pointed out in his brilliance, that the estimate was lowered by CBO to only 15 million being kicked off. So I do want to acknowledge that was the truth. But I'm not going to allow this to distract me from the fact that you know, combination of things in the One Big Beautiful Bill, like the 11 million people cutting off Medicaid or the 4 million off the ACA, that's not going to distract me from what the bill did, that it lowered provider tax credits, that it cut Medicaid, that according to some reports, we're going to see almost 500,000 employees in the healthcare system lose their jobs. Hospitals are going to have to pay like $25 billion a year extra in costs, uncompensated care. I do have something, Mr. Chairman, put in the record with no objection. I'm not going to be distracted by my error in presenting the facts, that in fact, these bills that we're passing today feel real good. But in fact, the fact that we are taking away NIH grants is a problem. Now, I do want to acknowledge some of the things that my good friend, Mr. Schweikert, said, because he is a good friend of mine. I rely on him as a partner in important legislation on this committee. He talked about the finance bill versus a health care bill. Well, it is impossible really to present these great cures without NIH funding. And I'll just reiterate that. It's impossible without Medicaid coverage and hospital coverage to be able to really actualize some of the good feelings that we have in the bills that we're passing today. And I do want to reiterate on the bill that we're currently debating, if I'm not mistaken, that it's about being able to stay at home and receive treatments at home. With regard to that, the biggest payer, the biggest risk to people being able to stay at home is in the Medicaid cuts, because Medicaid is not mandatory as Medicare is. And so, even though that's not our jurisdiction, I just want to say that I agree with the bill that we passed earlier. I think this bill could be very helpful. And I do apologize for my misstatements. I also want to say to Mr. Smucker, I agree with you that 47%, to quote you, make sure I don't get it wrong, of our health care and Medicaid care expenses could be cut if we pass that obesity bill. You and I know this is a bill that I have pending. I've worked with you. I don't see you here present, but I would be happy to work with you on getting the obesity bill passed, because obesity is driving huge costs. We could really bid the healthcare costs if we were to deal with the obesity crisis. But all of this requires the financing mechanism of Medicaid, Medicare, NIH grants. And with that, I would thank Mr. Thompson for his time, and I would yield back to him.
Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to thank you and Ranking Member Richie Neal for this bipartisan markup, and I absolutely believe that these health care measures are definitely worth considering, and I echo the sentiments of my colleagues on this side that are very concerned about potential health care cuts and the damage that they will do. However, this markup comes as my constituents are being crushed right now by high costs, and I believe it's due to this administration's incoherent, inconsistent, and incompetent tariff policy. A policy that has led to a tariff rate of 18%, the largest rate since the Great Depression. It's a tariff policy that has led to 4/5 of the tariffs having been borne by the American consumer and American businesses. Every day I'm receiving questions and comments from constituents who are all getting crushed by high prices right now. From constituents and small businesses, from people going to the grocery store, to contractors going to the lumber yards, from my farmers to my semiconductor producers, and from car dealers to car buyers. These are people and businesses that don't have the margins to survive these tariff policies, who don't have access to the Oval Office to cut backroom deals for relief. These are people and producers that are having to personally pay the high prices that are directly being affected by these high costs. Now, the tariffs have not only caused high prices, they've caused uncertainty that's destroyed what was once a strong jobs market. In July, the economy added only 73,000 jobs. In August, just 22,000. That's a horror show that led to the president's firing of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and politicized that data which we need to rely on for governing responsibly. When it comes to manufacturing, that industry that was supposed to benefit from reshoring, it's tanking as the cost of inputs are increasing and markets are becoming impossible to predict. Diplomatically, the president's tariff policy is causing consternation amongst our biggest trade partners and allies, and it's contributing to diplomatic crises. Legally, the president's tariffs are hanging on by a thread after a federal court found that their claims of emergency power is dubious at best. So the reality is that the president's trade policies that are based on his 40-year fetish with tariffs is bad for Americans, is bad for American foreign policy, and it's bad for our American Constitution. Yet in the 119th Congress, this majority is allowing this president to not just bulldoze over the well-being of our constituents. Speaker Johnson is allowing this president to run roughshod over our constitutional authority. Now more than ever, with these high prices, our communities, our constituents need us to reclaim our constitutional powers over trade and live up to our responsibilities as a check, as a balance on this executive branch. It's time to repeal the various tariff powers that Congress has granted the executive branch over the past few decades. I'm not just talking about IEPA, but these other sections that we've afforded the executive branch, because it's those authorities that this president is using to capriciously and whimsically impose his tariffs that are causing great damage to our economy and creating a crisis with these high costs that all of us are facing. That's why this committee that has purview over trade should defend that jurisdiction, should defend our independence, and we should defend our duty to the American public. It is our job. It is our responsibility. And let me tell you, when it comes to trade authority, it's our time to take it back. That's the least we can do for country, for this Congress, for our Constitution, and yes, for our constituents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Are there additional members that wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Horsford.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Would the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed? Gentlemen, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I cannot in good conscience sit here and allow my colleagues on the other side to pretend that this is business as usual. A health care markup that ignores the looming advanced premium tax credit. A tax credit is not a subsidy. Just like you just gave tax cuts to the billionaires, tax credits for working people is a tax credit, not a subsidy. It's set to expire. And it presents a very serious threat to the livelihoods and the affordability of the people that I represent and people all across this country. That is why I am offering this amendment, similar to the one that I offered during the markup of your so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, which is now law, a law that is so unpopular you are now trying to rename it and reclassify it as something that it is not. My amendment protects millions of hardworking Americans from losing their health coverage and prevents health care costs from skyrocketing. In Nevada alone, 85,000 people rely on these tax credits to lower their monthly premiums and to make comprehensive quality health insurance affordable. I want to share two examples from Nevadans who came to my office recently. Sean, a small business owner, uses the Nevada Health Exchange to cover himself and his family. Both his wife and daughter live with chronic diseases. The advanced premium tax credit is what makes their coverage affordable. Without it, his family's costs could triple, forcing impossible financial choices and threatening the future of his business. Another constituent, Ellie, shared that the tax credit saves her family $450 a month. That is critical support as they navigate their daughter's cancer diagnosis, something that we just honored earlier in this hearing. If the credit expires, her family will face an additional $500 a month in cost. That's not just a number, it's the cost of a car payment, of groceries, or other essentials. For her and her family, it would mean losing access to the care that they desperately need. So my question, again, is why would we prioritize tax cuts for the very wealthy and for billionaires and not for Ellie and Sean and millions of Americans like them who also deserve tax credits to afford their health care? These stories are not unique. Millions of Americans are at risk of losing coverage if Congress fails to act. And if Republicans fail to negotiate in good faith and extend the advanced premium tax credit, the consequences are clear. More than 4 million people will lose coverage. Out-of-pocket premium costs will rise by an average of 75%, doubling for many. Working families could see their annual premiums jump by $4,000 or more. And for older Americans and families, increases could run into the tens of thousands. Before I close, let me address one final point. My colleagues across the aisle like to invoke fiscal responsibility. But let's be clear, extending the advanced premium tax credit is the fiscally responsible choice. It prevents an avalanche of uncompensated care that would strain our healthcare system and increase costs for everyone, regardless of how you get your health care. And it stands in stark contrast to H.R. 1, your One Big Beautiful Bill, their deficit-busting tax giveaway to the wealthy, which no one on their side seemed to question at the time. We shouldn't be treating the super wealthy better than working and middle-class families. The advanced premium tax credit needs to be extended and made permanent, and that is why I'm bringing forward this amendment as I did previously, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Florida insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I made a point of order against the amendment.
Could I speak on the amendment, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. So you maintain the point of order?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, the amendment offered by the gentleman from Nevada is not germane to the underlying resolution. Under Clause 7 of the Rule 16, an amendment is not germane if its subject matter is different from that of the underlying resolution. The subject matter is measured before us. Hospital home waivers, the subject matter is more related to tax credits. Therefore, the amendment is not germane. I urge the chair to sustain the motion of order. Point of order.
I'll go to you with respect, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an excellent amendment. And it would be similar where there's an opportunity in a card game to show your hand. If this amendment were put on the floor of the House of Representatives, there are 50 Republicans that would vote for it, and everybody here knows it. The idea that you can shut down debate on this legislation is a mistake. If the arguments are so honest that we've heard today and in other circles, then let's have a vote on this amendment. We can address the issue of cancer research. We can address the issue of whether or not it's 15 million or 17 million Americans who are going to be denied health insurance because of the big ugly bill. This is a clear opportunity for people right here to offer an argument. If the other side is so certain about this tax credit expansion and extension, so certain about the posture that they took with borrowed money for a tax cut for wealthy people, this could clear it all up. We are going to end up in the House at some point with a vote on these tax credits, and everybody knows it. We are not going to sit by on our side for a one-year extension, a contrived matter that lets the majority get past the next election. People have come to depend upon health care, and there's an old adage that we all know is clear. When you start taking a benefit away, there's a huge political consequence. And thank you for allowing me that time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does the gentleman want to withdraw his amendment? The chair is ready to rule on that the amendment is not germane. Perfect. Are there any other amendments?
I appeal the ruling of the chair. We're going to take a vote on my amendment.
Perfect. Mr. Buchanan?
No.
No.
I table the motion.
Yeah. The gentleman from Florida has tabled the gentleman from Nevada's motion to appeal the decision of the chair.
Point of information.
What's your information?
Just to ask for clarity, so by tabling the motion, the amendment which would allow us to consider extending the tax credits would not be allowed to be considered by this committee at this time?
So what's before us? You had an amendment that's not germane. I ruled on it, and it's being tabled. So if it was germane to the bill at hand, then it could be offered. I would assume that at some point that there's going to be an opportunity for a valid amendment in regards to that.
And
but not on this bill.
From a point of information, the ruling on the indication that this is not germane is based on what provision of the underlying bill? Isn't this a health care bill?
We're already past that point. You've already appealed the decision of the chair, and we're going to a vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Thanks for shutting me down.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes to table.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Dr. Kustoff. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tenney. Ms. Tenney, yes. Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yacom. Mr. Yacom, yes. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal.
No.
Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson.
No.
Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Davis. Mr. Larson, no. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, no. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Plaskett. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Davis. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Plaskett. Chairman Smith. Chairman Smith, yes.
Will the clerk report the vote?
The yeses are 26 and the noes are 15.
There being 26 yeses and 15 noes, the motion to table was adopted. We'll move on to further amendments. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an
Mr.
amendment.
Chairman,
Yes?
I want to reserve point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Would the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed?
Thank you.
Would the gentleman proceed for 5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 1 year. At a time when the Trump administration's trade policies are driving up prices for everything, our constituents can't afford to pay thousands more each year for their health care. According to the president, record amounts of tariff taxes are being charged hardworking Americans. According to economists at the Yale Budget Lab, American families are making the least or paying an extra $1,300 a year for that care. And Mr. Chairman, I would like to request that the Yale Budget Lab data be entered into the record. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Thompson, so ordered.
Thank you. Americans see the Trump taxes at the grocery store. They see them when they're buying their kids' school supplies and when they're getting their medical care. Mr. Chairman, the ACA health care coverage is a big deal. 24.5 million people get their health care coverage through the ACA exchange. And according to the CBO, 4.2 million of those will lose their coverage if we don't take action. This amendment is that action. In my district, and I doubt it's much different than anyone else here on the dais, 28,000 people are covered by the ACA. Without this amendment, a 60-year-old earning just over $80,000 would see their cost rise 526% and have to spend 34% of their income on health insurance premiums alone. I supported the enhanced tax credits to expand health care coverage during the pandemic, and I voted to extend them in the Inflation Reduction Act. When Republicans ripped health care away from millions in their big, ugly law, they rejected our calls to extend this life-saving coverage. Life-saving coverage. My amendment extends the tax credits for 1 year and provides a little breathing room for millions of Americans who can't live without health care. I ask that this amendment be adopted.
Does the gentleman continue to reserve his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order. I made a point of order against the amendment. Mr. Chairman, the amendment offered by the gentleman from California is not germane to the underlying resolution. Under Clause 7 of Rule 16, an amendment is not germane if the subject matter is different from the underlying resolution. Subject matter of the measure before us is hospital home care. The subject matter of the amendment is related to tax credits. Therefore, the amendment is not germane. I urge the chair to sustain the point of order.
Does the gentleman wish to be heard on his amendment and the point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe it is in order. I believe it's in order for every one of us on this dais to do everything we can to ensure that the people that we represent have access to quality, affordable health care, and that's what this does. This provides an opportunity for people to be able to reclaim their health care that was mercilessly taken away from them and putting them at great risk. And I challenge the finding.
So is the gentleman wanting to withdraw or move forward? All right. The chair is ready to rule that the amendment is not germane. The amendment that was presented by Mr. Thompson amends the tax code. The tax code is not mentioned one bit in this bill, so it is absolutely not germane. Does the gentleman appeal the ruling of the chair? Yes, I do. All right. The gentleman appeals the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
The gentleman from Florida moves to table. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? Yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? Yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? Yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? Yes. Mrs. Miller? Dr. Murphy?
Yes.
Dr. Murphy? Yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? Yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe? Yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? Yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach? Yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? Yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? Yes. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis? Yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? Yes. Mr. Yacom? Yes. Mr. Yacom? Yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller? Yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? Yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? Yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? No. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? No. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? No. Mr. Davis? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene? No. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? No. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? No. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? No. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? No. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? No. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? No. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? No. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? No. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? No. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? No. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes.
How is Ms. Miller recorded?
Ms. Miller is not recorded. Ms. Miller, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Thompson? No. Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
Would the clerk report the vote?
The yeses are 26 and the noes are 17.
There being 26 yeses and 17 noes, the motion to table has been adopted. Are there additional amendments?
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
Would the lady suspend while
Mr. Chairman, reserve a point of order.
a point of order has been reserved and distribute the amendment? Proceed.
Republicans' big, ugly bill has already done enormous damage to our healthcare system, slashing $1.5 trillion, gutting Medicaid, and undermining the Affordable Care Act by failing to extend critical tax credits that keep care affordable for millions. But one dangerous consequence we haven't focused enough on is the devastating impact this bill will have on Medicare. Because of the reckless way Republicans wrote their bill, it will trigger statutory pay-go. This is the provision in our budget process that requires that items that increase the deficit over a 5 or 10 year period require a cut to balance the budget. And that means unless Congress acts, Medicare providers will face a 4% across-the-board cut. According to the Congressional Budget Office, that adds up to $45 billion in cuts to Medicare in 2026 and nearly $500 billion more over the following decade. I hear from my doctors and hospitals in my district all the time. They are already barely keeping their doors open. A cut of this magnitude would force many to slash services or shut down entirely, and this pain would be felt especially in rural and underserved communities. And seniors and people with disabilities who rely on Medicare will be left without care. My amendment simply undoes this harm. It protects Medicare, the lifeblood of our healthcare system, and ensures that more than 60 million Americans are not punished for Republicans' disastrous bill. We cannot let this administration continue to sabotage our health system and put the most vulnerable at risk. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the amendment is outside the Ways and Means jurisdiction. It actually is functionally a budget amendment.
Does the gentlewoman wish to be heard on her on the point of order?
Well, this is an item that is important to 60 million Americans who could lose their essential health care coverage. They rely on Medicare. It is the lifeblood of our health care system, and that is why it should be in this bill.
The chair is prepared to rule. The gentleman from Arizona makes the point of order that the amendment proposed is not germane, as it is outside of the Ways and Means Committee Rule 10 jurisdiction. The point of order is sustained, and the amendment is not in order.
Mr. Chair, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table the motion.
The gentleman from Arizona has moved to table. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? Yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? Yes. Mrs. Miller? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? Yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? Yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe? Yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? Yes. Ms. Fischbach? Ms. Fischbach? Yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? Yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? Yes. Ms. Malliotakis? Ms. Malliotakis? Yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? Yes. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom? Yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller? Yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? Yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? Yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? No. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? No. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? No. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? No. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? No. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene? No. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? No. Ms. Moore? Mr. Boyle? Mrs. Moore is not recorded. Mrs. Moore? No. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? No. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? No. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? No. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? No. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? No. Mr. Horsford? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? No. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? No. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? Yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? Yes. Ms. Sewell? Mr. Panetta? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? No. Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith? Yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 26 and the nos are 16.
There being 26 yeses and 16 nos, the motion to table has been adopted. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Byer, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, reserve for point of order.
There's been a point of order reserved. Will the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed?
Do I have a choice? Thank you.
Proceed, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me emphasize, I'm grateful that we're having this chance to come together, both Republicans and Democrats working in good faith. I will always support a bipartisan good faith effort to benefit the health care of my constituents and the American people. And I'm proud to support the underlying bill, H.R. 4313, that amends the Social Security Act. My amendment would ensure that millions of Americans enrolled under Part B or Part D of Title 18 of the Social Security Act are able to get the vaccines that the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommended in 2024, and to do so without burdensome cost sharing. The underlying bill talks about the quality of care furnished to individuals, and this amendment specifically relates to the care Americans deserve. That said, I find it difficult to speak to the success of the proposed legislation today while the Trump administration is conducting a full-fledged assault on public health, including vaccine development and coverage. So here's my question. How is Congress going to address the chaos created by Secretary Kennedy that threatens the health and safety of all Americans, including the sacking of critical vaccine advisory committees with vaccine skeptics replacing them and science deniers? Barricading vaccine access does not make America healthy. It makes us sicker. The Trump administration has even ignored expert consensus and is restricting access to the COVID-19 vaccine, just the latest attack on public health. Millions of Americans are now unsure if they qualify for the shot or whether their insurance will cover it. This is creating an unnecessary burden on patients and providers alike. Vaccines work. They save millions of preventable deaths. They prevent millions of preventable deaths worldwide. The COVID vaccine alone is estimated to have prevented more than 2.5 million deaths, over 90% of which would have been seniors. I was proud to vote for the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022, which made sure that vaccines would be covered without any out-of-pocket costs to Medicare beneficiaries. This provision, This provision is projected to save over $234 million in out-of-pocket costs a year for the American people. With potential changes to vaccine recommendations because of Secretary Kennedy's pseudoscience, fear-mongering, patients' access to vaccines is at risk and out-of-pocket costs will go up. Without insurance coverage, a COVID vaccine costs around $140, a price that many cannot afford to pay in Trump's failed economy. Let us not forget that in June, Secretary Kennedy fired all 17 members of the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices and then appointed new members who are known vaccine skeptics. This committee's recommendations have a significant impact on insurance coverage as the CDC adopts these views into its official vaccine schedule, triggering no-cost coverage. This committee is now set to meet this week to determine vaccine recommendations. It is expected that it will result in numerous recommendations that contradict science and will put more vulnerable Americans at risk while raising the cost for consumers who want and deserve protection. Any changes in the advisory committee recommendations will not only be dangerous, but it's just the latest price hike Republicans are forcing on Americans. First, the tariff taxes, then their big ugly bill, now health insurance premiums, which are skyrocketing, and their solution is to make people pay hundreds of dollars for vaccines that save lives. President Trump, Secretary Kennedy, and congressional Republicans just keep making Americans sicker and raising the costs on hardworking families. That's why this amendment is so important.
because it will ensure access to vaccines continue to be recommended by physician organizations like the American College of Physicians. I cannot in good faith stand by and watch Americans suffer from preventable diseases while a simple vaccine could protect the health of all Americans, including seniors, pregnant women, and children. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Schweikert is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the amendment offered by the gentleman is not germane under resolution under Clause 7, Rule 6. The amendment is not germane if the subject matter is different. Underlying bill is Part A. This would be financing Part B and D. Therefore, it is not germane.
Mr. Snyder, would you like to speak on the point of order?
The underlying bill is about Social Security. It's about the quality of care of Americans. The amendment, I believe, does reflect it is directly addressing that people who have coverage under the Social Security Act maintain that coverage without co-pays. So I think it is germane.
The chair is prepared to rule that it is not germane. Further amendments?
Mr. Chair, I would ask for a vote on that.
Mr. Chairman, move to table.
Repeal the amendment, or repeal the ruling.
Mr. Chairman, move to table.
Move to table. The clerk call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney, yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom, yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Arrington? Ms. Sanchez? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 25 and the noes are 18.
There being 25 yeses and 18 noes, the motion to table has been adopted. Are there additional amendments? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 4313 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 4313 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller?
Yes.
Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy? Yes. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stube? Yes. Mr. Stube, yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney, yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom, yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Davis? Ms. Sanchez?
How is Mr. Davis recorded?
Mr. Davis is not recorded.
He said yes.
Mr. Davis, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Chairman Smith?
Is Mr. Doggett recorded? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. How's Mr. Evans recorded?
Mr. Evans is not recorded. Mr. Evans, yes. Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 44 and the noes are 0.
There being 44 yeses and 0 noes, the motion is agreed to and H.R. 4313 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 4313 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. The committee will now consider H.R. 5347, the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, introduced by Health Subcommittee Chairman Buchanan and our committee colleague, Representative Panetta. Accountable care organizations, or ACOs, serve over 11 million traditional Medicare beneficiaries and have saved Medicare over $12 billion by delivering better patient outcomes and reducing expected cost. Technology can empower these ACOs to more efficiently report their quality data, but not all providers have the resources needed to perform expensive upgrades to their reporting systems, especially smaller rural providers. While we should all support the goal of moving providers to digital reporting of quality measures, a reliable transition framework is needed to provide clarity. Health Subcommittee Chairman Buchanan and Representative Panetta are committed to ensuring stability for ACOs while testing a pilot program on best practices for adopting new technology. Our colleagues are once again joining forces to improve the quality of healthcare in this country, just as they did in shepherding legislation successfully through the House earlier this year to expand access to treatments for chronic diseases. I appreciate their leadership on healthcare issues before this committee, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, for an opening statement.
I would like to thank the Chairman Smith for moving forward on this legislation that supports a transition from fee for service to value-based care. The ACO, or accountable care organizations, are groups of health care providers who offer value-based quality care to Medicare beneficiaries. ACOs serve over 11 million beneficiaries and have saved Medicare more than $12 billion. To save Medicare money, ACOs must report patients' information to the CMS. It's very burdensome, and this will help clean up some of that. I'm thrilled to say that my bill would reduce excess regulation burdens. ACO ensure a more stable and efficient process for reporting electronic quality measures and allow providers to focus on delivering high-quality, value-based care. This bill is supported by many outside organizations. I have a bunch of letters in support here. I'd ask for unanimous consent to enter it into the file of the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
The bill is supported by a lot ACOs and as well as many outside organizations. I'd like to also thank Mr. Panetta as a bipartisan leader on this. He mentioned he had some concerns a few minutes ago, but I'll let him talk to that. And also, I want to just say it's budget neutral, and I look forward to advancing value-based care through this committee. Thank you, and I yield back.
I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you. Let me yield my time to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Ranking Member Neal, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And of course, thanks to my good friend and colleague, Representative Buchanan, for his leadership on this bill. Of the many issues we cover on Ways and Means Committee, there's one issue where I and Dr. Murphy as well have consistently found common ground on with many of you, and that's reforming our Medicare repayment system. As my colleagues on this committee know, because they've heard me say it, that's the #1 healthcare issue in my district, which is access to Medicare. Practices can't take new patients, seniors can't get an appointment, and patients don't have that access to health care, all because Medicare just isn't paying enough. So they can't stay in business, they can't expand to meet the needs of the people that I represent. Now, accountable care organizations have been a critical step in addressing that crisis by grouping together practices to coordinate care and deliver value while maintaining choice for patients. As of 2023, more than 640,000 Californians received their care through a Medicare ACO. That's about 1 out of every 10 Medicare beneficiaries in California. Nationwide, this number is even higher. In 2020, more than 10.3 million Americans were served by a provider in one of these common sense programs. Now, California is home to 151 ACOs, more than any other state, and with good reason. These innovative, cost-saving programs stretch our health resources to achieve better outcomes with lower cost. The bipartisan bill before us today reaffirms that commitment, our commitment, to a common sense model by preserving the current quality measure system for ACOs, while the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services roll out new long-term reporting measures. We're preserving this system, preserving what works, and it will allow our providers to focus on what we know works. That's caring for our parents, our neighbors, our constituents who rely on Medicare to deliver reliable care in our communities. The bill is bipartisan. As you heard from my friend, Mr. Buchanan, it has no cost, and in my opinion, it's a no-brainer. So I urge my colleagues to join Representative Buchanan and myself and pass this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 5347, the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Patrick Dumas, Staff Director of the Subcommittee on Health, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal. H.R. 5347, the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, contains 3 sections. Section 1 provides for the short title of the bill. Section 2 amends Section 1899 of the Social Security Act to clarify availability of certain Medicare quality reporting methods and data completeness requirements. Section 3 amends Section 1899 of the Social Security Act to establish a pilot program to test the feasibility of reporting digital quality measures for the Medicare Shared Savings Program. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes technical corrections to the bill. This concludes the technical walkthrough, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, we will move to strike the last word. Does any member wish to strike the last word? Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And although I support this legislation, I think our committee has to quickly advance legislation to protect millions of Americans from the skyrocketing health insurance costs and loss of health insurance altogether. While our economy is crumbling and families face steep price increases due to chaotic Republican tariffs and massive cuts to the federal workforce and funding, our committee must lead by extending the ACA enhanced premium tax credits to prevent over 4 million Americans from losing health coverage and to prevent millions of small business employees, individuals, and families from steep premium increases. In my district, there are around 19,000 people with premium subsidies. If Republicans fail to extend the premium tax credits, subsidized enrollees in my district will see an average premium increase of about 57%. Further, researchers estimate that my home state of Illinois will lose over 1.8 million jobs if the enhanced premium tax credit expire due to the direct and indirect cost of the lost funding. These losses are astounding and wrong. Small business owners and self-employed entrepreneurs make up about 30% of all marketplace enrollees. In 2022 alone, 2.7 million, or 82% of the 3 million small business owners and self-employed entrepreneurs enrolled in the ACA marketplace claimed the premium tax credit. With all the Medicaid and other ACA marketplace changes, premium tax credits are more important than ever to these hard-working small businesses and employees. And so, yes, I support this bill, but I also believe that we need to continue to go forth and make sure that extenders and other premium opportunities that exist for individuals to receive health care are available to us. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Additional members wish to strike the last word? Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. Families across America are struggling, not because we can't budget, not because we're not working hard enough. It's because Donald Trump and the billionaire establishment passed the largest transfer of wealth in the history of this country by stealing from working class Americans to give tax breaks to the ultra wealthy and the largest corporations in this country. Trump promised to lower the cost of living in this country on day one. On day one. It's day 260. 260. Unemployment is up, inflation is up, coffee, clothing, fruits, and vegetable all up. Everything is up. Families are stretched thin, and we need to focus on their problems. But let's not forget that under the so-called big, beautiful bill, according to their own tax brackets, that people on the lower end of the economic ladder are going to get screwed. People who are working class, making less than $15,000, making less than $30,000. When these provisions end, they're going to be paying up to 56% of their income, or 56% more in taxes. This is just unbelievable. Because one of the things we need to do is focus, focus, focus. But nope. My Republican colleagues don't want to focus on the bill that they just passed because they know that it actually hurts working people. While the rich get richer, the rest of us are getting screwed. And we want to make sure that people understand that it's not their fault that they can't get by because they are working harder and harder than ever. We need to make sure that they understand that it is the Republicans and Donald Trump that is hurting the average American. The fact that they're going to struggle and struggle and struggle. They're not going to be able to save for college, start a small business, take care of their parents. That's what we're talking about. And yes, we're going to keep talking about it over and over and over again because we believe that there are issues that are extremely important for the American people to address. So here's the thing. Even Trump's own legislation increases the cost. According to our numbers, Trump's big, ugly law steals from the poor to give to the ultra wealthy, the ultra rich. There's also an article that basically says that Trump's tariffs, if you get a tax break, some Americans do, it's going to get wiped out by the increasing cost of tariffs. But they don't want to rein in Donald Trump when it comes to tariffs. A few years ago, they were the party of free trade. Now they're the party of isolationism and beating up on your allies to try to raise a few dollars out of the backs of working Americans. So here's the thing. We know that they're going to keep trying to rebrand this big, beautiful bill, but they can't run. They can't hide. This is something they're going to have to live with for the rest of their lives and through 2026 and to 2027, 28, and 29. We need to bring back some common sense to Congress. That's why I'm calling on them to bring up legislation that lowers the cost of living. I have a bill that would build housing by converting office space to commercial real estate. It's a bipartisan bill. We should bring that up. We have a bill to actually help average Americans buy their first home. We should bring up a bill that will create a tax credit for starter homes, to create the biggest housing boom since the 1940s. We should be tackling the issues that the American people sent us for, the high cost of living, and then taking on the establishment, the billionaire establishment to do it. That's what I want to work on. Because right now, they're fiddling while America burns. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Are there additional members who wish to strike the last word? Seeing Miss Moore, Ranking Member Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And of course, I just want to congratulate the bipartisan authors of this legislation bringing it before us. And I just want to say, we just turned down an amendment to make sure that Medicare was not subject to the Budget Control Act, which would cut $500 billion from the program. So while we're busy making sure that there are accountable collection processes and types for Medicare, I wonder how they're going to process a $500 billion cut made during the because of the passage of the One Great Beautiful Bill Act. And so it's just saying, and I yield back.
Thank you. Are there additional members that wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, we'll move to amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. Dobene.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Would the gentlelady suspend while the amendment is distributed? Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer an amendment to exclude accountable care organizations from the new Medicare WISER model. I, along with Representative Kelly and several of our colleagues on this committee, have spent years discussing the abuse of prior authorization in Medicare Advantage. This is not a partisan issue. Just this summer, the Trump administration celebrated a pledge by the health insurance industry to curtail prior authorization abuses. And yet, not a week later, CMS announced an expansion of prior authorization practices into traditional Medicare via the WISER model. Traditional Medicare has rarely utilized prior authorization, and in fact, many seniors chose this option because they don't want their care dictated by their insurance companies. Now, under this model, providers in 6 states, including my home state of Washington, will be forced to submit prior authorization requests for patients with traditional Medicare. The administration touts this model as voluntary, but it's only voluntary for the private companies, including Medicare Advantage plans, who will be paid to deny care and manage this prior authorization process. Patients and providers in these 6 states have no choice. Prior authorization increases provider burden. It takes time away from patients, limits patients' access to life-saving care, and creates unnecessary administrative burdens. Multiple Health and Human Services Office of the Inspector General reports have found prior authorization abuses. One 2018 report found that 75% of denied prior authorization requests were overturned upon appeal, suggesting inappropriate initial denials were widespread. Why would we want to expand this problematic process into traditional Medicare? I've urged the administration to cancel the model and put seniors' care before insurers' profits. This amendment is a step in the right direction by excluding accountable care organizations from this damaging model. I urge all of my colleagues to ensure that Medicare beneficiaries have access to the care that they need by voting in favor of this amendment, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stube? Mr. Stube? No. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Fishbach? No. Ms. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? No. Mr. Moore? No. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? No. Mr. Feenstra? No. Ms. Maliatakis? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Yacom? No. Mr. Yacom? No. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Snyder? Mr. Snyder? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Mr. LaHood? No. Mr. LaHood? No. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Mr. Hearn? Dr. Murphy? Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? No. Ms. Maliatakis? Mr. Miller? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Yes. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No.
How is Mr. Miller recorded?
Mr. Miller is not recorded.
Mr. Miller, how are you voting?
Mr. Miller? No.
How's Dr. Murphy recorded?
Dr. Murphy is not recorded. Dr. Murphy? No.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 18 and the noes are 24.
There being 18 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 5347 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 5347 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? Yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? Yes. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Yes. Mrs. Miller? Yes. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? Yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe? Yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? Yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach? Yes. Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Moore? Yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? Yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? Yes. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis? Yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? Yes. Mr. Yacom?
Yes.
Mr. Yacom? Yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller? Yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? Yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? Yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? Yes. Mr. Hearn? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith? Yes.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 43 and the noes are 0.
There being 43 yeses and 0 noes, the motion is agreed to and H.R. 5347, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 5347 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our next piece of legislation is H.R. 5343, the Ensuring Patient Access to Critical Breakthrough Products Act. I appreciate Representative Moore for his leadership on this bill and working in a bipartisan fashion with Representative Del Bene to continue driving forward on expanding access to innovative treatments for seniors. Delays in Medicare approval for breakthrough medical treatments and devices threatens the quality of care available to America's seniors and can stifle innovation in the development of new products and services that will ultimately improve and save lives. Representatives Moore and Del Bene clearly recognize the value of expanding access to new and innovative medical services, which will not only help Americans live healthier lives, but also result in important cost savings to seniors and taxpayers. In fact, we heard firsthand about the importance of unleashing medical innovation during a field hearing hosted by Representative Moore at a testing center in his home state of Utah's Silicon Slope. I hope their leadership, and I applaud their leadership, and hope this legislation will once again receive strong bipartisan support in our committee. I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for again including the Ensuring Patient Access to Critical Breakthrough Products Act in today's markup. We should all be very proud that the United States is a global leader in medical device innovation. Since the 1990s, America has been responsible for half of the world's medical technology breakthroughs, introducing treatments that improve the lives of those who need care. I'm personally proud that Utah has become a hub for this innovation with successful partnerships between industry and the University of Utah, which is in my district. This bill is significant because it opens the door to the most cutting-edge medical technology available for Medicare patients and gets them the treatments they need sooner. There is no reason this should be a partisan issue in any way. In fact, this committee passed a version of this bill last Congress with strong bipartisan vote. I'm thankful to the gentlewoman from Washington, Representative Del Bene, for working with me to get this bill to a place where we can deliver these results, and I look forward to continuing to work with her to resolve the inclusion of diagnostics in this policy and ensuring there is no abuse of this pathway. Our bill creates a streamlined pathway for temporary Medicare coverage of FDA-designated breakthrough devices while ensuring that safety and efficacy are not compromised. This bill strikes the balance between previous proposals by allowing manufacturers to participate in a voluntary application process that reduces duplicative reviews at CMS that delays patient access. I'd also like to thank Novacor, AdvaMed, and other stakeholders who have signed on as supporters of this legislation. Without objection, I would like to submit their statements for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All of us should have the same bipartisan goal here, helping Americans have the best chance at leading full lives by ensuring that they can get the most advanced and innovative treatments industry has to offer. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the remainder of my time.
I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, let me yield my time to Susan Del Bene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and thank you to Congressman Moore for his partnership on this legislation. There are nearly 69 million Americans on Medicare, all of which deserve timely access to medical innovations. Our bill creates a new coverage pathway for FDA breakthrough devices, which by definition are devices that must provide more effective treatment or diagnosis of life-threatening or debilitating diseases, have no approved alternatives, or offer significant advantages over existing options. Unfortunately, even after a breakthrough device is deemed safe and effective by the FDA, seniors experience multi-year delays before the device receives Medicare coverage. The Stanford University Bayer Center for Biodesign has found that on average, it takes nearly 6 years after the FDA approves or clears these devices for Medicare to cover them. That means that if the FDA approves a breakthrough device, in the same month a senior turns 65 and begins receiving Medicare coverage, that senior could be 71 before they had access to that device. What if that device could have helped them at 66 or 67? This process creates needless delays that matter for patients whose lives could be made better by these devices. That same study from Stanford found that the biggest factor in predicting how long CMS takes to approve a novel device is the size of the company that manufactures the device, not the strength of the clinical evidence. If a company has more resources to devote to this time-consuming coverage process, they tend to get their products covered faster. This harms smaller innovators while seniors pay the price. Medicare beneficiaries should not be forced to use less effective treatments, take on financial risk, or experience delays in life-saving care because Medicare is too slow to cover a more effective FDA-approved product. That's why I introduced bipartisan legislation to speed up coverage and increase access for seniors. And I'm happy to work on this bill with two of my colleagues on this committee, Representative Moore and Sewell, in addition to Representatives Billericus, Trahan, and Yacom. My colleagues know just as well as I do, we have to do better for Medicare beneficiaries, and we've been working to do just that. Versions of our bill have been introduced since 2016, when it was first sponsored by Ranking Member Neal and Rep. Bustani. I thank the ranking member, the chairman, and their staffs for working on this bill with us. I'm proud of how far this legislation has come. Last Congress, it passed out of committee with 36 votes in favor, and I hope to keep that momentum going. Under our legislation, eligible breakthrough devices could apply to CMS for 4 years of temporary coverage. To be eligible for coverage, devices must be approved and/or cleared by the FDA, provide sufficient clinical data that includes the Medicare population, and be determined by the secretary that the device does not present risk of harm. And if during that 4-year period of coverage, the secretary determines that the device is at risk to cause harm, they have the authority to terminate the coverage. The bill also provides $10 million per year for the next 6 years for CMS to build out this new program, and includes provisions that aim to prevent fraud, waste, and abuse. I understand that some of these provisions may need a bit more work, and I'm committed to working with my colleagues to ensure that this bill provides coverage for life-saving devices without opening the doors to any bad actors. And in the past, we've also tried to include diagnostics in the coverage pathway. They weren't included in this iteration, but I'd like to continue working to find a path forward. I want to remind my colleagues again, these are not just any run-of-the-mill medical devices. These include novel devices that can significantly reduce bleeding complications during open heart surgeries, diagnose skin cancer in real time, ease tremors and stiffness for patients with Parkinson's disease, and significantly decrease blood sugar levels. I should also note that while I'm glad we are applauding American innovation, we cannot forget where funding for this innovation comes from. We must bolster federal investments in medical research and disease prevention. If we continue the path that we're on, the cures of tomorrow will get further and further away. I hope that with the right investments, we will continue to see more life-changing devices that can help seniors. Until then, we are talking about a very limited group of devices, less than 200, that can make lives better. And Medicare does eventually cover these devices. It just takes many years, years that seniors could be living healthier, fuller lives. So instead, seniors are forced to pay ridiculous out-of-pocket costs for these devices or choose to go without them because they can't take on the financial risk. Let's think about that for a second. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important legislation, and I yield back.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 5343, the Ensuring Patients Access to Critical Breakthrough Products Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which will be distributed in advance along with the green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Patrick Dumas, Staff Director of the Subcommittee on Health, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal. H.R. 5343, the Ensuring Patient Access to Critical Breakthrough Products Act, contains 2 sections. Section 1 provides for the short title of the bill. Section 2 amends Section 1862 of the Social Security Act to establish a transitional coverage pathway under Medicare for safe and effective breakthrough medical devices, to ensure quicker coverage for seniors, and provides guaranteed coverage decision timelines after the 4-year transitional period. The amendment in the nature of a substitute instills additional guardrails for the transitional coverage pathway to grant the Secretary of Health and Human Services robust measures to ensure patient safety and Medicare program integrity. This concludes the technical walkthrough, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Doggett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dumas. I certainly salute the good intentions of the sponsors of this legislation, and I'm pleased to hear the willingness to work to improve it, because I think it needs significant improvement. In fact, as one who questioned this legislation when it was considered last year, my concern today is that it's gotten worse instead of better. You mentioned the Department of Health and Human Services, and you've heard from that department this morning with its objections to this bill as it's currently written, haven't you?
With this bill, the HHS, Office of Inspector General, sent concerns about waste, fraud, and abuse, which was different from this legislation.
Well, I'm going to ask you specifically about the differences, but as you know, I've had longstanding concern about Medicare fraud. I've introduced legislation, several bills in this committee to fight Medicare fraud, have been unable to secure a hearing. But I'm concerned today that this not only does not fight fraud, but it makes more opportunities for fraud. And let me just ask you about that communication that has come from the Office of Inspector General of the Trump administration questioning this bill and what it will do with reference to fraud. And let me just ask if my reading of this is correct, and I'll only take a couple of sentences out of it. The Inspector General wrote to this committee on behalf of the Trump administration, "We are concerned that the draft legislation poses risk of fraud and abuse. Across Medicare benefits, our enforcement experience is that fraud follows the money. And so we expect an uptick of fraud if there is a transitional period of payment for breakthrough devices." Was that one of the conclusions of the Inspector General?
Congressman, that was on a previous version of the draft legislation.
Well, we'll talk about the differences, but the objections that they raise, and I'll go through those, are objections that absolutely apply to this today, and the changes you made were very recent, and their objection has been longstanding. And did they also say, sir, that without a reasonable and necessary standard for payment, it may be more difficult for the government to investigate and enforce against fraud that is likely to occur in this breakthrough device sector as more Medicare money becomes available? Was that one of the conclusions of the Inspector General, the person who's responsible for fighting fraud for this administration?
On a previous version of this legislation.
Yes, sir. And with reference to this version, specifically on the reasonable and necessary standard, does this bill override Medicare's authority to only cover devices that are reasonable and necessary for Medicare beneficiaries? Can you just give me a simple yes or no?
It provides a transitional coverage period.
Yes, sir. It does not permit Medicare in the future to apply a reasonable and necessary standard, does it?
After the 4-year transitional period, the normal Medicare coverage process would apply to
For the next
devices.
4 years, there will be no reasonable and necessary standard if this bill is adopted, right?
This bill provides a separate pathway for coverage for breakthrough
Yes, sir.
medical
And that
devices.
separate pathway, the Inspector General does not think is sufficient because it overrules the reasonable and necessary standard, as I was just reading from their letter, Trump administration, to you today, right?
This bill provides a separate pathway.
Yes, sir, it does, and that separate pathway is less and does not meet the standard that the Inspector General, the Trump administration official in charge of fighting fraud in Medicare, says is necessary. He did suggest a number of other things that you could do to establish stronger guidelines than this bill does. In fact, he gave you about 10 different guardrails that could be applied to protect taxpayers from the fraud that he says will follow the money that will be available for these kind of devices. And let me ask you about how well this bill covers those guardrails. Does this bill require a signed patient-physician order, including the patient's diagnosis, before coverage?
The coverage pathway only applies to medical devices.
Is the answer to that yes or no?
A prescription would need to be provided for medical devices.
Does this bill require a face-to-face encounter with an ordering physician before the device is furnished?
It does require a prescription for the medical devices.
Does it require a face-to-face meeting or not? Yes or no?
The normal Medicare requirements would apply
Is
under this
the
pathway.
answer no or yes? Are you unable to answer that question?
The normal Medicare
Yes, sir.
requirements.
Well,
would
let me
have-
just ask you my question, not your question, but my question one more time. Does the bill require a face-to-face encounter with an ordering physician before the device is furnished? Yes or no?
The bill provides
You
coverage.
can't
for-
answer the question yes or no? Just incapable of doing that?
It provides coverage for.
I see you are incapable of answering. It may be that there's no yes or no answer you can provide me, but I've got some more questions on which I would seek that if I'm able to get some more time.
The gentleman's time has expired. Are there others with technical questions? Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Doggett.
Does the bill require data collection to ensure CMS can ensure devices are only being provided to those who need them? Yes or no?
Yes, the bill does require a report on the pathway as well as clinical data to be reviewed for devices to be approved under this pathway.
Does the bill require the manufacturer pursue clinical trials or hit FDA milestones in a timely way?
All devices covered under this bill must be FDA approved and
Yes,
CMS.
sir, that's not my question. That may be your question, but I'm asking you to please, and I'll try to be as courteous as possible, but just to please answer my questions. And what this bill does is does not require clinical trials, does it?
It requires a clinical data review,
Yes,
which
sir.
may
Clinical
include
data
clinical
is
trials.
not clinical trials. Again, you want to substitute your question for my question. Yes or no, does this bill require clinical trials?
It requires clinical data, which
So the
this
answer
excess
is no,
may
it does
include
not
clinical
require
trials.
clinical trials, though you seem incapable of answering the question. Does the bill cap the number of devices that can be considered each year?
The bill does not provide for a cap
So
on
the answer is
devices.
no. Is that right?
The bill does not require a cap on
All right,
devices.
I understand you just can't answer yes or no, but I'm going to keep asking you the questions because the Inspector General, who's in charge of fighting fraud, posed each of these as ways to prevent fraud. Does the bill require there be Medicare claims evidence that a particular patient has received services of treatment related to the item being prescribed?
Could you repeat the question,
Yes, sir. Does the bill require there be Medicare claims evidence that a particular patient has received services or treatment related to the item?
Related to the device that's
Yes.
being paid for under this?
Yes.
The Medicare will only pay for devices that are that a patient receives a doctor's prescription for.
This bill, as best I can tell from what the Inspector General said, does not require that evidence that a particular patient had received services or treatment related to the item. Does the bill provide authority for the Secretary to add these kind of requirements for coverage and payment of breakthrough devices if they determine that fraud is a problem?
The bill requires this pathway to be set up over an 18-month period, which would require a notice and comment rulemaking period, during which the Secretary may require.
Is the answer no to the question, does the bill provide authority for the Secretary to add requirements?
The Secretary may develop the pathway through rulemaking as he sees fit.
There's no provision in this bill for the Secretary to add requirements because of fraud. Does the bill require CMS to audit payments with any frequency?
To audit payments
Yes, sir.
under this pathway?
Yes, sir. There's no requirement in this bill for audits to prevent fraud.
It requires a report on the pathway, but there is nothing prohibiting the Secretary from auditing payments under this pathway.
Does the bill include recommended guardrails from the Inspector General clarifying that actions can be taken against misused AI technologies?
It does not prohibit that.
Does
no.
not. These are just some of the ways that the Inspector General suggested that we could limit the amount of fraud that is likely to occur as you open up this new opportunity for fraud. My understanding is that Medicare, without changing the law at all, already covers breakthrough devices through the transitional coverage for emerging technologies. Using this pathway, Medicare is already covering 2 devices and 2 others are under review. Isn't that correct?
That is a separate pathway that exists
Yes, sir.
under Medicare.
And so there already is a mechanism for covering these innovative devices. They've used it, they've covered 2, and they have 2 others under review. It's a pathway that has been in effect and was finalized last August. And under the existing pathway, CMS must first determine whether a device is reasonable and necessary for Medicare coverage. This analysis may identify a need for additional evidence to determine the appropriateness of coverage, whether this is a fraudulent device. As I understand it, this bill would eliminate the reasonable and necessary standard for breakthrough devices. It would weaken CMS authority. That's why the Inspector General is concerned, and would require automatic coverage if, and this is the magic language that you add instead of reasonable and necessary, you have potential clinical benefit, not proven benefits, not benefits that we determine as a result of clinical trials, but that a potential benefit outweighs any risk. Is that correct?
The Secretary must
Gentleman's
find...
time has expired.
Yes.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there others wishing with technical questions?
I'll wait till Susan finishes. Go ahead.
Ms. Del Bene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, the FDA breakthrough designation is separate from the approval process. Is that correct?
Correct. Breakthrough designation is separate from FDA approval.
And the FDA breakthrough devices are held to the same safety and efficacy standards as all other FDA cleared or approved devices.
A breakthrough designated device approval is held to the same standards as all other device approvals.
And just to reiterate, are these devices products that have to be prescribed by a patient's physician?
All of these medical devices would need a prescription, correct?
And then does the bill require clinical data, which can also include clinical trial data?
Correct. The legislative text specifically says may include clinical trial data.
And I wondered if you could also talk about which provisions in the bill, what provisions there are in the bill to prevent fraud.
So the amendment in the nature of a substitute includes provisions that would prohibit the Secretary from, or Medicare from paying for devices under this program if they are prescribed more frequently than the indication approved by FDA, or if there is an aberrant billing pattern for physicians prescribing such medical device. Additionally, at any point, this based on a review of clinical data, the Secretary may remove a breakthrough medical device from this program if the clinical data proves that the negative safety effects to a beneficiary outweighs the potential positives.
And then finally, is it accurate to say that the coverage under this pathway is only for the breakthrough indication?
Correct. If a medical device receives multiple indications for treating multiple diseases, only the breakthrough indication for that device would be approved under this transitional pathway.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there other members with technical questions? I would also remind members to keep a decorum in mind, as our witness is based on the text that is available, utilizing his insight, and all decorum is appreciated. Are there others with technical questions? Ms. Chu.
Yes, I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Doggett.
Let's be clear. Under this bill, as written, this version, the Medicare can be required to pay for various things with absolutely not a single clinical trial, correct?
It would only apply to devices that are FDA approved.
That's not, again, that may be your question. It's not my question. My question is it not true, sir, that Medicare under this bill, as written, if adopted and signed into law, will require Medicare to pay for things that have never undergone a single clinical trial?
It would cover devices that undergo clinical trials.
So the answer is yes, it would, and it changes things because clinical data is not the same thing as clinical trial, though it's easy to confuse people by saying it is. And isn't it true that you are, in this bill, eliminating the reasonable and necessary standard and substituting a weaker standard that uses potential clinical benefit outweighing any undue risk?
This pathway is a separate pathway for coverage.
Yes, sir. A separate and lower one, so separate and lower that the Inspector General of the Trump administration, I'd ask my Republican colleagues to take note today, because I think this is the first time this year on any significant matter that I've agreed with the Trump administration on anything. And yet this need to fight fraud is so real that without adopting some of the 10 recommendations that have been recommended by the administration, and even then by eliminating the reasonable and necessary standard, by saying that there's no clinical trial that is necessary before you put these products out there and make Medicare pay for it. It's not the same as FDA approval. Medicare is using taxpayer dollars, not private dollars, taxpayer dollars, and we have seen an immense amount of fraud in Medicare. In fact, the president has talked about it at great length. I propose things to do about it because they run into very special interests. This committee has been unwilling to set them for a hearing or a markup. But this one, the Trump administration has come out clearly today with objections to what's being done. We are risking a substantial amount of fraud here, and what the rush is to get this through without making the changes and adopting them in the committee, I don't understand, and I've gotten no explanation of it today. And so I will save further remarks for striking the last word, but I'm troubled by your answers and your refusal to answer a number of my questions, and I yield back.
Thank you to the witness for answering the questions, I think, very directly. Are there others wishing to ask technical questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Jamal, I appreciate your answers, actually. Look, if you want to answer yes or no, I welcome that, but you're here for technical assistance, for technical guidance. If you have more to expound, please do so. This is the time we get with you. Oh, yes or no, just like a yes or no, that's for cable news. If you've got actual context, we would love to hear it. So thank you very much. Is it your understanding that the exempting, so the reasonable and necessary, that language needed, exempting this pathway from reasonable and necessary is needed because CMS's reasonable and necessary process takes, on average, 5 years, which means it can be much longer than that. Is it your understanding that that's a timeline that is accurate, that I'm sharing, that it's on average 5 years to be able to get something approved?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And as I heard from other comments, that this bill that we're voting on today contains provisions to combat fraud, waste, and abuse. Is that also correct?
There are multiple provisions in this bill that would prevent fraud, waste, and abuse of the pathway.
Oh, some context here. Inspector General, love that they're pushing it. They're pushing. There's the back and forth. We accept that conversation. We accept that dialogue all the time. OIG's response is not based off the language in this bill to combat fraud, waste, and abuse. Is that correct?
Correct. Their comments were on an earlier version of legislation that did not include all of the ways to address fraud, waste, and abuse that this legislation before us has.
But the Inspector General has recommended that we have additional guardrails to combat fraud, waste, and abuse. And do you also agree that this legislation includes guardrails to be able to address fraud, waste, and abuse?
Correct, especially beyond their initial analysis of the bill, such as ensuring that the medical devices are being done within frequency limitations related to their approved indication, as well as that physicians are not prescribing these medical devices in an aberrant pattern.
So the same administration, well, we're going to talk about CMS now. Do you agree, is it accurate to say that CMS Technical Assistance has provided the policy within this text of this bill and is what the agency felt would give them the tools necessary to combat this type of a potential abuse?
Yes, the CMS and their administration has shown that there's a robust availability for them to combat fraud, waste, and abuse with this legislation.
I'll also add that the Inspector General also notes in their technical assistance that no single legislative language in any situation, including reasonable and necessary, solves all fraud, waste, and abuse. The language before us represents good faith efforts to work with CMS to combat fraud, waste, and abuse, and there is bipartisan commitment to continue to do so. Anything else to add based off my questioning?
No, I think that was a fair assessment of the bill.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Others with technical questions? Seeing none, we'll now move into strike the last word. Does anyone wish to strike the last word? Mr. Yocum is recognized. Mr. Larson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, let me say that these hearings are always informative, and we should, and they're important and significant, and especially because they allow us to get to the heart of the matter and the truth. I can think of no better examples of getting to the heart and the truth than Ms. Delbene and Mr. Moore and all those who support this legislation. And yet I can also completely understand the frustration of Mr. Doggett at not being able, and through no fault of Mr. Dumas's, but through fault of the committee not having DOGE in front of us. And that is the issue. The issue is, and the photo of the people behind me are going to benefit tremendously from this. And they've been in my office. And I believe that these are workable things, and it's not done often, I take my colleagues at their word when we can work bipartisanly in this area. But Mr. Doggett is absolutely right to pursue the hardline questions that oftentimes are created because we haven't been able to get the people that are actually responsible to come before us and answer questions that this committee might have. And so it becomes incredibly frustrating, and it breeds distrust where there shouldn't be. You know, Cara and Cece Satellino, she suffers from cystic fibrosis. And she was diagnosed at 12 days. And part of what's happening here is going to provide the opportunity for healing and curing, something the Congress ought to think about as well in terms of the very process that we're under. I'm going to support this legislation, and I previously had similar questions that Mr. Doggett has raised. I still have those questions, but I've heard my colleagues give their word. But Peter Finley Dunn would always say, trust everyone, but cut the cards. And the cutting the cards requires that those that have the information and that could easily come before us and give us those yes or no answers are with the administration. And you heard Mr. Doggett talk about, hey, this is one of the few times where he might be aligned with them. I'm still aghast by that, but nonetheless, that is what this should be about. I commend our colleagues for working so hard to produce this kind of work, and they are both thorough and competent, as is Mr. Doggett. And this is what a democracy should be about, and committee hearings should be all about. But the cloud that hangs over this is that we've never had anyone from DOGE. And Mr. Dumas, as you know, they were appointed, and they have no accountability. None. Zero. And they have access to all kinds of data and information. That is an enormous problem for the American people, not only in terms of what's happening in this committee today, but long-term over information and data that's being compromised. And I'll have more to say about that later on, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Recognized to strike the last word, Mr. Yaka.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to co-lead H.R. 5343, the Ensuring Patient Access to Critical Breakthrough Products Act, with my Ways and Means colleagues Blake Moore, Susan Delbene, and Terry Sewell. This bill is critical to ensuring Hoosier seniors have access to the best and most advanced medical devices available. Currently, after the FDA approves a new medical device, it must go through a separate coverage determination process by CMS before it will be covered by Medicare. This can create multi-year delays for treatment options for seniors facing devastating conditions or life-threatening illnesses. This common sense bill establishes a pathway that allows groundbreaking medical devices to receive temporary Medicare coverage while they go through CMS's coverage process. Faster access to these treatment options can be the difference between life and death in some cases. Innovation is essential to driving down healthcare costs and increasing quality and access to care. This bill helps foster innovation by removing burdensome red tape and getting groundbreaking medical devices to seniors faster. Mr. Chairman, thank you for including this important bipartisan bill in today's markup. I look forward to voting for it and urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize to strike the last word, Mr. Doggett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all want access to cutting-edge treatments and technologies as quickly as we can possibly get them. But we don't want false hope created by defective products. We don't want false hope created by fraudsters. When suffering from a dreaded condition, the promise of relief is invaluable, but innovation is only as valuable as the ability to access and afford it. We're considering this bill in the context of significant reductions in access and significant interference with the work of federal agencies, including the Food and Drug Administration. It's important to recognize that when this bill was considered previously, we heard from a number of the medical specialty groups that are most engaged with new medical devices. The American Association of Neurological Surgeons expressed concern about denying Medicare the authority to demand clinical trials. The Society of Thoracic Surgeons shared similar concerns and emphasized the importance of ensuring patient safety with clinical trials and reasonable guidelines. The American College of Cardiology offered additional critique and made a point that is directly responsive to the claim that if FDA approves it, don't worry about it. The American College of Cardiology, and I quote, "Evidence exists that FDA-mandated post-market studies are not reliably completed." And keep in mind, this is a comment they made before President Trump began wrecking the FDA, dismissing and encouraging some of the most experienced leadership in the FDA to depart. It's that FDA upon which we would be relying under this bill. The American College of Cardiology continues, "This provides good reason to support explicit assessment of effectiveness and safety in Medicare beneficiaries. Without consequences, it is uncertain such assessment will consistently be completed." The committee has heard similar concerns from researchers at Yale, from the Medicare Rights Center, and the Center for Medicare Advocacy. And today it heard from the Trump administration itself. And we've heard no explanation of why the rush to have this bill go out of committee. In fact, there should have been a thorough hearing on each of the concerns that have been raised. I want innovation, but I want innovation that solves problems, that help people that suffer from sickness, from dread diseases, and does not offer false hopes. There's been some discussion today about which version of the bill the Trump administration was responding to. Well, they responded today to the most recent version that they had, but whether there have been minor tweaks to the bill since they made that observation, there are two key points that, despite the difficulty of getting a straight answer on it, are very applicable. Number one, the reasonable and necessary standard has been removed from this bill. That's at the core of what these medical specialty groups and the Trump administration have said is necessary to prevent fraud. But even more importantly, as the specialty groups indicate, it is important to prevent harm to patients, medical safety for patients, because safety is right up there with preventing fraud as a top concern. And the second thing, again, clearly, while it's easy to confuse the terminology, clinical data and clinical trial, There is zero trial, not a single medical trial, clinical trial out in the field to see how the product actually works is required by this bill. That's removed from the bill. And that's why I say this bill is worse than the one that we considered last year that I had concerns about. My aim isn't to condemn all these medical devices. In fact, Austin, like Utah, is a place where innovation is central, where many medical devices are being developed. I want to see them come to market as quickly as possible. But the other thing we learned through the questions is that Medicare already has a system in place for encouraging innovation. They've already approved through that system 2 medical devices, and they have 2 more under current review. Why that system can't be used with some modification has never been explained. So I sympathize and support the intent of the bill, the good intentions of the authors of the bill. We all share the goal of ensuring that those on Medicare can receive innovative technologies just as quickly as possible. But we must do more in a careful manner that safeguards patient health and well-being and protects taxpayers from fraud. It's for that reason, the failure of the bill and the rushing it through without the safeguards, that I have no choice but to vote no again with regard to it again today. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Ms. Chu for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. I would very much like to accelerate access to promising new technologies for Medicare patients, but I remain concerned that by passing this bill, Medicare will be deprived of their responsibility to prove safety and effectiveness for patients over 65. The FDA has no such mandate for their approval, and so by automatically granting coverage to every device with an FDA breakthrough designation, Medicare will no longer have that ability to zero in on the safety of these devices for seniors. Therefore, I will reluctantly vote no. The responsibility is what CMS put in place last year with their pathway that speeds access to new devices, but still requires them to meet the reasonable and necessary standard and undergo post-market evidence collection. That process protects beneficiaries from harm and prevents the program from being exploited by manufacturers charging inflated prices. Now I have to also address the larger context. I have serious concerns about my Republican colleagues using this legislation to present themselves as champions of medical innovation. But you cannot champion innovation while dismantling the very institutions that make it possible. Over the last 9 months, the Trump administration has gutted our health agencies by firing Food and Drug Administration scientists, slashing the National Institutes of Health budget, disbanding advisory panels, and undermining the very experts who ensure that medical products are safe and effective. Those attacks will only make the risks of this bill even greater. What's more, in July, the Congressional Budget Office released a report showing that a 10% cut to the NIH and a 9-month delay in Food and Drug Administration review times would lead to 53 fewer new drugs approved for patients. That's 53 fewer lifelines for patients waiting on treatments for cancer, Alzheimer's, cardiovascular disease, and rare diseases. But the Trump administration is not proposing a 10% cut. They are proposing a nearly 40% cut to the NIH budget, a cut so deep that CBO's own model cannot even calculate the devastation. So let's be clear. You cannot gut the NIH, fire the FDA scientists, cripple the Department of Health and Human Services, and then claim to care about innovation. I yield back.
Are there others wishing to strike the last word? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? The question is on agreeing to the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those no, In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. No request for roll call. Roll call. Is there a request for a roll call vote? The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney, yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom, yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Evans? Mr. Schneider? Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Ms. Sewell is not recorded. Ms. Sewell, yes. Mr. Estes? Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Byer? Mr. Evans? Mr. Schneider? Mr. Gomez? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
That was Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore?
Ms. Moore, yes. Ms. Moore, no.
Mr. Gomez is
Mr.
recognized.
Gomez is not recorded. Mr. Gomez, yes.
be a discrepancy. Must be a discrepancy.
Well, people walking in and out. People coming
How is Mr. Evans recorded?
Mr. Evans is not recorded.
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Evans, yes.
Clerk will report.
The yeses are 38 and the nos are 3.
There being 38 yeses and 3 nos, the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 5343 as amended to the House of Representatives.
Question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 5343 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, yes. Ms. Miller? Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy?
Yes.
Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney, yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis, yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom, yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Schneider? Mr. Gomez? Chairman Smith.
How is Ms. Chu recorded?
Ms. Chu is recorded as yes. Ms. Chu, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 38 and the nos are 3.
There being 38 yeses and 3 nos, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 5343 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 5343 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our next order of business is H.R. 5349, the Tax Court Improvement Act, introduced by Representatives Moran and Sewell. The bill strengthens taxpayer rights during judicial proceedings before the U.S. Tax Court. As a former judge, Congressman Moran knows the importance of fully protecting the rights of taxpayers in the courtroom, and I appreciate his leadership and that of Representative Sewell on this issue. And I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Neal, today I urge my colleagues in the Ways and Means Committee to support the Tax Court Improvement Act, bipartisan legislation that addresses key issues in our nation's premier forum for taxpayer litigation. Special thanks to my Democratic co-sponsor, Terry Sewell, for her hard work and partnership on this important bill. For too long, the tax court has operated under outdated procedural rules that limit its ability to efficiently serve the American taxpayer. This bill addresses those limitations head-on with 4 key reforms that will improve access to justice, reduce delays, and increase transparency and public trust in our tax system. First, the bill updates the tax court's authority to issue subpoenas. Under current law, parties subpoenaed to produce documents must appear in person, even if their physical presence is entirely unnecessary. This not only imposes burdens on taxpayers and witnesses, but also wastes valuable court time. In contrast, other Article I courts, like the Court of Federal Claims, already can simply accept documents without requiring physical appearances. This legislation corrects that imbalance by restoring the tax court's ability to decide when a party needs to appear and when documents alone will suffice. Second, the bill empowers special trial judges who are experienced, highly capable legal professionals to help relieve the court's growing backlog. Right now, only active judges, those appointed by the President and confirmed by the Senate, can preside over certain types of proceedings or issue final decisions. And there are only 19 of these such judges across the land. This bottleneck has contributed to a backlog of hundreds of cases delaying justice for taxpayers. Under this legislation, special trial judges will be authorized to do 3 key things: hear certain cases with the consent of the parties involved, issue final judgments in certain cases, and exercise contempt authority to maintain order in their courtrooms. Much like the use of federal magistrates in other federal matters, taxpayers will have the option to consent to having their case heard more quickly without compromising judicial integrity. And empowering special trial judges with the ability to enforce the law in their courtrooms is essential for maintaining decorum and respect for the judicial process. Third, the bill introduces long overdue ethical safeguards by establishing grounds for disqualification of tax court judges and special trial judges. While Article III judges and magistrates are already subject to these standards, tax court judges are not. Codifying these ethical rules reinforces public confidence in the impartiality and the independence of the court. Finally, the bill clarifies that the tax court has the authority to apply equitable tolling in deficiency cases, allowing it to extend filing deadlines when reasonable. Currently, if a taxpayer misses a 90 or 150-day deadline due to illness, disaster, or misinformation, the court has no clear power to grant relief. That's not justice. This legislation ensures that meritorious cases are heard and resolved on their substance, not dismissed because of inflexible technicalities. Taken together, these reforms will make the tax court more efficient, more responsive, and more just. This is a bipartisan, common-sense proposal that strengthens taxpayer rights and brings the tax court into alignment with modern judicial practices. I urge my colleagues to support this critical and necessary legislation. Let's improve the tax court process so that it better serves the individual taxpayer and the public interest at large. More improvements are certainly needed, but this is an important and substantial step in the right direction. Mr. Chairman, before yielding, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the following 3 letters from the SBE Council, the National Taxpayers Union, and the Taxpayers Protection Alliance in support of this legislation.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me yield my time to the distinguished gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
Thank you so much for yielding your time, Ranking Member Neal. I am proud to be the lead Democratic co-sponsor of H.R. 5349, the Tax Court Improvement Act, with my colleague, or our colleague, Representative Moran of Texas. The tax court has a very real-world impact on everyday Americans. It provides individuals and businesses with an opportunity to be heard in court and challenge the IRS before paying a disputed tax. Our constituents deserve a tax court that is efficient, fair, and transparent. However, some enhancements can be made to make the court work better for everyone. As a former county judge, I know that Representative Moran agrees with me and would be and is well suited to provide those enhancements. The Tax Court Improvement Act will strengthen tax court procedures and practices by accelerating the collection of documents, expanding the types of cases assigned to special trial judges, holding tax court judges to the same recusal standards as other federal judges, and allowing the deadline for petitions to be extended under certain circumstances. These improvements to the tax court will have a tangible impact on the thousands of taxpayer and small businesses that utilize the court every year. Again, I'd like to thank Representative Moran for leading the Tax Court Improvement Act, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 5349, the Tax Court Improvement Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of the amendment. I will now turn to Tom Bartold, Chief of Staff for the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The members of the committee have before them 3 joint committee documents, JCX 40, JCX 41, and JCX 43, which describe the underlying legislation, the chairman's amendment, the nature of a substitute, and provides the joint committee staff's estimated budgetary effects of the legislation. The chairman's amendment, the nature of a substitute, makes clerical corrections to the introduced legislation. And just by brief review, the underlying legislation has four main provisions. It authorizes the tax court to sign subpoenas to produce information for the purpose of pre-hearing discrepancy, expanding the use of subpoena authority that they presently have. It expands the proceedings in which the chief judge of the tax court may appoint special trial judges and permits those special trial judges to render decisions for the for the tax court independently. It also permits the special judges to order punishment for contempt, subject to certain limitations. As noted, it applies the mandatory recusal provisions applicable to all federal courts. And lastly, it addresses disparate treatment of equitable tolling, which has arisen both interpretation of the underlying statute and through decisions that have varied across different federal districts. All these provisions would be effective on the date of enactment,
and the Joint Committee staff has estimated that the net budgetary effect of these provisions would be to increase revenues by $6 million over the budget period fiscal years 2026 through 2035. That concludes my brief description. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, we'll move to strike the last word. Does any member wish to strike the last word?
I do.
Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate and acknowledge the good intent of this bill and the leadership of the sponsors, because it is important to increase fairness for taxpayers and improve administration of the tax code. The National Taxpayer Advocate has said that legislative ambiguity has created uncertainty both for taxpayers and for the IRS. Indeed, last year the Treasury Department indicated that the ambiguity was so significant that it led some courts in many cases to bar the IRS from assessing penalties for tax avoidance. However, invoking, as this bill does, the twin issues of fairness and administration of our tax code, I cannot help but point out the elephant in the room, the Republican elephant in the room, and that is the Republican efforts in this Congress to systematically empower wealthy tax cheats. It's not enough for Republicans to slash taxes for large corporations and billionaires, as they have done in Trump's big ugly bill. They are working to ensure that what little tax those at the top are now required to pay never gets collected. According to a 2021 Treasury Department report, it's estimated that the top 1% of Americans fail to pay as much as $163 billion in taxes owed each year. $163 billion. Trump and the Republicans have been very successful in empowering wealthy tax cheats and ensuring that their numbers grow. Trump certainly has some familiarity with tax avoidance himself. Just last week, the New York Times detailed the latest move in their war on high-end tax cheats. It's entitled, "The Trump Administration Halts IRS Crackdown on Major Tax Shelters." The Treasury Department is rolling back efforts to shut down aggressive strategies used by America's biggest multinational companies and America's wealthiest people. Mr. Chairman, I would move to enter that story into the record by unanimous consent.
Without objection.
The IRS crackdown started under the Biden administration on tax shelters being abused by big business. It was projected to raise over $100 billion over 10 years. Now this effort has been shut down by the Trump administration. That's revenue lost. That's larger debt incurred. As a result, Americans who pay their tax in full must shoulder a larger percentage of the tax burden. Republicans would do to IRS funding in their annual funding bill more of the same. This partisan legislation, passed out of the appropriation committees, slashes IRS enforcement funding by almost half. This is the exact opposite approach that we Democrats had when we had a majority 2 Congresses ago. We reversed a decade's worth of targeted enforcement budget cuts, Republican budget cuts that led to audit rates for large corporations that declined by half, and audit rates for those earning $1 million per year dropped by 70%. That's what I mean in talking about empowering tax cheats. The data released by the Trump IRS this year shows that we were successful previously. Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to include another report. IRS upheld a Biden pledge, more audits, but only on the wealthy.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, that story explains that these claims that jackbooted IRS thugs would be going through, rampaging through the country and dealing with taxpayers of middle-class status and small businesses had no merit at all. The Americans who are paying their taxes are themselves being cheated by those who avoid their taxes at the top. Republicans have rescinded the vast majority of the funding that was dedicated to restoring high-end IRS enforcement. And these cuts weren't bad enough. Elon Musk and Doge doubled down on the damage with their cuts in the IRS workforce to fairly administer our tax code. They took a chainsaw to the IRS, losing 26,000 valuable civil servants. Although this bill today would marginally improve the IRS ability to administer our tax code, it pales in comparison to the damage that has been done this year by Republicans to fairness and to our ability to collect the taxes owed by the largest corporations and the wealthiest few Americans. I urge the committee to turn its attention to the area in which it can have the largest effect on our country's finances, avoid incurring more national debt, and on fairness in our tax code, ensuring that large corporations and the wealthiest few cannot escape paying the tax that they owe. And I yield back.
Additional members that wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, are there any amendments? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now recognize Mr. Smith for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 5349 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 5349 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Smith of Nebraska.
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Yes. Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tenney. Ms. Tenney, yes. Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Yes. Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey.
Yes.
Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yacom. Mr. Yacom, yes. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Mr. Byer. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Gomez. Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Smith, Yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 40 and the nos are 0.
There being 40 yeses and 0 nos, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 5349, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 5349 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our next order of business is H.R. 5346, the Fair and Accountable IRS Reviews Act, introduced by Representative Grothman. He is an unyielding advocate for taxpayers and introduced this bill to ensure IRS employees follow the law when levying penalties and fines on taxpayers. Currently, the IRS permits agents to obtain a supervisor's approval at any point in the penalty process, including after a penalty has already been levied on a taxpayer. This undermines the no signature, no penalty principle. At the same time, agents can seek approval from higher-ups that are not their direct supervisor. Representative Grothman's bill will help protect taxpayers during this procedure process. It will reinforce a fair treatment of the taxpayers at the IRS. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this common sense legislation. I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. On this bill, I tend to give a lot of credence to the recommendations of the taxpayer advocate, but it's hard to take Republican tax administration seriously when you consider how they've treated the IRS. Under their watch, it's been marked by uncertainty and a lack of leadership other than a frontal assault on the IRS. They weakened customer service with mass firings only to realize they needed the dedicated staff to carry out basic functions and work. Then you will recall the years they spent hollowing out the IRS, both with staff and resources. I'll never understand what at one time was a certain bipartisan agreement here over the IRS. When people think that there are not audits taking place, all that means is that they're paying more because somebody else is paying less. The lack of enforcement efforts actually have offered great peril to the IRS at this time. We've been raising billions of dollars from people that should be paying their fair share. They got a direct file, which would have eased the filing season for millions of Americans. Just this week, we found out that the Trump administration halted efforts that were cracking down on tax shelters. For the life of me, I don't understand why we can't be cracking down on those tax shelters. Once again, they sided with the wealthiest and most powerful amongst us in an effort to help them evade paying their fair share. So yes, as it relates to tax collections, Rome is burning. Our colleagues can only muster actions on the wing of a gnat. Their priorities are misplaced, and it's hurting taxpayers. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 5346, the Fair and Accountable IRS Reviews Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Tom Bartle, Chief of Staff for the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Neal. The members of the committee have before them 2 joint committee documents, JCX 39 and JCX 42, which describe the underlying legislation and the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. The chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute makes certain clerical corrections to the underlying legislation, H.R. 5346. By way of background, as was noted, determination of penalties must be approved within the IRS before assessed. Through time, litigation has created different standards across the federal circuits regarding when an initial determination and the timing of a required supervisory signature or the appropriate signatory has been approved. The underlying legislation, as amended, would make much clearer lines that the supervisory approval of a penalty required under the code is timely only if the IRS employee proposing that penalty obtains the required approval in writing prior to any written communication to the taxpayer with respect to the penalty being assessed. The legislation also defines the term immediate supervisor. The document JCX 39 has an error that I regret. It reports that the effective date of this legislation was date of enactment. Would be date of enactment. That is incorrect. My fault. I apologize. The effective date is for notices issued, penalties assessed after December 31st of 2025. That error that made in recording also means that the reported revenue estimate in the document is incorrect. The correct revenue estimate for the budget period of fiscal years 2026 through 2035 is that we estimate that it would raise $117 million over that budget period. I apologize for those two errors, and that concludes my brief description. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, we will move to strike the last word. Does any member wish to strike the last word? Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I support efforts to make the IRS more efficient and responsive to the American people. That should be a bipartisan goal. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues in this administration are not serious about improving the IRS and delivering real tax relief for hardworking families. Instead, my Republican colleagues are advancing a spending bill that slashes the IRS budget by 23%. And through DOGE, this administration fired thousands of dedicated IRS employees. And interestingly, now they're begging many of them to come back, to return to work, because they've created such a problem in that in the IRS. With budget cuts and short staffing, this means longer waiting times when you call for help. It means more delays for families waiting for their refunds, money that goes to pay rent, groceries, or medical bills. And it means more loopholes and fewer audits for the ultra-wealthy and the well-connected, who already have armies of lawyers and accountants. Mr. Chairman, while the Republicans claim they're fighting for working families, the American people can see through this. They know what's happening. This agenda, your agenda, will cut health care for millions of Americans. It will send children to school hungry and put them to bed with empty stomachs. It will destroy hundreds of thousands of good-paying, clean energy jobs, jobs that are building the economy of our future. And on top of all that, it will saddle our nation with $5 trillion more in debt. And for what? To hand out massive tax breaks to the wealthiest corporations and those already at the very top, to reward the well-off and well-connected while working families are left behind? I hear every day from people in my district who need help. They're not asking for any special carve-out, and they're not asking for any favors. They're asking for fairness. They want a fair shot at the American dream. They want to be able to afford a home. They want to put food on the table and provide for their kids. They want to send their kids to college without a mountain of debt. And they want to be able to retire with dignity after a lifetime of hard work. That's what this debate should be about. That's what Democrats are fighting for. That's what I'm fighting for on behalf of my constituents and the American people. We can choose to invest in families. We can choose to invest in our children, in the middle class, or we can choose to hand over more tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. My Republican colleagues have made their choice. I'm proud to stand on the other side with America's working families. I yield back.
Does any other member wish to strike the last word? Ms. Chu.
I move to strike the last word. We simply cannot act like this is business as usual. While we agree that this bill provides common sense improvements in the IRS's process of facilitating and notifying taxpayers of their penalties, Republicans are ignoring the elephant in the room. We can't talk about bettering IRS processes for taxpayers without talking about the fact that Donald Trump and Republicans are systematically destroying the agency that they claim they want to improve. After Democrats secured $80 billion in historic funding for the IRS in the Inflation Reduction Act, Republicans made it their mission to punitively claw back the progress and put the IRS in a significantly worse position than before. And that's despite the fact that the Treasury Department itself confirmed that the funding Democrats secured would deliver far more revenue than it would cost, raking in over $500 billion in revenue that our national checkbook so desperately needs. But instead of building on that work, Republicans are tearing it apart, making obsolete over half of the $80 billion in funding that Democrats secured, causing lost revenue and greenlighting tax evasion from the nation's wealthiest. And Republicans aren't just slashing IRS funding, they're pushing out thousands of hardworking IRS employees, including at least 31% of the agency's revenue agents who are responsible for auditing the returns of high-income tax evaders who play a key role in the IRS's penalty process. The result? $500 billion in lost revenue and even more wealthy tax evaders dodging the system. And it doesn't end there. With their big ugly bill, the Republican Party just handed over the largest transfer of wealth from the poorest Americans to the richest. At the same time that Republicans are ripping 15 million Americans off their health insurance, they are skewing the tax system so that the wealthiest benefit on the backs of the poorest. Their bill will give an average tax cut of $309,000 per year to the top 0.1%, while those earning less than $50,000 get 68 cents a day. So let's not pretend that this is standard procedure. It's not. The Republican Party is dismantling our country's ability to raise revenue through tax compliance and enforcement and make it easier for the wealthiest to continue cheating the system. Middle-class families are left to pay even more while billionaires get even richer. It's despicable, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, we will move to amendments. Does any member have amendments? Seeing no amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably reports H.R. 5346 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 5346 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Yes. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? Yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? Yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? Yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? Yes. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? Yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe? Yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? Yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach? Yes. Ms. Moore? Sorry, Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? Yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? Yes. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis? Yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? Yes. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom? Yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller? Yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? Yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? Yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? Yes. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith? Yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 44 and the noes are 0.
There being 44 yeses and 0 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 5346 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 5346 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Up next, we are considering H.R. 5284, the Claiming Age Clarity Act, a bipartisan bill led by Representatives Smucker and Byer. This legislation is simple but powerful. It updates the language the Social Security Administration uses to describe when American workers can claim their retirement benefits. This will be incredibly helpful to the nearly 100,000 citizens nearing retirement age in Representative Smucker's district and the over 80,000 in Representative Byer's district who would be better informed thanks to this legislation. Right now, many of the terms being used by the SSA can be confusing or misleading. Many Americans end up claiming benefits earlier than is optimal, often without fully understanding the financial consequences. As a result, many of today's seniors are missing out on substantial income over the course of their retirement. This legislation is supported by AARP, the Bipartisan Policy Center, and the Association of Mature American Citizens. This is a common sense bipartisan step to empower seniors and strengthen retirement security. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you bringing this bill up for consideration and great comments in describing the bill. And I want to thank Mr. Byer, who I've had the opportunity to work with on this, my good friend from Virginia. And so I appreciate very much his leading of this bill as well. And we do have multiple Republicans and Democrats on the bill. Multiple members of this committee from both sides have signed on to this bill. And I think That's a testament to the fact that we all think it's very important that older Americans have the information that they need to make good financial decisions in their retirement. It's also why the Bipartisan Policy Center, AARP, and AMAC have all endorsed the bill. And in fact, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit their letters of support into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as you described so well, retired Americans receive a monthly Social Security benefit that is adjusted based on the starting age at which they begin to claim that benefit. And the adjustments currently are based on 3 ages, in particular. At 62, it's called the early eligibility age, and then the full retirement age, which is at 66 or 67, depending on when the individual was born, and then the age of 70, it's called delayed retirement credits. And they're capped at the higher amount at that point. And if you have any trouble following that, don't worry. A lot of older Americans do not really understand what those terms mean, so you're not alone if that's hard to follow. In fact, studies have shown that the current terms used by the Social Security Administration confuse people. And some beneficiaries may not fully understand that if they're claiming their benefits earlier, they're going to have a reduced amount for their lifetime. And so, and another study showed that if Americans can wait until they're 70, some can obviously choose to do that. It could cut the poverty rate for Americans over the age of 70 in about half if people waited for that higher amount. So, Mr. Chairman, that's Claiming Age Clarity Act simply changes the terminology used by the Social Security Administration to describe, to use better terms at the different ages at which an individual can begin claiming their benefits. So instead of early retirement age at the age of 62, the bill would refer to that age as the minimum benefit age. Full retirement age would become the standard benefit age, and age 70 would be referred to as the maximum benefit age. So minimum, standard, and maximum. That's much easier to understand, in my view, and in the view of everyone who's endorsed this bill, and more clearly reflects the design of the claiming of Social Security. So I urge my colleagues, I hope my colleagues support this bill, and thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for bringing it up.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal.
Let me yield my time, Mr. Chairman, to our distinguished colleague from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal. I'm proud to lead this simple bill with my Pennsylvania friend, Mr. Snorecker, the Claiming Age Clarity Act. This bill remedies terminology confusion to help communicate plainly to beneficiaries the differences in Social Security benefits at different claiming ages. I think Congressman Smucker's done a good job of explaining it. I just think back to when I turned 65, trying to understand when I should sign up. And I didn't realize that under the current structure and jargon, a worker that claims Social Security at age 62, for example, who makes a monthly benefit of $1,400, if they waited just 1 year, it'd be $1,500 for the rest of their life. Or if they waited 2 years, it'd be $1,600 plus the adjustments. So those who are able to postpone claiming their benefits are almost always better off when they do so. But not only increases the expected payout over their lifetime, it also provides better protection against outliving one's savings. Not all workers can do this, but it demystifies the process. It's very helpful to change the language, a very helpful update. A small fix to provide clarity and transparency for those able to postpone claiming. It doesn't do everything. We still have to deal with solvency, with data privacy, customer service, the staffing disaster, but it will help on the margins, and I'm proud that I'm pleased that I got to work with Congressman Smucker on this, and I thank Lloyd for his partnership. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 5284, the Claiming Age Clarity Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with the green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Ben Ritter, Tax and Social Security Policy Advisor, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee. As introduced by Representatives Smucker of Pennsylvania and Beyer of Virginia, H.R. 5284 would direct the Commissioner of Social Security to modify the terms used by the Social Security Administration to describe certain ages at which a worker may claim retirement benefits. The terms early eligibility age would be replaced with the term minimum monthly benefit age. The terms full retirement age and normal retirement age would be replaced with the term standard monthly benefit age. And any reference to age 70 as a maximum age up to which delayed retirement credits can be received would be replaced with maximum monthly benefit age. As described on the green sheet distributed yesterday, the amendment in the nature of a substitute modifies the effective date to ensure the Commissioner of Social Security has no less than 1 year following date of enactment to adhere to the bill's requirements. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee. This concludes my walkthrough, and I welcome any questions related to the technical nature of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Larson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me also thank the members for their very thoughtful proposal. I think that it's vitally important, and but I do have some questions for Mr. Riddler. Mr. Riddler, do you are there millions of dead people, including those over the age of 150, who receive Social Security benefits?
Sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
Are there people over the age of 150 who receive Social Security benefits?
Sir, I'm here to answer questions concerning the technical nature of the bill before us. I defer that question to the members.
Well, the bill is about misinformation, I believe, and is that correct information that people over the age of 150 are receiving Social Security benefits?
Again, sir, I'm here to answer questions related to the technical nature of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I defer that question to
Okay. Do American seniors still have to pay taxes on Social Security benefits?
Sir, again, I'm here to talk about the technical questions related to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Try another one. Do undocumented immigrants drain the Social Security trust funds by receiving benefits?
Again, sir, I'm here to answer questions, technical questions related to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Has the federal government raided Social Security trust funds to pay for other things?
Sir, again, I'm here to answer questions, technical questions related to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Okay.
Mr. Larson, do you have a technical question?
Yeah, I do.
Well, then ask it.
Well, sounds like you're in a rush, and I don't have time.
He's a staffer, and I want to make sure that his duty is to answer technical questions, not policy questions.
I wish we didn't
Ask
have
them.
a staffer here. I actually wish we had Elon Musk or anyone from Doge who this committee should call in front of us and be able to ask them questions. Forgive me, Mr. Riddler, and I have all the greatest respect for you and mean no ill will whatsoever, but these are questions, especially when you're dealing with a bill that seniors ought to be aware of, and the myths that abound out there about Social Security and the lies that are perpetuated even by the President of the United States on the floor of the House of Representatives.
Will the gentleman
need
yield?
To be answered.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your comments, and we understand your passion and how you feel about this. And you have questions, and I feel as if you should direct them to people who are sitting on the dais and not a staffer. He is here for technical questions. Mr. Larson, I have been a staffer for the majority of my time before I was a member of Congress, okay?
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm here. But it speaks volumes about a person, how they treat staff. And you know what you're doing right now. I respectfully, if you want to ask questions that are technical.
So you're saying
that
those
means-
aren't questions?
Will the gentleman allow me to finish?
ahead.
are questions, but not meant for this forum. They are technical questions. You are a very smart man. You know that. If you have questions about the piece of legislation, I'm happy to talk to you offline, but all you are doing is making a political stunt out of the very serious committee. I ask the gentleman to respectfully yield
Well,
back.
reclaiming my time, political stunt? A political stunt is not having people before the committee that should come before the committee. That's the political stunt. I yield back.
Are there additional technical questions? See none, we will move to strike the last word. Do members wish to strike the last word? Mr. Bean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, Ways and Means Committee. I have something that we can all agree on. Can we not agree that the most confusing language out there is your cell phone bill? It's tough to be a consumer when we're trying to figure out how to compare or what we're paying for. Some will say that equally confusing, maybe not equally confusing, but it is confusing, is making decisions regarding your Social Security. Well, there's two representatives, and I am joining them as part of the co-sponsor, that says we can do better. We can make better language, clearer language, easier language to allow Americans to make better decisions. Far too many Americans claim Social Security early, often at age 62, settling for a lower monthly benefit and on average thousands less in total lifetime benefits. So I'm proud to join Representative Beyer and my good friend Representative Smucker, who said there's a better way, easier language, clearer language to allow all Americans a pathway to make better decisions for themselves. So I support the language that says, hey, we should use minimum benefit age, standard benefit age, maximum benefit age, so it's much clearer what you're doing when you make these decisions. So members, I urge everybody to vote yes on this bill, and let's give Americans all the information they need to make big decisions. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in favor of this bill. However, I think the committee failed. I think we failed the American people if we do not lead in protecting Social Security and Americans who have been affected by the Social Security data breach. President Trump promised Americans that he would not cut Social Security. But one of his first acts was to allow inexperienced and aggressive DOGE staffers to hack into SSA's most confidential beneficiary data, cut thousands of experienced staff, and disrupt customer service so much that seniors and those close to retirement age are justifiably worried that they will not receive the benefits they've worked for all of their lives. Despite the essential role that Social Security plays in protecting Americans, Republicans have repeatedly tried to cut Social Security benefits, raise the retirement age, rip benefits away from sick and disabled children, and privatize Social Security, all steps to undermine beneficiaries' well-being. Recently, the Treasury Secretary crowed about how the recently created Trump accounts represent the first step to privatizing Social Security. There are not enough workers to meet the needs of retiring baby boomers, yet Republicans refuse to fund Social Security so that it can protect children, people with disabilities, and retirees. These Americans are already struggling from higher costs and the threat of losing their jobs. The ideas and actions are anti-people, anti-opportunity, anti-service enhancing. We can be better than that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word. Look, if you read the Social Security Actuary Report, I was going to be sarcastic and said we all did it, but some of us don't have a life and we have 10 hours a week on an airplane. If you read through it, there was actually a surprise within there in 2 or 3 places where it actually talked about that there was a surprise of how many of our brothers and sisters who are turning 62 are choosing to take the benefit. And it's actually had an effect on the actuarial life. That it actually shortened life a couple months because they're out of the labor force. And now some of that may be the fear that, hey, you know, when the fund when the trust fund is empty, it's 24% cut. So are they being logical, or do they have enough information to make that decision to take it at 62? So look, if this makes the language more understandable, terrific. Because we do know we're having more of our brothers and sisters take retirement at 62 than we originally expected at 65, or even the encouragement to go to 70.
Would you
yield
yield
for a question?
So you're onto something. But recall that a lot of what you've just described happened in the midst of the pandemic when people lost their jobs.
To the ranking members, he's absolutely correct. And we saw it during the pandemic, and if you actually go back to the Social Security Actuary Report, there's commentary in there that we expected it to fade down, and it didn't. It continued. So you're right. This has been sort of a baseline for about 5 years now. And each year, once again, a mistake from the actuaries, they kept saying, hey, we think this will go back to normal, and it didn't. Look, I care tremendously about this, and it's one of my rages, and I'm mad at everyone, so just accept that. But 2033, the first full year, our math is somewhere in the $500 billion a year is just that year's shortfall. And then if you take in Medicare, which is also gone in 2032, that's about another $140 billion if you go to 2033, the full year. You know, you're looking at something $600 billion, the scale of what's coming at us in the next 7 years. One day we're going to figure out how to have a adult conversation without trying to write script for each side's political consultants that are going to beat the crap out of us on the issue, because this is an actuarial problem. If this actually just helps create a slightly better informed public, fine, it's a terrific bill. And with that, yield back.
Mr. Larson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me say to Mr. Miller, who referred to my questioning as a political stunt, I don't think the 5 million people who get below poverty level checks from the wealthiest nation in the world's #1 insurance program think that that's a stunt. I think they think it's an injustice. I think that when 70 million plus Americans haven't seen an increase in Social Security since 1971 because Congress hasn't acted, I don't think that that's a stunt. I think that there are questions that need to be asked. And the stunt is when a committee won't do its responsibility. I find it interesting that
Will the gentleman
we talk about bipartisanship when it's Social Security.
Will the
But when
gentleman
it's
yield?
taxes, it's okay to be partisan.
Will the gentleman
Then you can
yield?
take all the tax cuts that you want and pass them partisanly, but when it comes to Social Security, it's got to be bipartisan. Where is DOGE? Who are these individuals
Mr. Larson, will the gentleman yield?
that have been appointed?
I'll make it quick.
Where have they been appointed?
Mr. Larson.
I'm
the gentleman
sorry.
yield.
I yielded you time before. You called it a stunt. I'll take my time. Now,
Chairman, point of order.
where are these so-called Doge people? The fact of the matter is that they've been appointed by the administration. They are unaccountable, and they sit within various agencies, including Social Security. And as my colleague, Mr. Davis, said also, and everybody ought to be concerned about this, not just Democrats and Republicans, but every American, that they have stolen the information and placed it in a cloud that's unsecure. And if that's not the truth, and if that's wrong, well then, why aren't they here before this committee? Why don't they come in and testify before the committee as to what has happened? What is the big secret? What's the big mystery here that they can't come before our committee and answer direct questions? Are they above the law? What special status do they have because they're part of Doge? Where in the Constitution does it give them that protection? When is Congress going to do its job and responsibility? When are we going to answer to the general public as to where that information and that data, what gives them the right to look at anyone's personal data and comb through it? For what purposes are they doing it? And if it's because of fraud, abuse, and waste, well then why aren't they here in front of the committee talking about it? Why aren't they here expressing that point of view? Why aren't they telling us why they have placed all of this personal data in a cloud? Why don't we have the whistleblower here for us? Oh, I get it. We only have the whistleblower here before us when it's Hunter Biden or it's Hillary Clinton. Then we're in a rage to make sure that we get a whistleblower here. But when someone talks about the American people, the 300 million people whose documents have been stolen now and are vulnerable, we're silent. And if that's not the case, well then let's prove it. Let's have them. I asked the chairman again, let us bring Doge employees before us. Have them answer the questions before this committee. What have we got to hide? I yield back.
Mr. Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I really have some words that I want to talk about the Claiming Age Clarity Act, but before I get into that, I want to make some responses to some of the charges and allegations that have been made. You know, the Ways and Means Committee Republicans take a strong and have a strong record of taking whistleblower complaints seriously, and the committee will treat the recent whistleblower allegations with similar care. As with all whistleblowers, the committee's taken allegations seriously and will continue coordinating with the Whistleblowers Council to ensure all information regarding the disclosures investigated thoroughly. Along that same line, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit to the record a letter as a response from Commissioner Visignano to Senator Crapo in response to some of his questions dealing with the data and the data accessibility at Social Security. And I'll read a couple of paragraphs out of that. One this paragraph in the letter was that the Commissioner can confirm, based on the agency's thorough review, that neither the NUMIT database nor any of its data had been accessed, leaked, hacked, or shared in any unauthorized fashion. Social Security Administration continuously monitors its systems for any signs of unauthorized access or data compromise, and that we have not detected any such incidents involving the NUMIT database. In addition, in response to the first question that Senator Crapo had asked, part of the response is that the acting Chief Information Security Officer assessed the allegation that the NUMIT data was stored in an unsecured cloud environment and determined it was unfounded. The location referred to in the whistleblower's allegation is actually a secured server in the agency's cloud infrastructure, which historically has housed this data and is continuously monitored and overseen. SSA standard practice. SSA adhered to the defined agency's data security practices, which includes following the National Institute of Standards and Technology and Federal Information Security Modernization Act guidelines. I'd like to submit this to the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And when Americans are planning for retirement, the last thing they need to be confused about is by government bureaucracy. H.R. 5284, the Claiming Age Clarity Act, aims to make Social Security terminology simpler and easier for people to understand how their decisions affect their monthly benefits. For most Americans, waiting until after age 62 to claim benefits can be very financially advantageous. However, age 62 still remains the most common claiming age, representing roughly 23% of new benefit claims in 2023. Studies show that people are confused by the current SSA terms and are generally uninformed about how their claiming decisions affect their benefits. As a result, many seniors are missing out on substantial retirement income due to suboptimal claiming decisions. In fact, I believe it's critical for those nearing retirement age to know that if they choose to claim retirement benefits at age 62, it's not just the minimum benefit, it's in fact a reduced benefit that they would be entitled to. Our seniors and constituents near retirement age deserve clarity, and that starts with using the right language. Also, when an American Social Security number is compromised, the last thing they need is to be trapped in a maze of red tape. Two of these common sense bills that we're introducing or talking about today take direct aim at the problem by making Social Security services more efficient, more responsive, and better equipped to protect families from the lasting damage of identity theft. Improving Social Security service to Victims of Identity Theft Act and the Social Security Child Protection Act of 2025 work hand in hand to protect American families. These bills cut through bureaucracy by giving victims a single, accountable point of contact at the SSA and allowing parents to protect their children with a new Social Security number when confidentiality is compromised. Both bills reflect exactly what government should be doing, making services simpler, faster, and more efficient for the people we serve. I want to thank my colleagues for introducing these bills and urge the committee to pass the Claiming Age Clarity Act, the Improving Social Security Service to Victims of Identity Theft Act, and the Social Security Child Protection Act of 2025 today. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Additional members wish to strike the last word? Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in favor of this bill. However, I did want to point out some matters because, of course, in the Virgin Islands, our Social Security, as well as how we are treated, is quite different than it is in the contiguous United States, in the States. And the higher cost of living in an island territory creates additional financial pressure on retirees in particular, with goods and services typically costing 20 to 30% more than mainland averages due to import dependencies. Economic impacts from hurricanes affect long-term financial planning, with the storms like Irma and Maria in 2017, which destroyed savings, disrupted employment, and forcing residents to use retirement funds for recovery. The change from early eligibility age to minimum benefit age better reflects the economic reality that claiming early results in permanently reduced benefits, critical information for islanders who may face decades of higher living standards. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I can't hear myself for the talking that's in the back. If you would just...
Yes, please, be respectful to the members' discussion.
I don't think they're even listening to you, but thank you. Island residents facing higher cost of living need clearer information about the financial implications of claiming decisions, as reduced benefits have greater impact when basic necessities cost significantly more than mainland prices. Better terminology helps residents understand that waiting to claim can provide crucial additional income security in high-cost territory where Medicare supplements prescription drugs and imported goods strain fixed incomes. Hurricane recovery experiences have shown that many residents exhaust their savings during disasters, making maximized Social Security benefits essential for long-term financial stability in climate-vulnerable benefit territories. So the bill replacing the term with minimum age benefit, standard age benefit, and maximum age benefit to better reflect Social Security claiming design and how the program works is something that will be beneficial to the people of the territory. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for stopping the sound. My ADD was just going off on that talking back.
I hear you. I completely understand. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Larson, for your passion and for your emotion. I very much appreciate it, but if you are screaming, you are losing. I'd like to remind the committee that today we are discussing H.R. 5284, the Bipartisan Claiming Age Clarity Act, which simply ensures Social Security beneficiaries have clear and accurate information when making decisions about when to claim their benefits. This is a good faith effort to provide transparency and help Americans plan for their retirement. I remain committed to working in a bipartisan manner, and I hope we can rise above harsh rhetoric to focus on what matters, the best interests of the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Are there additional members that wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, we will move to amendments. Are there any amendments to the bill? Mr. Larson?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Would Mr. Larson suspend while we distribute the amendment?
Sure.
Proceed, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we're asking for is very simple, and a publicly available resource that debunks misinformation about Social Security, including any that even comes from the President himself. I urge everyone to support my amendment as we continue to push for the answers and transparency from Social Security. I believe the administration has said that it's the most transparent administration ever, and so I think that it's vitally important that if that's the case, that we make that happen. Also, I would just wanted to comment on the fact that a letter was sent by Senator Crapo to, and he received a response. Why don't we have them come before the committee and respond to us? What is the big secret? What is the mystery here? Here we have the nation's #1 insurance program. We have 10,000 baby boomers a day that become eligible. Every member of this committee has, on average, over 178,000 constituents that receive Social Security. 300 million plus Americans are impacted by the action of DOGE. Is that not important enough when a whistleblower comes forward and is seeking information, who has validly presented a case and substantiated it, that he ought to be questioned? Or do we just take the administration's word for it? Because God only knows. They've been honest and straightforward about Social Security. You know, look at all those 350-year-old people that are still around. Let's be honest. Let's get them before this. Or be honest about what the attempt is. If you got a better idea for Social Security and you want it to privatize it, as is obvious by what you're doing, breaking the system down from within, laying off employees, dealing with an inadequate phone service, closing regional offices, humans, people getting on the phone and not being able to talk to a human being. All of you have constituents that are impacted by this. I can go down the list of how many you have in every district. I don't want to do that. All I want is us to fix a problem that's been going on for over 54 years. If you got a better way of fixing it, then put it on the table. But minimally, especially as it deals with information, shouldn't we have the very people that are in charge of this, that have been specifically put there by the President of the United States, come before the committee and testify? Or are you saying when you're put there by President Trump, you're above the law and you don't have to testify before Congress? We're a co-equal branch of government. And while you control the presidency in both houses, are you going to give up that right for us to ask questions of people that oversee and are in a committee and are taking people's personal information and data? I know you guys well enough to know that you know that that's wrong. And if this were Hillary Clinton or Hunter Biden, you bet we'd have that whistleblower in here. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Larson. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe? No. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? No. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom? No. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller? No. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Moran? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson?
Aye.
Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Moran? Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Byer? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 17 and the noes are 25.
Yeses were 17 and the noes were 25. The amendment is not adopted. Is that the correct number? But would you repeat the tally?
The yeses are 17 and the noes are 25.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that that was correct. The amendment is not adopted. Are there additional amendments? Seeing none, Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 5284 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 5284 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? Yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? Yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? Yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? Yes. Dr. Murphy? Yes. Dr. Murphy? Yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? Yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick? Yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe? Yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? Yes. Ms. Fishbach? Yes. Ms. Fishbach? Yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? Yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? Yes. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis? Yes. Mr. Carey? Yes. Mr. Carey? Yes. Mr. Yacom? Yes. Mr. Yacom? Yes. Mr. Miller? Yes. Mr. Miller? Yes. Mr. Bean? Yes. Mr. Bean? Yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? No. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Yes. Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Moran?
How is Mr. Swazi recorded?
Mr. Swazi, no. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Moran? Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Byer? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 40 and the noes are 1.
There being 40 yeses and 1 no, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 5284 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 5284 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our next bill is H.R. 5345, the Improving Social Security's Service to Victims of Identity Theft Act, introduced by Representative Kustoff. This legislation addresses the growing problem of the theft and misuse of Social Security numbers. In 2024 alone, there were over 3,000 reported data breaches, and over half of them included Social Security numbers. For victims, the fallout can be overwhelming. Instead of finding clear guidance at the Social Security Administration, too many folks are bounced from one office to another, receiving conflicting instructions and spending months trying to resolve what should be a straightforward issue. During a previous hearing of the Ways and Means Social Security Subcommittee, we heard directly from a mother who testified to how a single point of contact at the SSA would have been beneficial to helping her deal with the fallout from her daughter's Social Security number being compromised. This bill provides a simple and common sense fix and received unanimous bipartisan support in committee last Congress. Protecting Americans from identity theft is not a partisan issue. In fact, the committee previously approved this legislation by a vote of 43-0. It then went on to pass the House floor by a simple voice vote of complete support. It is a matter of trust, security, and service. I urge my colleagues to remain consistent and once again support this important legislation. I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was glad to introduce this bill, H.R. 5345, which is the Improving Social Security Service to Victims of Identity Theft Act. I think we all know and recognize that identity theft continues to be a problem, and a serious problem, here in our nation, and we know that bad actors are becoming increasingly sophisticated. Mr. Chairman, more and more Americans' identities are being stolen through data breaches and the use of new technology like AI. Mr. Chairman, you cited this. The number is actually 3,158 data breaches last year, and that affected almost 2,000 Social Security numbers. Mr. Chairman, the Social Security number is an attractive target for identity thieves because Social Security numbers are used so widely, and unfortunately they're still used by some for identification purposes. As members of Congress, we've all heard from our constituents not only about identity theft, but the problems when they have to contact the Social Security Administration. It can be a bureaucratic nightmare trying to get through to Social Security. This bill creates a one-stop shop for those trying to protect themselves from identity theft. Having a single direct point of contact at the Social Security Administration will undoubtedly streamline the process. It'll make it easier and it'll make it faster for victims to get relief. If I could, Mr. Chairman, today, as a matter of fact, the AARP, September 17th, 2025, sent a letter to you and to Ranking Member Neal. And if I could read just from a portion of the letter. AARP supports efforts to strengthen assistance for Americans whose Social Security numbers are stolen or misused. Identity theft cost Americans an estimated $47 billion in 2024, and victims often face a confusing and burdensome process to reclaim their identities. Improving the Social Security Administration's ability to help victims navigate recovery is an important step towards restoring confidence and security. The legislation before the committee would require the Social Security Administration to provide more effective assistance to individuals whose Social Security numbers are stolen or misused. By strengthening support for victims, the bill will make it easier for Americans to recover from fraud. We note that this policy also passed the House with overwhelming bipartisan support in 2024, and we urge its enactment as well. Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd like to submit for the record that letter that I just read from AARP, dated September 17th, 2025, for the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, if I could also, I'd like to submit a letter from AMAC that also supports the legislation. I'd like to submit that for the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, we as members of Congress often have to deal with legislation that is complicated and controversial. This bill is neither. It's strongly supported by all sides, and I would urge its adoption. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me yield my time to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Neal, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me say to my colleagues as well, both on the previous bill and this bill as well, as I think all of you are well aware of my deep and abiding concern about Social Security, as I believe you are as well. As you may know, I was the proud co-lead of Improving Social Security's Service of Victims Identity Theft Act in the last Congress, and worked with our former colleague, Dr. Drew Ferguson, to pass it on the House on a bipartisan basis. Identity theft scams are on the rise, and I still believe that this bill offers a common sense solution, but a lot has changed in a year. And I cannot vote for this bill as it stands. As I said before, identity theft is on the rise, and it should shock everyone that we have an administration looking the other way while every American's data has been put at risk. This bill aims to provide a single point of contact at Social Security Administration to assist victims of identity theft. However, the current biggest threat to Americans' identity is DOGE. And we've repeatedly asked for them to come before this committee. And to date, we've heard crickets. Last month, thanks to a brave whistleblower, Charles Borges, that came forward, we now know that DOGE copied private and sensitive information from Social Security to a vulnerable cloud That should alarm everyone, not just people on Social Security, but everyone. That includes the names, addresses, birth dates, and Social Security numbers of more than 300 million Americans. And we have no clue where the data is. Last week, I asked Chairman Estes if we could bring the whistleblower forward for a hearing, and he couldn't commit to it. In June, when the Supreme Court allowed DOJ to step in and access Americans' personal records, Democrats warned that everyone's privacy was at risk. I wrote Chairman Smith demanding an immediate markup on our bill protecting Americans' Social Security Data Act. Our bill to block unvetted DOJ minions from assessing these sensitive records. Do we really want to tell our constituents that we are allowing their data to be put at risk to identity theft? It's great that we'll give you a single point contact to help deal with a life-wrecking fallout. It's great that we can put something forward to help victims of identity theft, but how is it going to reassure the American people when DOJ just put 300 million of them at risk with identity theft? 300 million. Well, Mr. Chairman, what do you think? If we don't investigate this whistleblower complaint as hard as we did Hunter Biden's laptop, what are we doing here? I know discussing Hillary Clinton's emails was very popular, but I guess taking action to protect our constituents is not. We should be taking up my resolution of inquiry to compel answers about why the vulnerable cloud was built and what information has been assessed. I intend on introducing it as an amendment, and at the same time they are copying your data, Elon Musk has also been cutting 7,000 staff at SSA. The point of contact should be a real person, not an AI chatbot. I yield back.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 5345, the Improving Social Security's Service to Victims of Identity Theft Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with the green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any time, and considered base text for the purposes of amendment. Now I turn to Ben Ritter, Tax and Social Security Policy Advisor, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of the substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee. H.R. 5345, as introduced by Representative Kustoff of Tennessee, would require the Social Security Administration to provide victims of identity theft with a single point of contact to the agency when the misuse of their Social Security number results in the need to resolve an issue or issues with the Social Security Administration. As described on the green sheet distributed yesterday, the amendment in the nature of a substitute additionally requires the Social Security Administration to provide a single point of contact to an individual when the loss of his or her Social Security card while being mailed by the Social Security Administration to his or her address results in the need to resolve an issue or issues with the agency. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee. This concludes my walkthrough, and I welcome any questions related to the technical nature of the amendment and the nature of a substitute.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment and the nature of the substitute? Mr. Larson.
So, again, How many Doge employees are there at Social Security?
Sir, as I've answered before, I'm here to answer technical questions on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Okay. So I see where we're going with, and, you know, it's very disturbing that when so much is at risk for the country, 300 million Americans rely on Social Security. And a group of unvetted, unaccountable individuals have created a cloud and taking the information and placed it in a cloud that is unsecure and vulnerable. And we can't get answers. Mr. Riddler, it's not you, of course, that doesn't have the answer. And yes, you are correct in terms of technically answering, but tell this, members, to your constituents that it's a technical issue. Your Social Security that you rely on is a technical issue. The 30 million people who this is the only benefit that they have that hasn't been extended and they feel is currently threatened in more than 50 years. We're the committee of cognizance. We're the committee that's supposed to act on Social Security.
Will the gentleman suspend? I just want to remind members that the technical question portion of the markup is reserved for questions about changes made during the amendment in the nature of the substitute. Discussions of policy and decisions is in order during strike the last word portion of the markup. With that, I'd let you continue if you have technical questions.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and you're absolutely correct. And I don't have a technical question. What I have is great disappointment that this committee will not perform its duly responsible for performing obligation to call in front of it people who could answer questions that we have. I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else have technical questions? Does anyone wish to strike the last word? Mr. Gomez, recognize you for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you're rebranding, you're losing. Let me say it again. If you're rebranding, you're losing. And that's what my Republican colleagues have tried to do ever since they passed that one big, beautiful bill. They've been trying to rebrand. And I keep mentioning it, and I have blank looks on the other side of the aisle from the Republicans. Like, what are you talking about? That's not true. Well, let's kind of go over some headlines to show what they were trying to do.
Break it down, Jimmy.
New York Times, Trump team urges GOP to rebrand signature policy law. Top campaign officials told House Republicans they should rebrand the measure the president dubbed one big, beautiful bill in a nod to its unpopularity with voters. Sounds like they're losing. Here's another article. Republicans try to rebrand their far-right mega bill, but reality is stubborn. Sure is. When people are getting screwed, they're going to be a little stubborn about it. Here's another one. West Virginia attempts to rebrand the big, beautiful bill won't fool West Virginians. That's not even a Democratic state. Here's another one. Trump aides from Politico push a mega bill rebrand as some House Republicans bristle. Quote, there seems to be some recognition that we're in trouble, said a House Republican, end quote. Here's another one. Trump is having second thoughts about one of his major accomplishments. I would too. When you're basically raising taxes on the lower income individuals, you're taking away their Medicaid, then you're not expanding ACA subsidies, and then you're in the end, people are not dumb. So here's another one. There's another one, political. Trump, mega bill's name not good for explaining what it does. He's right. What it does, it's the largest transfer of wealth in the history of this country, stealing from working class Americans to give tax breaks to the billionaires and the largest corporations. That's what it does. So here's the thing. If you're rebranding, say it with me, you're losing. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the representative from New York, Ms. Malliotakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a pleasure to work with my colleague, Mr. Kustoff, on common sense measures to protect our constituents who unfortunately are falling victim to criminal enterprises, organized crime. And we've worked earlier this year to pass legislation, the Recovery of Stolen Checks Act, which is awaiting a consideration in the Senate that would protect many of our constituents from stolen Treasury checks. We saw the Trump administration also take action to phase out paper checks because we know that mail theft is where this is taking place. And the DOJ, under this administration, has also been taking action as it relates to not just stolen checks, but stolen identity. So we are seeing many common sense steps to uphold law and order, to go after the perpetrators, to protect our constituents. And the legislation before us today is a way that we can improve that customer service experience while we're doing whatever we can to deter these criminal offenses and protect the distributions, the benefits that our constituents are receiving. Obviously, the criminals are very creative. And so it's always an ever-changing problem that evolves. And so what we're doing today is saying that if you are a victim of identity theft, we're not going to put you through a rigmarole and the bureaucracy and the red tape for you to resolve this issue. It's something that needs to be resolved quickly to prevent further damage to you and your family and to your money, your savings, your benefits. And so creating a single point of contact at the Social Security agency makes complete sense. And it should have been done a long time ago. Many of us, we get calls all the time from constituents who have difficulty getting through the system. And I'm happy that the new Social Security Commissioner has put in place some efficiencies to streamline that process, and we've seen already how call wait times have decreased. We're also seeing appointment wait times decreasing. That is great. In fact, I thank him for coming to my district and visiting one of my customer service centers, and you know, customers are being readily helped. Even if they walk in, they don't necessarily even need an appointment. They will help them as quickly as possible. And so that is good news for the people that I represent in Staten Island and Brooklyn. And this is great news for the people across the country. We have to continue to look for ways to be creative, to make not only the customer service experience better, but to also make sure that the perpetrators of these crimes don't get away with it. We got to make it difficult for them, but we also need to make sure that they see the consequences for their actions, that they are prosecuted and they are held accountable and that they serve jail time. And so, you know, we're doing a small step today that continues to put us on that path to improve the experience for our constituents, and I look forward to passing more legislation within this committee and in the House to get the job done. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to strike the last word? Ms. Plastick, you're recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this bill does some good work in terms of supporting those individuals who have to deal with Social Security. You know, in the Virgin Islands, mail delivery vulnerabilities create additional risk for document theft, identity compromises during Social Security Administration correspondence. Limited internet connectivity and technology infrastructure can complicate online identity verification processes that, and sometimes mainland residents can easily access. A single point of contact is especially valuable for Virgin Islands residents who cannot easily coordinate between different mainland locations during identity theft resolutions. So having this legislation and the work that it's going to do is something that is a good thing. Identity theft in the Virgin Islands often face extended resolution times due to communication delays with mainland offices. But I cannot forget to not opine on the days when I was on the Oversight Committee when I first came to Congress. That's now over a decade, when the left and the right, as we like to call ourselves now, not party affiliations, but extremes, when Republicans and Democrats both did oversight together on government agencies, working together to resolve whistleblower complaints. And it's not lost on me that while we're concerned about identity theft, we have a whistleblower and a chief data officer who's making a shocking complaint alleging about DOJ and its highly sensitive copying of Social Security data of 300 million people from secure federal databases into vulnerable cloud environment. That's something that we should be looking at as well. And while for all of these bills I've been supportive, they just eat around the edges of what is really important to the American people. And I know that people are going to hold up this legislation, these bills, and say, see, we're working in a bipartisan way to work on keeping people's health care, while behind the back is the sledgehammer getting rid of all of it. So I will support the amendment and support, this bill, but it's not lost on me that it's doing little for the larger scheme of our retirees and our most vulnerable Americans in terms of what is happening in each one of these bills. Each one of the ones that we're putting forward, there's so much more and much grander work that we could be doing to support the American people in these pieces of legislation. I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to strike the last word? Seeing not, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
I have an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Larson has an amendment. If you'll suspend until we get the amendment passed out. The gentleman can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would require the administration and DOJ to turn over all information they have regarding the copying of Americans' private Social Security data to a vulnerable cloud. Let me be clear. This is a good bill. I helped co-lead this bill in the last Congress. Requiring SSA to provide a single point of contact for victims of identity theft is common sense reform. However, there is currently a glaring threat to America's identity. A brave whistleblower came forward and revealed that DOJ has copied the names, addresses, and Social Security numbers of 300 million Americans and placed it on a vulnerable cloud. They have put the private information of every American at risk. Are we really going to tell the American people, our constituents, that we are going to allow their names, their Social Security numbers, and their addresses to be put at risk of identity theft? I don't think that's the way to go, Mr. Chairman. While many Americans may have been born at night, they weren't born last night. I will not be rubber stamping this administration and DOJ's actions at SAA by voting in favor of this bill while they abscond with the American people's private data. And more importantly, Mr. Chairman, why we can't, as a committee, bring them in front of us to ask them those questions. We cannot allow them to continue to mine our constituents' data. We need hearings and accountability now. DOJ must come before our committee and explain why they built this cloud and what they have assessed and why. Everyone on this committee should vote for this amendment. If you are against protecting your constituents' privacy, then you better be able to explain why. I'm not just going to sit idly by and let them continue to invade my constituents' privacy, or any American's privacy for that matter. Everyone watching at home ought to be outraged that Congress is just willing to sit here and let DOJ and all their minions do as they please so they don't upset President Trump. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, you have the right to stand up and say when you don't agree. And as elected members, we actually have the responsibility to act on behalf of our constituents. So rise up, Republicans. Where's your responsibility to privacy, to the constituents that you serve? Is it okay that DOJ takes their data and information and puts it in a vulnerable cloud? I don't believe you believe that. I believe it's time for us to stand up together and act as this committee should, the oldest continuous committee that we celebrated just the other night here because of our independence and how we stood up. And now, in face of what DOJ has done with 300 million people's information and data, needs this committee to act.
I'll call on Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Chairman, I insist on a point of order. The amendment is not germane to the underlying resolution. The subject matter of the resolution is service delivery. The subject matter of this amendment is a request for the production of information. I would ask the chair to sustain my point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I object to any attempt to deny this amendment to be considered as not germane. This is specifically germane to the underlying bill, which I support, which the Democrats on this committee support. But to suggest that a credible whistleblower, the chief data officer at the Social Security Administration, who has reported that DOJ copied the private Social Security data of nearly every American onto, no, I will not, onto an insecure cloud service.
Are you
No, I will not. I will not suspend.
You have a point of order.
I have a point of order that this is germane, and we will speak about it.
My point was to recognize Mr. Larson if he wanted to respond to the chairman's point, or to the gentleman's point of.
You guys have objected to every amendment that we have brought today, from health care to protecting families to Social Security. We cannot allow you to obstruct the rights of this minority to bring forward our amendments. And that is what you've done.
Mr. Hertzford, I recognize you have an opinion.
But put me out of committee then. Throw me out.
My point as the chairman is to allow Mr. Larson, who raised the amendment, to make his response to the point of order.
And then I would like to be recognized.
Mr. Larson, would you like to respond to the point of order?
I yield my time to Mr. Horsford.
Thank you. Responding to the point of order.
I am responding to the point of order that this amendment that Mr. Larson has offered speaks directly to the alarming whistleblower report that shows how the Trump-Vance administration has recklessly compromised the personal data of over 300 million individuals. This is the largest breach of data in U.S. history. Identity theft is a public safety risk. This breach includes the names, birth dates, citizenship, race, addresses, phone numbers, parents' names, and Social Security numbers, as well as potentially sensitive medical information, including disability status, everything a hacker would need to commit mass identity theft. The whistleblower warned that this creates a substantial and specific threat to public health and safety, with the potential to jeopardize health care, food benefits, and force the government to reissue new Social Security numbers to every American. How is that not germane? This is not a minor administrative error. It's not a systemic failure. It's an abuse of authority. It's a gross mismanagement with consequences for every household in America, yours, in your district, and those of the people that I represent in mine. And yet my colleagues have chosen silence, have chosen some procedural move to deny this amendment to be considered in an order. They received the whistleblower's report and refused to even comment on it or to bring them before this committee. While my colleague, Congressman Larson, and Democrats on the Ways and Means Committee are fighting to protect the interests of the public, we've introduced legislation, we've demanded hearings, and we called for transparency. And yet my Republican colleagues on the other side have voted down our efforts or done these procedural maneuvers to deny them going forward. They've blocked resolutions of inquiry and rejected calls for accountability. Why? Why are they afraid to bring forward this whistleblower and to ensure that that information is made available to this committee? And the amendment speaks directly to that. All documents, records, and other communications related to whistleblower allegations of misuse.
Mr. Horsford, you're out of order.
I have time.
Respond to me. Suspend.
No,
So-
Mr. Chairman, he
Do you-
yielded, it's
do you
my
have-
time.
Do you have any response to the point of
It's
order?
my time, Mr. Chairman.
About the germaneness of the of HR 5345, which is the Social Security Service
Yeah.
of Victims' Identity Theft.
5345, the amendment under consideration by Mr. Larson that is germane. There is no basis for denying the germaneness of this underlying amendment.
Mr.
We
Horsford,
support the underlying bill.
If you do not have anything to talk about the bill.
This is
in
exactly
particular-
about the bill. The
No,
bill
talking
is about.
Doge. Doge is not mentioned in the bill.
I didn't say Doge. I said the whistleblower.
And the
I said
whistleblower is
the
not
data.
mentioned in the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I'm talking about the sensitive information of 300 million Americans.
And we want to improve that service, and that's what the bill is supposed to address.
And how can you improve the service if people's identity has been breached? How can you do that, Mr. Chairman?
Well,
how can the underlying bill achieve
we recognize
that
that
objective?
people's identity has already been breached over the years. And
This is
that-
the
whole
largest
point of this
breach
bill-
in U.S. history. You're going to talk about some breach in 2024. This is the breach that just happened this year. And there's a whistleblower report that will allow this committee to do its job. We have a job here. I don't work for the federal government. I work for 750,000 people in Nevada who elect me to do a job. And my constituents, seniors who rely on their Social Security.
That is very good that you work for the individuals in your district that you want to represent. The issue
I
at
do
hand-
represent,
the issue
and I'm
at
here to
hand
fight
for-
on their behalf. I'm not going to be silenced. I'm not going to deny my
issue at hand
colleagues
for
from having
you
their
and
amendments
me
to be considered. I'm not going to be talked down
Horsford.
to or shouted over. I
You
want
will be.
this amendment considered.
We all should be manners and following decorum. I mean, this is a committee that has been mentioned before, is in the Constitution. It's the longest-serving committee in Congress, and we should talk about the issues at hand and not just
The issues at hand is that this is the largest data breach in U.S. history, that there's a whistleblower who's
Gentleman's
credible,
time has
that has
expired.
information
Gentleman's time
that
has
should be
expired.
brought before this committee.
gentleman's
the
time has
committee that
expired,
has
and I'm ready
jurisdiction
to
over
rule.
Social Security. They want to silence us because
amendment's
they don't
not
want the
germane.
truth to come forward. What are they hiding?
point of
Why
order
don't they
is
want this
sustained.
information to be released?
I'm ready to rule. The amendment's not germane. Point of order is sustained. The amendment's not in order. All right, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson. All those in favor signify by saying yes. Yes. All those opposed? Oh, never mind. If it's not in order, I retract that because if it's not germane, we won't vote on the amendment. I apologize, Mr. Larson, for misusing that.
Well, every now and again, you make an honest mistake.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah. All right. Are there any additional amendments? If there are no further amendments, question in the adoption of the amendment and the nature of the substitute. All those in favor, signify. You have another amendment?
Yes, I do.
All right, will the gentleman suspend while the amendment's passed out?
Mr. Chairman, I move, no.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
All right, gentlemen, proceed.
Well, thank you,
Mr. Chairman, but I can't help but acknowledge and thank my colleague from Colorado. It's rare in a body when people speak truth to power and do so with such fervor and eloquence. It's a pretty simple simple request to call people before us who have stolen data, placed it in a cloud, and have made 300 million Americans vulnerable. And our amendments are ruled non-germane. There's no discussion. I asked the chair, will we call DOJ before us? Mr. Chairman, do you want to respond? So the answer is no. I asked my colleagues on the other side, will you call DOJ before us?
So I can respond. Do you have any comments on your amendment?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, we also want to ask you if you'll join with us so that we return the staffing levels. There's great concern here today about Social Security, but very little about the 7,000 employees that were cut off, that were eliminated. Look, I've been saying this for months and years. If you're out to privatize Social Security, just say it. No, well, where's your bill then? I'm not going to stop, I'll tell you that. For the same reason the gentleman, the point he raised before as well. We have over 70 million people that rely on Social Security. We are the Committee of Cognizance. It hasn't been enhanced in more than 54 years. There are 10,000 baby boomers a day that become eligible for Social Security. And you guys laugh and smile and wonder why we're upset? Good, laugh and smile. Tell your constituents that. You can be as smug as you want up here, and as a majority, you can prevent us legislatively from calling these issues to a vote. But the American people know what's going on here. This is a blatant attempt by the Trump administration to privatize Social Security that stops, as was pointed out before by my colleague, by dealing with the brand, by trying to dismantle Social Security from within. That's why they laid off 7,000 employees. What other agency in the federal government has an administrative cost of under 1%? There's no one in the private sector, let alone the public sector, that even remotely comes close to that, and also insures over 70 million Americans. It's your citizens, it's your fellow Americans that are at risk here, and why I ask in this amendment, in a very simple manner, to restore the staff at SAA so they can actually do their job. Or maybe you'll go home and tell them that, no, we've got it all covered. We have AI that's stepping in for us that's going to take over that spot. Close more regional offices. Do away with more staff. Have a phone service that doesn't work. How about a human being on the other end of the line? And how about we do something very simple here? How about we just have a vote on our proposal to enhance Social Security for the first time in 54 years? I yield back.
All right, there's an amendment before us. Is there discussion on the amendment? Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my Democrat colleagues seem to be scaremongering our seniors to score political points, but the facts are not on their side because let's give the Social Security Administration some due credit here. They're serving more Americans than ever. In July, they successfully served over 5.2 million individuals over the phone alone. That is 2 million more Americans served than during the same period in the Biden administration. They also shortened the field office wait times by nearly 30% compared to last summer. Disability claims wait times were rising before President Trump took office, but now have fallen by over 20 days since the beginning of this year. Under President Trump, the Social Security Administration is now more accessible than ever to its customers, with expanded online service hours, increased self-service options, and a more reliable phone system. I yield back.
Is there other debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Larson. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote's been called for. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly?
No.
Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Mr. Estes?
No.
Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy?
Thank you. Do you want me to finish?
Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe? No. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? No. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum? No. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller? No. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Panetta? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Dr. Murphy? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Mr. Schneider? Mr. Panetta? Mr. Schwazi? Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith? No.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 14 and the noes are 24.
There being 14 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any additional amendments? If there are no further amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of the substitute. All those in favor signify by saying yes. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeses have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. I'll now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 5345 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 5345 as amendment to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Kustoff? Yes. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stube? Mr. Stube, yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney, yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis, yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom, yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood? Dr. Murphy? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Mr. Panetta? Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, yes.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 39 and the noes are 1.
There being 39 yeses and 1 no, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 5345, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 5345 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views.
Our next order of business is H.R. 5348, the Social Security Child Protection Act for 2025, a bill led by Representative Smucker. This legislation addresses a problem that far too many families face: the misuse of children's Social Security numbers due to the loss or theft of a Social Security card. Every year, more than 1 million children become victims of identity fraud. Current SSA policy makes it extremely difficult for families to get a new Social Security number for a child, even when the original number was compromised through no fault of their own. As previously mentioned, we heard direct testimony from a mother who had to battle with the Social Security Administration when her infant child's Social Security number was compromised and she was denied a new number. This is a straightforward solution that will help protect children from a lifetime of financial harm. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, as they did last Congress, by a committee vote of 43-0, so we can continue to stand together to better safeguard the identities of America's kids. I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, again for bringing this bill up for consideration. There are, in 2022, roughly 1.7 million children who were the victims of identity fraud, and the current standard for reissuing a Social Security number is the child must have been victimized by actual fraud. So what happens is they may be aware that the number was stolen, or they may not be aware, I should say, for years, and down the road when they go to open an account or do some other business that requires their Social Security number, they find that there's been a long-standing fraud occurring. And so we want the Social Security Administration to change the point at which they would be issuing a new card, a new number, and that is when they learn and verify that the number has been stolen, or if it's been lost, if the card's been lost. And so this bill would require the Social Security to issue a new, different Social Security number as soon as it's verified that it's lost or stolen. So again, Mr. Chairman, as you had mentioned as well, this is a bill that was passed out of the committee in the last session unanimously, bipartisan support. It's a great bill. It's about protecting kids. So I ask, oh, and by the way, I have, I'd like to submit for the record 2 letters, one from AARP and one from AMAC, indicating their support for the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I ask for members' consideration and supporting yes for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you. Let me yield my time to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Neal, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me commend Mr. Smucker as well. And the premise of the Social Security Child Protection Act is a good one. I think I and everyone on this committee wants to protect children from identity theft, as I'm sure everyone on this committee agrees. No one should have their identity or financial well-being jeopardized by bad actors. Social Security is the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly, and it's also the #1 anti-poverty program for children, until, of course, we renew the expanded child tax credit. Social Security alone lifts more than 900,000 children out of poverty, and yet Congress hasn't enhanced it in more than 54 years. If this was really about protecting children's Social Security benefits, we would be discussing our plan to protect Social Security from Trump's privatization scheme. And we would be expanding benefits, not handing them over to an unvetted, unaccountable so-called Doge. Since President Trump took office, 7,000 staff have been cut from Social Security. Is there even going to be anyone left to issue these numbers to children who have been impacted? Or will it be outsourced to AI chatbots? And what about Doge's meddling with data at Social Security? While I support the effort this bill is attempting to make and was proud to support it before, I cannot vote for it in the current form, knowing that it does nothing to address the data being put at risk at Social Security as we speak. We need answers and accountability from Doge and Social Security. They may say that everything is safe and secure for now, but I want to have them come before this committee and tell me under oath. I would think that everyone on this committee would want that. We cannot afford to play it safe. The American people deserve to see their elected officials taking action and acting and asking all the tough questions and protecting their benefits and information from abuse. I've been sounding the alarm on this issue for months and introduced a bill in March blocking Doge from accessing Americans' data at Social Security. That's why I'm introducing it as an amendment. I implore all of my colleagues to join me in this effort to block Doge from accessing their constituents' information. I yield back.
The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 5348, the Social Security Child Protection Act of 2025. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Ben Ritter, Tax and Social Security Policy Advisor, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee. As introduced by Representative Smucker of Pennsylvania, H.R. 5348 would require the Social Security Administration to issue a new Social Security number, or SSN, to any child under the age of 14 when that child's parent or guardian demonstrates that the child's Social Security card has been stolen or lost while being mailed by the Social Security Administration to his or her address. As described on the green sheet distributed yesterday, the amendment in the nature of a substitute makes a technical change replacing a reference to the Social Security card with a Social Security card. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee. This concludes my walkthrough, and I welcome any questions related to the technical nature of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, does anyone wish to strike the last word? Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to respond to Mr. Larson's comment. If I heard him correctly, he said he would not be supporting the bill, which I'm disappointed in. I find that unfortunate. He mentioned it was because of Doge, and I want to remind him that he not only voted for this bill, I think he supported he spoke in support of the floor of the bill on the House floor. And that was during the Biden administration, when Biden was president, and during his presidency, the Social Security time length of people waiting to call into the administration for, we all had it in our districts. We saw wait periods have come down significantly since then. That was true for initial Social Security and disability decisions as well. I don't understand why Mr. Larson would have been willing to vote for the bill at that point, but not now when Social Security is running better than it was during the Biden administration.
Mr. Chairman.
Do you yield back?
Yield back, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Mr. Neal.
Yeah. So, to the gentleman's point, I don't think it's necessary to impugn the integrity of the individual who decided to change their vote. There are always attending circumstances. There are speeches that are made on the House floor. People come back and alter based upon perhaps additional information or qualifying information.
Will the gentleman yield?
Not yet.
Okay.
And why the reference to the Biden administration? 7,000 employees have been laid off. There is a legitimate query that Mr. Larson and others have raised about the role that DOGE has played in this. That's something that the committee ought to attend to. But to suggest that somehow Mr. Larson, who has changed his position on this because questions that he has raised have not been answered, would not be unlike what happens in this institution every single day. When members seek additional information, they find qualifying data, they come across evidence perhaps that heretofore had not been offered. Why, if the gentleman just wished to say, I don't understand why Mr. Larson has changed his position on this, that would have been enough.
Would the gentleman yield?
Additional members wish to strike the last word. Mr. Hurd.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Smucker to respond.
I just want to say I appreciate the ranking member's comment. I did not impugn the reputation of Mr. Larson, and I didn't mean to do that. If it came across in that way, that's not what was intended. I just simply said that I was disappointed that that decision had been made, and I was just simply pointing out that when he last voted for it, the situation in the Social Security Administration was worse than it is now, despite what he's saying about DOGE. And so I was just disappointed that we should all be interested in protecting kids. And it was disappointing to me that this was done unanimously. And I heard from I was surprised that at least one member of the Democrat side will not be supporting this bill. Thank you.
I yield back.
Additional members strike the last word. Seeing none, we will move to amendments. Are there amendments to the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Will the gentleman suspend while the amendment's distributed? Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would strip DOGE of their access to Social Security's database. The gentleman asked why I would change my vote from last year, this year. And if I haven't made it clear yet today, then let me be very clear about it. That I think what's happening at the Social Security Administration is an abomination. That I think laying off 7,000 employees, that I think that when we have a situation where 5 million of our fellow Americans get below poverty level checks from a government that's the wealthiest in the world, and a committee can't even call before it the very people that have been placed there by this administration to steal information and place it in a
unsecure cloud. Now, if you've got information on that, if you've got facts that dispute that, well, then let's have them here under oath and tell us. That's what I'm upset about. And I think needs and deserves to be addressed. Now, if you guys don't agree with that, fine. But that's what upsets me to the core. And that's why even on something as important as this, and a bill that I supported, why I can't support it now? Not only are those children's identities at risk, but 300 million Americans' identities are at risk. And if we don't ask the tough questions, if we don't have them before this committee, who will? Or I guess it's that we're just supposed to take President Trump's word for it. Maybe it's time that we ask Elon Musk. It really disturbs me that people feel that they're above the law and aren't answerable to the United States Congress and don't have to come before this committee. And even more disturbing, that this committee would not demand that they do so. So I think this amendment is important. I believe that DOJ should be stripped of its duties that it's done and how it's hurt the American people and how it's put so many, 300 million people's information is jeopardized. And if you choose not to act on that, so be it. That's your prerogative. You're in the majority. You have the presidency in both houses. We understand that. I have my own suspicions and have made that very clear. And I think this is all part and parcel of an attempt to privatize Social Security again. And so, Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Larson. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stube? Mr. Stube, no. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney, no. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Moran? Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Del Bene?
I know.
Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Aaron?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
How have I been recorded?
How is Mr. Larson recorded?
Mr. Larson is a no.
Should have been a yes.
Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 17 and the nos are 25.
There being 17 yeses and 25 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 5348 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 5348 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney, yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis, yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom, yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith? Yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 45 and the are 44 and the noes are 1.
There being 44 yeses and 1 no, the motion is agreed to and H.R. 5348 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 5348 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our final order of business today is consideration of the Ways and Means Committee budget views and estimates for fiscal year 2026. As someone who once led Republicans in the Budget Committee, I understand this is more than just a procedure step. It is a chance for this committee to set the tone for the year ahead, to make clear where we stand and where we are headed. This committee has done important work to clear the backlog of expired authorizations under our jurisdiction, including the first reauthorization and reforms of important child welfare programs in almost 20 years through the Supporting America's Children and Families Act. We will continue that work in fiscal year 2026. I hope to work together with my colleagues across the aisle this year to advance solutions to key priorities. We will consider policies targeted at improving health outcomes and access to care in rural and underserved communities, as well as policy solutions to lower costs for Americans across the board through increased choice, transparency, and competition, while modernizing and personalizing healthcare. These reforms, like the ones this committee approved today, will help Americans live healthier lives and reduce the burdens chronic disease is putting on the long-term fiscal health of our healthcare system. In addition to providing oversight of state unemployment insurance programs to combat waste, fraud, abuse, and inefficiencies, the committee has laid the foundation for upcoming reauthorizations in the Work and Welfare Subcommittee space through numerous hearings and site visits. We will also work to ensure seniors and disabled workers can count on Medicare and the Social Security remains strong for those who currently rely on the program to make ends meet, as well as generations of future retired and disabled workers. The committee will continue to prioritize tax policies that support American workers, families, farmers, and small businesses, as well grow our economy to the benefit of all. We will work to improve the effectiveness of U.S. trade laws to address unfair trade practices and demand a level playing field from our trading partners for American farmers, ranchers, and manufacturers. We will continue to oversee trade negotiations and protect the constitutional role of Congress to defend American jobs and producers, open new markets, especially for U.S. agriculture, and increase economic opportunity for all Americans. I want to thank my colleagues for their dedication to the work of this committee, including our important oversight responsibilities. Together, we will continue to put American workers, families, farmers, and job creators first. I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal.
Thank you. After our well-done bipartisan dinner, I think we are reminded of what actually happens in this room. It's where Medicare and Medicaid were born, where the promise of Social Security was drafted. It's within these walls that we took leaps to make sure the Affordable Care Act passed, the Civil War was financed, and the 1986 Tax Act was constructed. This is the room that moved us through the pandemic better than any country on earth, and our rebound was much better than the rest of the world. We can still do big things in this committee, and I hope that will lift the American people from poverty and the opportunity to afford medicines in many quarters that they need. That's what we as Democrats will insist we continue to do. Our colleagues have chosen too much to go it alone. Use their legislative authority that will strip millions from health care, funnel money to people who really weren't asking for it and don't need it. They've abandoned a role by capitulating to a president whose illegal tariffs have turned a blind eye, additionally to DOGE, and the people's data is in jeopardy. I want to say, as the chairman just noted, everybody on this side of the aisle is prepared to restore the congressional role in international trade agreements. That should be a minimal guarantee that we can all embrace. This letter outlines the committee's commitment to lowering health care costs, fighting for the uninsured, and pursuing strong and fair trade that protects the American workers. I urge a yes vote and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the Ways and Means Committee budget views and estimates for fiscal year 2026. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. Does anyone wish to strike the last word? Seeing none?
No, Danny.
Oh,
Dan?
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I enjoyed actually reading the letter, projecting what we ought to be doing, what we're going to do, what we're going to try to do. I just always remember being told that what you do is a little bit more than what you say. And I think it is said great, and I hope that we will do it. I thank you and yield back.
Additional members wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, are there any amendments? Seeing none, the question is on if there are no amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee adopts and transmits the Ways and Means Committee budget views and estimates on fiscal year 2026 budget as amended.
The question is on the motion to adopt the Ways and Means Committee budget views and estimates for fiscal year 2026 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the views and estimates, and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. There being no further business before the committee stands adjourned.